Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Power Platform Online Conference. I'm John Levesque.
Hey, John.
Hey, Charles.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Good. What are you doing over here?
I was actually just about to do the intro for the Power Platform
that
Conference.
Thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. I'm super excited for the conference.
It's going to be awesome, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You know what, man? Since you're here, why don't you do the intro?
Why not?
You're in?
Why not? I'll
okay.
Try. Let's
All
go.
right. So first things first, you need this.
Oh, nice and toasty.
Nice and warm, right?
Nice and toasty.
Okay. All right. You're set. You got this handled. I'm going to head out.
All right. Let me see. Zip this bad boy up. Welcome to the Power Platform Online Conference. We got 9 hours of content, 18 sessions, 4 beginner sessions, filled from wall to wall of Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent, AI Builder, Common Data Service, all together in one great package. Stay tuned for a ton of great learning, a lot of great sessions, a lot of great people. This is the second ever Power Platform Online Conference, continuing from the Flow one last year. We've got a lot of great content, and we hope to break our viewing record. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I am so excited for today. We are going to actually take you guys to the Microsoft campus and show you a day in the life of a Microsoft employee. In years past, we went and did hiking and we showed you around my little town. Today, we're gonna go full swing Microsoft. Are you ready? Let's go. All right, so first things first, we gotta get the day moving. I'm gonna go ahead and start my commute into the office here. You go ahead and get started with Shane Young as he shows you how to build your first app with Power Apps and Power Automate. Shane is awesome. His session is sure to be electric, and I'm glad he's here to start the day for us. Shane, the floor is yours, buddy.
Wow, John, that might be the best introduction I've ever gotten. You were just so excited, like I was your best friend or something. Are we best friends? I don't even know. Maybe we became best friends. I didn't know. Anyway, not important. So, hi, my name is Shane Young with Power Apps 911. Those guys. And today, we're going to talk about an introduction to Power Apps and Flow. So the idea here is, I kind of went a couple different thoughts, right? I was like, all right, I could either build an app and then connect a Flow into it and kind of go that route. But that's been done before. So instead, what I want to do is kind of talk to you guys a little bit about what I think Power Apps and Flow is, kind of set the groundwork for that, and do so by demoing a bunch of different apps kind of along the way, and give you like pointers of where you can go to continue to learn is kind of my final takeaway from this. So instead of like just building one little specific scenario, I want to kind of get you guys excited about the possibilities, because you've got lots of content today. It's going to teach you lots of different things. So hopefully I can just kind of get you going. If you want, you can always reach out to me at Shane's Cows or my email, shane@powerapps911.com. Always happy to help you along your journey with Power Apps. All right, with all that logistics stuff out of the way, let's switch over to my desktop. Let's talk a little bit about what is Power Apps, demo some stuff, and go from there. All right, so probably the first question we should answer, just in case you didn't know, what is Power Apps, right? And what does Power Apps mean? Microsoft has an official blurb, blah. So really what Power Apps is all about enabling people to solve their business problems in these low-code solutions, right? So it used to be that, let's be honest, we wrote really complex business processes in Excel files, or if we got fancy, we used Access, or a lot of times it's just pen and paper. And so one of the things that's been really fun with Power Apps is it's taken and it's kind of twisted that model, because now those same people that used to create really complex Excel files are now all of a sudden creating really interesting and fun Power Apps. And it's not just traditional IT. I would tell you that when I go and speak at conferences, and talk to thousands of people, that it's usually about 50-50 between IT people and non-IT people, which is probably my favorite thing, right? It's no longer you have to have all this specialized coding knowledge. It's really about, do you understand the business process, the business rules? We can teach you how to, tie those little pieces together along the way. And then, like, if I look at my customer base, it's probably almost 75% non-IT. So that's been one of the big, really neat things about, Power Apps. So if you're watching this and you're in IT and you're like, hey, the business told me to watch it, say no. Tell the business to watch this themselves and tell the business to build their own apps. I think that's really been one of the greatest wins of the Power Apps ecosystem. And so what are we really kind of seeing out of people with these apps? Well, we're seeing the gambit, right? I mean, I've got simple little apps for collecting a simple name and then logging it to a database. Or inventory management, little, just a simple check a product in or out. We're seeing those type of low end, beginning apps, which are awesome. And we're seeing super complex ones. One of my customers likes to blow stuff up. And they have this giant app for tracking how much explosives they're using and how they're doing with the explosives and what they're doing. And then when it's all said and done, they're able to push that in to the system, and then it spits out a PDF on the other end that's a state report that they file. It's an amazing full-on system. Or another customer, they were spending about $100,000 a year on inventory and asset management software. And one of the big downsides of traditional IT software, right? I've been an IT guy for like 20 years, so I can tell you the downsides. One of the downsides has always been we've had to take our business processes and make them follow what the software could do, right? So it's like, I want the business process to be this. And it's like, software doesn't do that. Meh. So with prepackaged software that we've been buying for a long time, not only was it expensive and it costly to maintain and a pain in the butt when we moved up from versions of Windows and all that, but the other problem with it was we had to bend the business to follow that software. With Power Apps, we start with a blank white screen, and then we can make it do whatever you want. So my customer that's building their own IT inventory system, we start out with placing an order. So you go in there, you generate a PO request. When you're done with that PO request, you hit a button, and it emails it straight to the vendor, right? It generates a PDF and sends it to the vendor, so no manual there. Then when it shows up on the loading dock, right, someone in IT grabs a phone, uses the built-in barcode scanner. Yeah, that's right. With Power Apps, you get a lot of really cool functionality with the device without writing any code, important to me. They grab their barcode scanner and they scan in all those things. They put some asset tags on them. Boom. They have a full featured system then for tracking who's got it, what are they doing with it. We can retire things, we can disable things, we can assign them to loaners, all of that. And it's exactly what their business process is, instead of saying, the old software only let us do it this way, so we had to do it that way. No, thank you. So that is really one of the really exciting parts of all this for me, is we're going to kind of build these. So what I thought we'd maybe do is we'll switch, or not switch, we're already on my desktop, but we'll jump over here and we'll just kind of talk about some of the different apps that I've built to kind of get your head moving in the right direction. So a very early app that a lot of people like to do is a timesheet app, because it's one of two reasons, right? Well, one is that because today they do lots of those with paper, right? They have little paper time cards they hand out to especially non-technical workers who might be working in the field or other places, right here, fill out this piece of paper. Someone takes a stack of paper, they hand them to an administrator types all that in, and then they kind of go through their process. Boom. So one of the great things about that timesheet process, though, is it's a very rigid process. We know what all the steps are. So it's a great first app because you're not making up the process as you go. You're like, I have a process. I'm just going from a piece of paper to an app where someone can enter their time. And when they enter their time, then it goes into an actual system where we can do things like approve it, report on it, pay on it. We can generate reports for the customer. We get customer sign-offs, right? Power Apps does PIN inputs. Very cool. We can sign off these things. So here's a very simple first timesheet app I've built. And you notice right away that in my browser, it's only using a small portion. That's because I chose this particular app to be a mobile app. So that is the size of my iPhone, right? Typically, I hold my phone up like you've never seen a phone, but I think you guys know what a phone is. But the nice thing here is even though this app was designed to run on a mobile device, it shows up in my browser just the same. So we're able to come in here and demo it for you. Now, the downside of doing a mobile app and then using it in the browser like this is you might not get all the same awesome functionality. Like the barcode scanner we talked about, that doesn't work in the browser. GPS coordinates doesn't work very well in the browser. There's a bunch of little nuances there, but overall, it's nice that you can move apps back and forth. So here I'm going to say, enter my time. And so when I do this, because I write these apps for a lot of times non-technical people, it's got to be very smart. And what I like to think of is the Hulk smash mentality. The idea being is that you come in here, it's not a Banderdash movie. You don't have to pick your path and do all that craziness. You just come in here and you're like, all right, well, when did I work? I worked today. What project did I work on? I worked at the computer manufacturer. Please select a task now. Oh, I'm going to solve the mouse problem. You get that? And so then how many hours did I work? It cracked me up, if nothing else. I worked 5.5, and then I can hit save, and boom, my 5.5 hours have been recorded. I can get a paycheck at the end of the week so I can go and have a nice time. Right? That's what I'm after here. There was no craziness. There was no shenanigans. It was just a straight line. So that's another thing when you build these apps or start thinking about these apps is don't try to make super app that does everything, right? Especially for your first one. Make an app that just does one thing. All this app does is lets a non-technical person put their time in from the field. So they install it on their personal phone, boop, 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 time paid or time entered, and it goes into a back-end system we can manage over there. So have a sole purpose for your app. Now, sometimes though, people come to us and are like, hey, I want to do timesheet app, but instead of the employees entering it, I can't trust them to type in anything. Yeah, it's probably fair. I wouldn't trust me to type things in. What you can do though, is you can be like, I want to enter time for my team. So let's try out that model. So you come in here. When did I work? What project did I work on? Let's say we're a financial planner and we did a stock ticker app. Cool. So here's my project information. Now I'm going to say select team members. And so here I can be like, oh yeah, Fluffy the cat, Gills the fish, and Chewy the dog. So those were 3 people on my team, right? There's all 5 people on my team, but those 3 were working on this project and they worked 4 hours. Save time. And so then now in Power Apps, boom, we entered time for Chewy, Fluffy, Gills, all in one quick little press of the button. So this is just a nice little way to think about Power Apps, right? Simple, straightforward, but it solved a process and I learned a whole bunch to build this. And that's what I'm after with you guys. Is I need you to go and find an achievable goal, a simple app like this to get learning, right? You're not gonna do the super complex stuff yet. That's okay. So then now let's kind of switch gears a little bit. The second most common app we see from people is things like expense reports, purchase order apps. And the reason I kind of say them together, because in reality, yes, they are 2 different business processes, but functionally it's the same thing, right? I got some type of parent record and I want to have line items. So from a, guts of the app, they're the same thing, regardless of what the scenario is. Now here you can see I'm running what is called a tablet app, and tablet apps are fit to this type of widescreen type of mentality by default, and they run great in the browser because, for being honest, 2/3 of my customers probably run all of their apps in their browsers. So they build tablet apps and they run them like this. It fits and uses a bunch of that screen real estate. So here, let's say we're going to create a new expense. And so up here at the top, we've got the conference. To date is today. Title of expense is hardware. And so then come down here and then, you know what? It's not. It's wasteful. Ha. And so I'm going to just throw some stuff. So I'm throwing food. I always do food for some reason. So we do $9.99. And to watch this, we're going to hit save and 2 things are going to happen. One is the total expense is going to update. And 2, we're going to get a new blank row to fill in. So we can say save, boom. So then now I'm like, all right, well, I need a taco to go with my pizza. And tacos are $5. It is Taco Tuesday. We're going to hit save. And so now you're able to see what $14.99 incremented, my lines did. And so the way we're going to do this is we're going to create a relationship. This top section up here, this is my master record, right? So this is the expense report or the purchase order I'm creating. So the header info. And then these are the one-to-many related items that go with it. So we can build these type of complex solutions. Or in info path days, right? We call this repeating tables. No problem. Power Apps, we can do that. It takes a little learning, but it's very possible. So we're like, all right, I'm good. I can just blow away this blank row. That looks good. I can also add a receipt. And so when I do this, I can kind of go over here and search my desktop. Let's see what fun picture we got. We'll grab a picture of Chewy. And boom, now I've added a receipt to my item as well. And we're going to store that in a different place. So now we've got one parent. We got 2 different types of children either. No big deal. So we'll say save. The magic goes, whoop. And my app is not happy with me, but that's okay. I'll take the blame for that one. And so then now what we do is we go down here and we say, I want to view and edit expenses. And so then there's the conference. And then look, there's the pizzas, there's the tacos. Very cool. I can still even edit this. Be like, oh, you know what? Tacos were actually on sale that day. So how about tacos were $3? And we'll say save. And not only does this update, but the parent updates. So now we've kind of built a proper expense reporting app where I can have this thing set in the save status or a draft status. And then when I'm ready to submit it, then we don't let the users make the edits anymore. The world is your oyster here. You can do lots of fun things, but hopefully that kind of gets you thinking about, this is another process that has very defined guardrails. So it's another great process for your first app. As well, let's go over here. Oh, there's me in a different camera. See, I'm there, you're there. Well, it's kind of confusing, but it's okay. So here's another thing that we really enjoy, and that's the fact that with a mobile app, or with any app, but with a mobile app more specifically, we can take a picture. And so as my clients have kind of learned about this, we've seen more and more people embrace wanting to be able to take pictures of, doing inspections or reporting problems or just to prove that someone was somewhere, right? We're seeing lots and lots of pictures going into the different apps we're doing. And so one of the great things here with Power Apps is we have the ability to just natively take advantage of the camera, the GPS, right? So we get the latitude and the longitude, the compass heading. We can do a barcode scanner. There's a lot of really fun stuff that the mobile app gives us. And I'll write a bunch of code, right? To use the camera control, just drag it on the screen, right? Camera control, boom, I'm able to take pictures. So pretty cool. And so here you're going to see, I'm going to be like, hey, I want to take the picture. So I'll take the picture. I'll smile. My smile is terrible. And so now you can see I kind of capture the picture. I mean, I look really sad. It's very, very bad, huh? What do you do? Now I need to give the file a file name. So we'll call it ugly face because, well, let's just be, go with the obvious here. And then type of animal, dog, cat, or fish. Well, I'm clearly a dog person. And so we're now going to save that to SharePoint. And so what's really happening behind the scenes is we're taking that information, we're passing it to Flow. Flow is fixing up that file. It is uploading it to SharePoint. It is changing the metadata in SharePoint. And then it is returning a link back to Power Apps. So we can say open file in SharePoint. And there I am. I'm so cute. That's a face only a mother would love. Anyway, so that is another great example of not only taking advantage of the camera capabilities, but then also the fact that we have the ability to push the files back and forth thanks to Flow. And so Power Apps and Flow, or Power Automate, we'll talk about that in a minute. But the idea there is they get along pretty well. They're very helpful with each other. So I thought that you'd kind of enjoy seeing this. And in a minute, when we switch to the Flow side, we'll kind of take a look at what that flow would really look like. But this is another just good example of how we would do this. And then now what we want to do is let's look over here. So our last little Power Appsy demo is we're going to say, hey, I want to use the GPS stuff. And so this is one of those great things where not only did I have, the challenge from the customer of like, hey, we want to be able to grab people's location coordinates. So there's location.latitude, location.longitude. Those work great. But he also said, I want to be able to place them back on a map. And so this is another one of my key teachings back to you guys is when you get challenged to do something new like this, right? This customer had a really giant app and he's like, hey, I want to add this functionality. I could have tinkered and thought it right there in that app, but I had never done it before. So I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to jump over, I'm going to make a standalone app and I'm going to figure out how to do this. So I use location, longitude, and latitude. I'm like, all right, great, got that. And then I started figuring out how do I pass that to the Google Maps API? Oh, all right. And so then now I could mark the dot on the map. But I did that in a standalone app, so then I kept this, and so here we are 2 years later, I still reference this app on how to do all these things, because there's not only this, I then said, well, how could I do it a manual address entry? So there's a Power Apps 911 headquarters, so if we say open in Google Maps, what happens, right, is we just pass that URL over, and then it takes us off to Google Maps. Thanks, Google Maps. Or, go over here, the last little page. So the other thing is, I don't know if you guys know this, but Google knows a lot about you. Probably. So Google also knows a lot about addresses. So here I could send off that same address we typed in over to the Google Maps API, and it'll return things like the voting district, the county, the township, the this, the that. All of the information that it knows about those specific coordinates is returned in one fell swoop. And once again, I use Flow. I send those coordinates to Flow. Flow sends it to the Google Maps API. Flow gets the response back. Flow takes that response, all that crazy JSON, and makes it nice and polite so that I can then consume it. Then I had to learn how to open things in Apple Maps. So I learned all of this in the context of one little app, saved this app, and then when I was ready, then I went and put it in the customer's app, but I still have this app for safekeeping all these years later. So two things there, right? Build new functionality in standalone locations so you can use it later. Two, make sure that you're taking advantage of all the fun things that Power Apps can do. This is always a challenge when I go into new projects. It's like, people are like, I want my app to do exactly this. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. I believe you, but you don't know what you don't know until I show you the app, right? Because then I roll the app out and they're like, oh, I didn't know it could do that. Could it also do this? And it cascades, right? So scope creep is a very natural thing in your Power Apps projects. I don't even call it scope creep, right? It's just being agile. Power Apps was meant to be agile. Flow was meant to be agile. So embrace that as part of the equation. And I think with that, speaking of flow, let's just kind of switch gears and talk about flow. All right, so switching gears over here to flow, maybe the first thing I should probably clear up is you're like, wait a minute, I see Power Automate. Is it Power Automate? Is it flow? The answer is kind of yes. So we all grew up, not all of us, but people like myself, we grew up with it being called flow. But what Microsoft realized was the name flow didn't really flow with the story that we wanted to tell overall. But really what it was also that it was a lot more to it. So this is where this name Power Automate came from. And so now technically the product is called Power Automate, but what's confusing to people is that you use Power Automate to build flows today. So we used to use Microsoft Flow to build flows. Now we use Power Automate to build flows. So you'll hear the words kind of used interchangeably, even though it's not technically correct. But the reason for that is Power Automate, while it does all the awesome flows we're going to dive into here in a second, it can also do a bunch of additional stuff around RPA, right? Robotic Process Automation. It's got some AI stuff in it. There's a lot of really cool additional things that Power Automate does above and beyond kind of the core stuff that we're going to go through today. And so it's part of the bigger story. All right, so with that said, what is flow to me? So flow to me really is it's just about letting machines be good at what machines are good at, right? So automation, right? Hence the name Automate. The idea though is that we want to let flow do things. One of my first jobs, we had every morning at 7 a.m. exactly, we got an email from one of our vendors with a CSV file that had to get loaded into our AS400. Yeah, that's right, Stone Ages. Loaded into our AS400 so people could work that day. So this poor guy named Lee, every morning about 6:50 would start sitting at his desk and hitting refresh on his email. Refresh. There's the email. And he'd grab the file, and as fast as his little finger could drag it over to that other folder, he would go. And it was, it was a terrible process, right? I mean, not terrible as in it was hard, just what a waste of talent. So this is where things like Power Automate are amazing, right? So today we could write a Power Automate flow that just sat there and said, hey, when I get a new email from this vendor, grab the attachment and move it. And it would just be automated. It wouldn't matter if it came in at 6:50, 7:05, or at midnight. It would just always be kind of sitting there churning. And so that's one of the big wins, I think, of Power Automate or flow for me. Just this idea of, getting out of the automation business. And so with that, one of the things we'll look at over here, let's just look at one. So here's one of the very first ones I ever wrote. I wanted to automate, my inbox. And so the reason I did this, right, was twofold. One was it had high business value, but two, it was just something, it was a very concrete process that I could go and try and figure out how to do in Flow. And so in this case, you can see every flow, all of them, they always have to start with a trigger. And so the trigger can be something like when I get a new email, or when a file in SharePoint changes, or when some data in SQL changes, or a new contact happens in Dynamics. Some type of data changing. That can be one of the types of triggers that says, hey, Flow, wake up, go do your thing. Another type of trigger can be some type of schedule. So we could say, hey, I want this flow to run every 8 hours, or every 15 minutes, or run every third Tuesday of the month, right? We can define these schedules, and so then we have this flow run some type of automation just on a set timer type of thing, right? We've done with scheduled tasks forever. That's the second. The third type is some type of button being pressed. That could be a virtual button in the Flow app. That could be a Power Apps button like we just demoed a couple minutes ago, or that can even be little physical buttons. So there's a company called Flick, and there's another one out there, I forget who they are. But so I have a little Flick button, a little rubber button, and when I press that button, it can trigger a flow. So I can have it at my front desk, so when they press that, when the UPS driver shows up, he can press that, and he'll tell everybody, hey, our Amazon packages are here, woo! Amazon packages have almost nothing to do with work, but yet they somehow show up at the office all the time. I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, that's another one of those things where you can have a physical trigger to these virtual things. Pretty cool. So anyway, so once you trigger one, so in my case, what this flow does for me is every time that I get a new email from this goofy email address right here, so as part of the Power Apps 911 website, most people come to us by clicking on the contact form. And when they fill out that contact form, it generates an email. And when it generates that email, I get it from that address, and it doesn't go into a database or anything. I just have the body of the email. So then what I did was I wrote all this crazy flow. We're not going to look at how it works, but all of this to strip out that body of that email to get the first name, the last name, the email address. Boom, information that I needed. Once I get all that, I then send an email back to the person who filled out the contact form, said, hey, we'll get back to you soon, blah, 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 boring business stuff. And then it says, do you want to join the mailing list? Yes or no? Just big blue buttons at the bottom. And if they click on yes, what happens is, boom, it automatically adds them to our MailChimp list, and it sends me an email that says they signed up, and I go, woohoo! If they click no, I get an email that says boo. But this is one of those things, it probably took me 8 hours to write this. I'm not gonna lie. I had to learn a lot of stuff to write this one. But we went from literally 15 people on our mailing list to several thousand people just because I put in this simple little flow. So, as you're looking at getting into flow the first time, find something like this that helps you. Do you always get email from your boss on Fridays that says, send me your TPS reports? Write a flow to respond to your boss. Or maybe you're always having to move stuff around. You're always having to grab this or that. You can do this. I have another one of these that it triggers every time I flag an email. I can have different actions happen. So it gives me a lot of power. And it's personal productivity, but it was a great way for me to learn so I could go write more businessy solutions. So speaking of businessy solutions, here's another one I wrote. If you've ever used Microsoft Forms, all right, one of the downsides of Microsoft Forms is it just kind of dumps the data into an Excel file, which is fun and all, but eh. So I wrote a simple little flow that grabs the stuff out of Forms. Every time a new response goes into Forms, it goes and grabs those and then puts them into a SharePoint list. Now the data's in a SharePoint list, I can, manage those responses. Maybe I need to approve them. Maybe I need to route them to someone. Maybe I need to triage them. I don't know. But this gave me a way to automate the process of getting stuff out of Microsoft Forms and into SharePoint, right? And you're like, wait, Shane, you're a Power Apps guy. Why are you using Forms? Well, Power Apps require authentication. Forms are just anonymous forms on the internet. There's a lot of, pros and cons of both, but sometimes I just need to get data from people, right? Instead of using things like SurveyMonkey or something, I use Forms. And then I use Flow to move the data around. Pretty cool. And then last but not least here in our flows, remember we talked, we had that app earlier where I took the picture of my ugly face, this one. And then when we took that picture, we were able to push that into SharePoint. So here you can see Power Apps is my trigger. And once that comes in, I grab the file. And so then I push that file into SharePoint. So there isn't a good way for Power Apps to write straight into a SharePoint document library, but Flow has a lot of good ways to write to a document library. So anytime you find yourself wanting to move files from Power Apps to SharePoint, for example, Power Automate, aka Flow, is almost always your answer. So I do this with a little expression, a little work, no big deal. And then I come down here at the bottom is really what you're after. And then I respond back to Power Apps with, hey, here's the link to the file. That's how we were able to look and see what my ugly face looked like because I responded to Power Apps. So just a couple of quick examples of different ways that you can use Flow. But to me, these are just concrete problems that you have that you need to solve. So you come in here, you solve those, and you learn. And that's what this is all about, learning a bunch of little things, right? All Power Apps and Flow is learning a bunch of little things and then assembling them later. Just like that awesome Lego Death Star that you guys like to build. It's the same type of thing. Grab a bunch of little pieces, you learn. And then one day when you're like, hey, I have to build this giant app, it's no big deal because that giant app without really complex functionality is just 12 little things tied together. So that's going to be kind of what I push to you guys. So kind of wrap ourselves up here. I know I'm starting to run out of time. John will give me the hook. He is very rude that way. But so what I wanted to kind of hit on with you here is I want you to, how do you go forward next? How do you learn more? Well, I'll be honest, the number one way that most people learn Power Apps and Flow is using YouTube. You head over to YouTube, you type in Learn Power Apps, and you get a video, right? Or Power Apps, create a PDF, and you get a video. Power Apps, this or Flow, that, and you're going to get content. A lot of that content is going to come from people that are on the show today, right? So there's the next 24 million hours of content. Those different people are going to all have different content out there that's going to help you. For example, everything that I showed you, all the example apps and flows I just showed you, I have a Power Apps video, or not Power Apps, I have a video on YouTube for every one of those. So YouTube has been a really hot place to learn things. And then last but not least, make sure you're hanging out on Twitter, right? So everyone today will be from, or have a Twitter account so you can connect to them that way. The Power Addicts group is out there. John is very prevalent on Twitter. So, lots of fun people on Twitter. And I think it's another great way to engage with the community, to learn and to keep abreast with what's going on, because this stuff all changes. Okay, with all that, I have talked way too much. John is itching to talk again. He can't stand waiting his turn. So John, it's okay. Just another second, you'll be able to talk. But with all that, I'm just going to say thanks and have a great day.
All right, so next up is Sarah Patrick. Sarah is an amazing speaker. I saw her perform live earlier this year. She gave an amazing talk, very similar to this one. It's an exciting one. She uses Power Apps, Power Automate, and Forms to manage speakers and a speaker database. It is rad. And also, bonus, she's a college student. When you see her session, you'll be amazed to learn that she's only in college as well. Sarah, please go ahead and take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Sarah Patrick, and today I'm going to be talking about my internship experience in summer 2018, where I used SharePoint, Flow, which is now Power Automate, Power Apps, and Forms to build a speaker database. So a little bit about me first. I'm currently a sophomore at the University of Maryland, College Park, where I'm studying information science and have a minor in business analytics. I volunteer for this organization called Tech Girls, which is dedicated to sparking interest in girls to pursue tech, all this great stuff. I would love to talk to you about all the things I'm involved in, and for you to learn more about me, I have Twitter and LinkedIn, both at Sarah E. Patrick. So go ahead, check me out, give me a follow. I'll probably follow you back. So I did my internship with the Project Management Institute, and in case you're unfamiliar with who they are the world's largest not-for-profit professional membership association, all about project management, of course. PMI's Baltimore chapter holds events every year where they invite speakers to talk about their specified topic within project management. For the back end of PMI's Baltimore chapter, we wanted to have a speaker base to hold all the speakers' information, and the current system they were using was not very efficient, and we'll get to take a look at that. So to introduce this project, we want to look at the issues with the old version. The main two being that the speakers had to resubmit their information for every event, and it was all basic information. It was very redundant, not efficient, and the speakers were not receiving updates on the event. So let's take a look at the version they were using previously. As you can see here, it has all the basic information about the event, the location, the day, and it asks for all of your personal information, if you're a member of PMI, your PMI ID, all your speaker information, your talk information, other preferences, things like that. Pretty straightforward. Hit submit and you're good to go. However, maybe you have more than one talk you'd like to submit, or because PMI holds multiple events in a year, you want to submit the same talk again, but for another event. Unfortunately, you'd have to fill out this form every submission, which, like I said before, is a lot of the same data that'd be redundant for the front end interested speaker. So we hope that building a new speaker database with having this information now stored, this would be more efficient. People wouldn't have to resubmit the same information every time, and hopefully make more people interested by having this information stored. So the goal with this new speaker database is to create a speaker database that will organize the information efficiently, allow anyone to anonymously sign up because we want new speakers to come to our event, store the speaker's information and talk details, and lastly sign up for multiple events at a time. So first I had to do some research if I wanted to buy some kind of application already made for me or build it myself. So a couple examples I looked at for buying a model was Sessionize.com and how SharePoint Saturday events do their database. With lots of consideration, I wanted to keep PMI on a low budget, so that's how I decided to build the speaker database myself. So these are the 4 applications that I implemented into my speaker database: SharePoint, Power Apps, Flow, and Forms. Again, Flow is now Power Automate, so you'll see me kind of flip-flop between the two since that is a recent change. So I'm going to be going over what each of the 4 are in case some of you are unfamiliar with them. Talk about a brief introduction of each one, how I use it in my database, and then the pros and cons of each one. Keep in mind that when I did this internship, I was very much a beginner, so I'll be talking about my experience, and a little bit of the problems I ran into. So if you guys are beginners as well, hopefully you won't run into the same problems I did. But first, I'm going to give you a little overview of what I did with the database so you have an idea of how all this came together. So here I am starting as the front end user. I am an interested speaker that wants to speak at one of these PMI events. So I'm going to fill out this form. As you can see here, I fill out all of my basic information and then my talk information through this form. I check over everything, make sure I filled out what I needed to. Indicated by the asterisk is what's required for me to fill out, so I make sure those are done. And I hit submit, and now I've let PMI know that I'm interested in speaking at their event. Now as the backend user, I'm on SharePoint looking at my PMI speaker database site. So I'm going to go look at my lists and see who wants to speak. So I'm going under site contents, where I can see all of the lists I've made, which is what organizes my information. This accomplishes the goal of organizing my information efficiently so that different pieces of information are put to different uses. So let's take a look at the list I made during my internship. First, we have chapter sites, which is the location of each PMI chapter. For example, I did this database for the Baltimore PMI chapter. Secondly, we have locations. This is the location of the event. We have the sign-up list, which is all the interested speakers. That's where they filled out the form. We have speakers. These are the approved speakers. We thought the content of their talk was appropriate for our event. We have submissions, which is all the talk submissions, so even the ones that may have not been accepted, those go here. The talks list are the approved talks, so each speaker that is accepted, their corresponding talks go here. And then we have an event calendar, and that's the calendar of all the events occurring. So let's take a look in the sign-up list. Another part of my summer project was inputting all the previous speakers' information. I will be blocking this out for privacy reasons. But as you can see, all of the columns correspond to the form that I had just filled out. And if we scroll to the bottom here, you can see the new interested speaker. So the form that went out to all the interested speakers, all the information goes straight into SharePoint for the backend user's use. So first we're going to cover SharePoint. SharePoint is the browser-based collaboration and document management platform from Microsoft. So companies will commonly use SharePoint to put documents up onto it, and everyone in the company can access it and make changes, things like that. So we're going to do a brief demo of how to create a list, create columns, and how to get columns to talk to each other and different lists to talk to each other. And that's how I got all the information to be organized in the best way possible for this database. I'm already in my SharePoint list where I've created some columns because I really want to focus on two specific data types, the calculated data type and the lookup information data type, because that's what I implemented the most in my database and what I thought was most unique. So in this case, we're going to be looking at the other columns within this list, and we're going to be doing this with the calculated value. So instead of having users do first name, last name, and then also their full name, that's too redundant. We're going to take the two columns they already filled out, first name, last name, and concatenate them together ourselves. So with this calculated data type, it looks at all the other columns we've made. So we have first name, I'll insert that in the formula, and then we're going to add on last name. And then append these together. The language we're using here is Microsoft Excel's markup and syntax. And then we'll do last name. And then we'll hit OK. And it creates that new column. So let's add an item to see if this works. Hit New. This form here is actually Power Apps, so we're going to be customizing this in the next demo. But for now, we're going to fill out this form as is, hit Save, and you can see I did not have to fill out my full name. It appended it together for me. Great. One last column data type I'd like to touch on is the lookup function. So this is how I get my lists to talk to each other per se. So in this example, I was doing a feedback form, but I don't typically use this in my feedback form. So let's go back to pretend that we're approving speakers. So this is the interested speakers, and I made a new list here called approved speakers. And this is what's going to look at the interested speakers and filter out who's going to be speaking at my event or not. So I'll add my column, I'll do name, and here I have the lookup function. Information already on this site. So it looks at where I want to give them my information from. So here I want Power Platform. It refreshes to get the columns in that list. So I want it to get full name. And then additionally, I'll put the other information I think might be appropriate. And then I hit OK. So instead of me having to go back and forth between lists, having to copy and paste, filter it, make it complicated, instead I can do quick edit. Under name, I get this drop down, and that looks at all the names from my interested speaker list. So here I can select my now approved speaker, and when I hit enter, all of my corresponding information fills in. Make sure I exit quick edit, and there we go. Makes it much more efficient. So for the pros of SharePoint, I have a rich set of features. I have very many possibilities of what kind of database I want to build, what I think is best for the PMI Baltimore chapter. I can create my own unique SharePoint intranet, so instead of buying a platform like Sessionize.com, I can build it myself and do exactly how I think is best for us, not have it already filled out for me. I can enable cross-department collaboration. Like I said in the beginning, many companies will use this to upload documents so their whole company can access it, which is really nice. And lastly, the user decides on the best pricing model. In my situation, I did it all for free. A couple cons is that it has a great multitude of features. I found when I was first starting out, I could create a column like so many different ways, and it was confusing at times. It's very overwhelming. The integration can require some extra effort, so instead of me buying a platform and having it be done for me, I chose to take the time and the commitment to build it myself, which took a summer, which is a great deal of time. And then if you choose to do customization, that has costs and investments to go with it and if you continue to do that, the final build can be heavy if you choose to do so. Next, we have Power Apps, which is to build and share robust apps across your organization. Also, you can integrate data from multiple sources, including workflows that automate tasks. In this case, I'm going to be looking at how to customize my form. So let's take a look at that. I'm back in my SharePoint site where I finished completing the rest of the columns I thought was appropriate for my feedback. So I'm going to go into Power Apps here. And I'll be customizing the form. That's the form that showed up on the right-hand side when I clicked New Item. I could create an app, but today I want to focus on customizing the form because that's what my users are going to be using to edit their talks and their information. So right from SharePoint, it's going to take me into Power Apps. And now it has set up what I'm going to be viewing as the form. So with this fields box here, this is where I can add the other columns I had in SharePoint. So here I'm adding all of the fields that I want users to be able to edit. So now they all show up here under my fields on the side, as well as on this data card here in the middle. You can see the type of how to fill in the information here, and all this other information below. So first, let's say you want to actually delete a data card. This can be done by either hitting an ellipse here and hitting remove, or on the data card itself, hit delete and it'll go away. To rearrange these, you simply just drag and drop under the fields here, and they'll rearrange. I'm gonna change these up, edit to how I want it to look. So here now I've customized my form. So to deploy it, I want to make sure to save it. then publish it to SharePoint. And then when I go back to my SharePoint page, I want to make sure to refresh the page. So now I'm back on my SharePoint page. Make sure I refresh it so all the changes are now completed to the SharePoint site. So now when I hit New Item, my form is now customized to how I want it to be. So let's fill this out again. So one small issue that I ran into was that if I deleted a column in SharePoint, it would not transfer over to the Power App. I found this out because as I was building the database, I was adding, deleting columns, figuring out what was best for me, what didn't work, and I would go back to my form through Power Apps, and it would just give me an error, and I was confused. So I just wanted to point that out, that just because you make a change in SharePoint, that does not mean it makes a change in Power Apps, so you have to do it in both. So pros of Power Apps, you can easily make an app for your company. As you saw under SharePoint, I can simply hit a drop down and hit Create App. In this case, I customize the form, but for both cases, you can easily make a platform for your company to edit changes and information in your database. The pages and screens for editing your Power App is very easily modified and navigated, and apps can be easily shared with your company or unshared at any time. So you can share it out for everyone to use, but if you need to make changes, you can easily unshare it and make those changes. Some cons is that these apps might not be as fast as some are used to from the Apple Store or the Google Store or whatever device you use. These apps cannot be published to these app stores because they're only for your company. They tend to depend greatly on internet connection. I specifically found one problem with anchoring buttons. I tried to put a button for uploading a photo, and I thought it would assume to stay in place if I scrolled the screen, but it did not. You actually have to anchor the button for it to stay in place. Good to know. Thought it was like assumed, but it's not. So noted. Lastly, and actually the biggest problem for my project was that it does not allow anonymous access. Power Apps is for your company. You need access, you need an email to log in and utilize that. Because we wanted to outreach to new speakers, new interested speakers that wanted to sign up for these talks, we couldn't use the Power App for that initial outreach. Once they were accepted and going to be speaking at this event, we were going to give them a login so they could access the database and edit their information, but we still needed an initial outreach to get these interested speakers. Because Power Apps does not have the anonymous access, this is where we turn to Forms. Forms is an online survey creator by Office 365 for anyone to make surveys and quizzes. So this is what we use for that initial outreach for interested speakers. So now I'm in Microsoft Forms. I'm going to be creating a new form. And I found this to be very straightforward. As you can see, it's prompting me to create a title and a description. Forms is pretty simple. It doesn't have that many choices of what kind of questions you can ask, but that makes it really easy for beginners to use. So let's take a look at some of these options. First, we have text. I'll be creating questions to match the columns of my SharePoint list. So first, name. I can make it a long answer if I anticipate long answers. I can make it required. That's where I get the asterisk so that the front end user knows they have to fill out that field, and these are good for information that you require. I can add a description and other restrictions to the answer. So if it must be a number, we have these restrictions we can put here. One thing I love about Forms is that it's smart and it anticipates the next questions I want to ask. So because I asked first name, it's asking for last name and middle name. And lucky for me, I do want to have last name. So I'll select that, add selected, and now it's already made it for me. I'll make this required as well. Next we have choice. So I'll put my question here. And I can add as many options as I want. Add another option here. I can even add an other option to let the front-end user customize their own answer. And here I can simply delete other options as well. I can even give them the option to select multiple answers. Additionally, I can do a rating. where I can change the level as well as the symbol. Obviously we have these other options, but I do not use them in the form that I implemented, so they're very easy to learn and investigate, so feel free to go and make your own form. So why are we using forms again? Because we want that anonymous access. So I'm going to go to settings here, and instead of only people in my organization can respond, I want anyone with the link that can respond. So our problem is solved once this link is sent out to everyone and people have submitted their interest in being a speaker. Then we can give them access to the database and then to the Power App. So thank you, Forms, for fixing that issue. Forms has many sharing options, which I found to be very helpful. You have the direct link that people can select to get to the form. We provide a QR code that's already generated. We can embed it in code or go straight to mail. We can also share as a template, so maybe coworkers want to use a very similar outline that you have. Or we can share to collaborate. These are for our co-admins that can have all the same editing access as we do. And indicated by these trash cans, these can be unshared at any time. Simply that specific link is now deactivated and a new link is generated in case it wants to be shared again. So I want you guys to try out filling out a form. Best way to do it is using this QR code. If you have a smartphone, which I feel like most people do, simply go to your camera and hover over the QR code, and it should pop down at the top the link to go to the form. If for some reason you don't have a smartphone, you don't have a type of phone that reads the QR codes, I've provided a link. It's tinyurl.com/POPL20, short for Power Platform 20. So pros of forms: it was very easy to use, fast, responsive, as you saw. It was very straightforward, great for beginners, really easy to understand, and most importantly, it allowed anonymous access, which is the reason why we turned to forms in the first place. A couple cons: it has only questionnaires with very limited features. You can only design so much in a forms where it's basically just questions and quizzes. And another issue I had was editing with autosave. I forgot to mention that Forms does autosave, but unfortunately, with some cases, maybe you have a very long question and you accidentally delete the whole thing, it's gone. So hopefully you saved it somewhere else because you don't want to retype that over again. I mentioned this from personal experience. I accidentally shared to collaborate with my dad instead of sharing it for him to fill it out, and he deleted a lot of my stuff. Funny story, but had to learn from it. And last but certainly not least, we have Power Automate, which at the time of me working with it was Flow. So I apologize for me flipping back and forth between using the two terms. In case you're unfamiliar, it is the cloud-based software tool that allows users to create and automate workflows. So in my case, I wanted my responses from Forms going straight to SharePoint without me having to worry about it. Every time an interested speaker filled out the form, the information would go right into my SharePoint site, so then I could organize my data to how I needed it. So now let's take a look at how I want my forms to now talk to SharePoint. So now I'm under Flow, and I want to create a new flow. I can create it from blank, which shows me the different kind of flows I can make, or I can select a template. I found templates to be super helpful, especially for a simple flow like mine. People make flows all the time, and one as simple as mine was bound to be made. So I just simply search for my trigger forms, and look, the first one, record form responses in SharePoint. That is exactly what I want. So I'll select that, and because it's a template, it has all the steps already set up for me. I just have to fill in the right sources of information. So I make sure it's looking at the correct account. I hit continue. And like I said, all the steps are set up for me. So I'm simply just going to fill in my corresponding values. Now, because I designed my form to match my columns in SharePoint, I should easily be able to go back and forth of which values should correspond. So I click on the field here. It has this dynamic content here. So here's where I'm going to match my form responses to the columns I want them to be in. For these values that are multiple choice, I want to enter a custom value so I can get that dynamic content. Rating I actually found to be interesting. Originally when I made my first flow, I made my rating in SharePoint a number because that's what I thought, that's what made sense. But when I was in my flow, the dynamic content actually didn't show up. This is because rating is actually a choice of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instead of a number. So I just wanted to point that out. A quick note about email, even though I don't include it in my feedback form. If I did want a field for email in my form response, I have to be careful to not choose responder's email. This looks at the sign in before you fill out a form, and because I made my form anonymous, I would get anonymous and not an email. So just be careful when using that. So I'm going to go name my flow, which I found this to be slightly not intuitive because like in forms it said untitled, while here it says something that I wouldn't expect to edit. But I figured it out and I wanted to note it for you so you don't make the same mistake. I make sure I save because Flow does not autosave. And now I want to test if my flow works. So quickly offline, I'm going to fill out my form. I just filled out my form, so let's go see if it ran. I saw just 5 seconds ago, because I just filled it out, that the form succeeded to run. So we can go look at the analytics of this run. So it shows me each step that ran successfully, and it even shows me the JSON code of the responses. So if there were to be an error, this is where you would pinpoint what happened. Same thing here for each step. Like I said, anonymous because I made it an anonymous form. And same here as well. So now when I go to my SharePoint site, I now see the new response filled in here. So that's why I say Forms is talking to SharePoint through Flow, because I don't have to worry about it. Flow does it all for me. It automates it. It's great. So the pros of Flow, obviously it does all the work for you. It does cross-site workflows and cross-application workflows. The recurrence, you don't have to worry about it. Every time the trigger happens, then the response happens. Like for me, every time the form is filled out, I don't have to worry about looking at the separate form responses under that. It's already in SharePoint for me. Lastly, the templates are amazing. I, as a beginner, was not sure where to start with workflows, but they were already set up for me, so that was really helpful. Couple cons is, in the beginning, I wasn't sure how to start flows from a flow. I have now learned that there's a child flow function where you look at a flow that you already created. So this helps prevent very long workflows. You can kind of split them up. And lastly, the predetermined fields issue, like I mentioned with the rating value, I had to make sure it was a choice, not a number, or else the dynamic content just did not show up. So just be careful of what value you make it in SharePoint. So the changes since the internship, speakers can now sign in and see all their stored information. At the time in summer 2018, I had just built the foundations of it. It wasn't quite implemented yet. But now speakers actually use it to sign up for the PMI events, and they have received logins and are currently editing their information, which is great. And then through that, we also have automated emails sent to the speakers about the event. So that solves my main 2 problems I wanted to accomplish. Thank you so much for listening in on my talk. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me and my experience. If you have any questions for me or just want to learn more about me, you can contact me through my Twitter or LinkedIn at Sarah E. Patrick, like I said before. Thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed and learned something today.
Oh, hey, you guys are already here in my office. You know, funny story, our next speaker, Kent, he and I actually used to share an office. And if you ask him, he would tell you that it was probably one of the most hilarious times. They actually messed up our office move one time, and they put us both in a hallway. Both of our desks out in the hallway, if you can believe that. Well, I didn't like that, and I made so much noise Our desks got moved out of that hallway in about 4 days. Okay, enough with the reminiscing. On to Kent. Kent is going to show you your very first UI flow. He is one of the very best at this brand new tech, and he's going to walk you through it. So go ahead, Kent, take it away. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the Power Platform Online Conference and the Building Your First Robotic Process Automation Using UI Flow session. Before we begin, I'll introduce myself. My name is Kent Weir. I'm a Power Automate MVP, a published author. I'm also a Udemy instructor where I've authored courses related to Power Automate and Azure Logic Apps. I am a YouTuber. Go ahead and check out my channel at the following link. If you're not following me on Twitter, I encourage you to do so. @Weirzy is my handle, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. And so let's go. Let's get right into the content. Here's the agenda that we're going to go through today. Building your first UI flow. And in order to do so, let's talk a little bit about what robotic process automation is, or what's often referred to as RPA. We'll talk about RPA adoption. Like, is this thing a fad? Is this thing for real? Are there actually really big customers using this technology? And then we'll talk about what use cases does RPA solve and when should I use it. Then we're going to switch gears and we're going to focus more on the Microsoft related content, which I'm sure is why you're all here. So in order to do so, we're going to introduce what UI flows are. We're going to talk about UI flow prerequisites, because there are some. And then what I want to do is I want to walk through two different scenarios. The first one is going to be more of a demo where I'm going to take an existing system and I'm going to connect a UI flow to a Power Virtual Agent chatbot where I can go ahead and submit a timesheet. And then lastly, what we're going to do is we're going to do a soup to nuts walk through building your first UI flow, starting from scratch. And if you've never built a UI flow using this information, you will easily be able to do that. So with that out of the way, let's go. Let's get into the content. All right, first up, we're going to talk about what is robotic process automation, or what's often referred to as RPA. So RPA is a useful way to connect legacy systems that don't have APIs with more modern systems. It really is about how do you take structured data from system A to system B and do it better than a person could typically do that. Oftentimes what we see with legacy systems is you have swivel chair integration, where you end up on one system and you start typing, and then you do this Control-C thing, and then you flip over to the other screen and you do Control-V, and you basically input this information. And so this is obviously not a great use of people's time nor talent. It also, as we're going to learn, heavily error prone, which is obviously not good. And so what we're going to do is we're going to explore the world of RPA, but I think most importantly, we're going to actually then learn about how we can take the more modern world that includes Power Automate and API-led connectivity and actually mash it up with robotic process automation in order to build some very compelling solutions. So let's now talk about RPA adoption. Is this a fad? Are real people using this? Is this solving real problems? Let's dive in. So here what we're going to see is a survey that's been performed by Gartner. It's a survey of 433 enterprise customers. And here we can see of the people that have responded that are using RPA, where they're at in their journey. So we've got 62% that have already implemented. We have 25% that are currently implementing. And then we have 13% that are piloting. Now you might think, well, that's 62%. That is actually quite a bit of those respondents. So am I too late to the game? Well, let's go ahead, let's find out. And what we're going to find out is that you're not too late to the game. Here we see a breakdown of how many bots, or essentially how many business processes, have actually been implemented using RPA. And we can see that we've got 11% that are still in pilot, so they actually haven't reached production. And then we're going to see that 20% of those 433 people, or 433 organizations, they only have 1 to 2 bots. And then we move to the largest segment, and the 30% of those respondents only have 3 to 5 bots. So you think about how many integrations or interfaces exist in your organization, and there's likely a lot. So the summary here is that this is an emerging space. It is not too late for you to get involved in this. There's still some use cases here that you can go ahead and attack using this technology to drive an outcome. Okay, so now this one's important. I love technology, I'm sure you all do too, but at the end of the day, it's not just about fancy, shiny technology, it's about what is the value that that technology brings in solving real business problems. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Now, if we look at this, IT represents 50% of the use cases that are actually being used when it comes to RPA. And I'm not really surprised by this. If you think about all of the administrative functions that exist inside of an IT shop, this should come as no surprise. And yes, Power Automate Flow has given us a lot of opportunities to automate through the use of Azure AD and all of the different connectors that exist. But the reality is there's still a lot of legacy infrastructure and permissioning that exists in the enterprise. Maybe it's just Active Directory on premise. Maybe there's LDAP. Maybe you're using Java. Maybe you need to go ahead and share out network folders. Maybe you have a legacy IT service management application that doesn't have APIs and you want to automatically create tickets when you get new requests through an email. Like, these are all scenarios that are right for this type of technology. Next up is finance and accounting. This should probably come as no surprise either. If you think about invoicing, accounts payable, accounts receivable, there's usually a lot of just disparate data sources that are used in these processes, and as a result you need to get that information from emails and PDFs and spreadsheets into your financial system. And this represents another use case for RPA. Okay, let's get to the Microsoft flavored stuff. I just wanted to include that previous section because it is important, if you haven't been exposed to RPA, that you have some background on its use cases and how people are using it. Now, shifting gears, let's talk about Microsoft's UI Flow. Now, you might be wondering, okay, like, what is the difference between UI Flow and our traditional automated flows, and why should I care? And basically, when do I use what? So you can think of it this way. When you have applications that don't have APIs, that is where there is the opportunity to use UI flows. So this could be things like your legacy ERP systems. It could be legacy web applications, whether that be on your intranet or on your internet. Those are some good use cases where you don't have an API, you may not have access to the underlying data source. Another use case could be a managed service, where basically someone's hosting a web application for you, don't want to give you access to the APIs, but now you can automate integration by emulating actions that a user would take through the GUI. Now on the flip side, we obviously have our modern systems, our SaaS applications, our Dynamics 365, our ServiceNow, our Workdays, and these are all like best of breed SaaS applications that give you API-led connectivity. And when you have the opportunity to use APIs, you should. You always should. But here's the secret sauce from Microsoft's perspective. They're bringing both of these worlds together, and that's what makes this solution unique. A lot of the vendors in the RPA space are very good at the non-API integration, but they're not as mature on the API side of things. And this is where the power becomes, when you can bring and sort of mash up applications where you're using APIs and then you're integrating them with legacy systems. And that's really the secret sauce from my perspective with this technology. Now, typically how this technology works is you would go ahead and record the task. So what you'll say is you'll click the record button, then you will go ahead and emulate what it is that you want the bot to do. So it could be typing information into a field, hitting the tab key, putting in more information, hitting enter, those types of actions. You then have the ability to automate those actions or those tasks by using an automated flow. So an automated flow can go ahead and call a UI flow and then execute those tasks as if it's an end user that's doing it, but it's not. It's actually a bot, and the bot happens to be a UI flow. Okay, let's talk a little bit about UI flow prerequisites. Now, UI flows is surfaced up in Power Automate essentially as a connector in the context of I have an existing flow, I want to go ahead and call a UI flow. It shows up as a connector, so you'd go ahead and search for UI flows and you will see that connector in place. Then what you'll do, as I chatted about, you go ahead and you record a sequence of steps that you want the UI flow to perform. You then have the ability after the fact, and this is when it comes to a desktop application, to manipulate those steps. Maybe you want to rename things. You can see exactly what is going on, where they're entering text, clicking buttons, that sort of thing. You can go ahead and tweak things, remove steps if you are maybe a little bit click happy when you're recording. So you have the flexibility to clean some of that up. Now, in addition, there will be licensing required for this. That's not the purpose of this session at this point. At the time of recording, public pricing has not been released, but you do need an on-premise data gateway. So this is your existing on-premise data gateway that you're already using for Power Automate, for Power Apps, and Power BI. You will need to install a web driver, and these can be the web drivers for Microsoft Edge, Chromium Edition, or Google Chrome. And then lastly, if you're going to be recording and automating web applications, you're going to need the Selenium IDE. And so this is the experience you're going to run into when you try to run your first flow. It's going to say missing this extension, so you can go ahead and download it. It's a pretty simple process. Now we can see that it's actually been completed successfully. Then what's going to happen is, if you don't have the Selenium IDE installed, you're going to get prompted to go ahead and download and install that. And that's easy. You can get that essentially from your extensions store inside of the web app, the web browsers. And with that out of the way, we can now go ahead and talk about our first use case. So let's take a look at our sample architecture before we actually get into the demo. And here, as you can see, we're going to use Power Virtual Agents as our chatbot interface for this poor fellow who needs to submit his time but can't remember where that old intranet app lives, and as a result he's going to enter that time through a bot interface. Now, the bot itself isn't going to go ahead and log the time into the timesheet app. We're going to use Power Automate and of course a UI flow in order to transact against this legacy timesheet. Now in this case, this legacy timesheet is a doozy. This is an old ASP.NET web form, and it runs on premise. It runs in our data center, and as a result we need to use the on-premise data gateway to communicate and drive the web application over the network. So let's go ahead and let's see this live. Okay, so I'm in Power Virtual Agents, and I'm going to run you through the solution first, and you'll see it live. Then I will dive deep and show you all of the various components that make up the solution. So here I'm going to basically wake up my bot by providing a trigger phrase, and in this case it's going to be submit timesheet. Now I have included an authenticate action here, which is going to prompt me for my credentials. Now, because I've already logged in before, I do have a token that lives inside of my web browser, so I don't actually have to put in my username and password, but if that was the first time calling that routine, I would get prompted for those details. Now, I was able to copy that code, and then I paste the code directly into the UI, and that will now authenticate me. So would I like to submit a timesheet? Of course, I can't wait. And next up, I need to choose what is the project I need to book my time against. So is it operations, support, ERP upgrade, or cloud migration? Let's go ahead and let's book it to the cloud migration project. Now I need to provide a date. So in this case, I'm going to put today's date at the time of this recording, and then indicate how many hours. And there we go. I'm going to submit that. Now we should see a screen pop up here momentarily. There we go. That's going to launch our web browser. It's going to essentially run our Selenium script, which I'll show you here soon. And we will then be able to capture the results of this routine and basically send that acknowledgement back to our end user. So here we go. Here's the flow that was called or invoked from our Power Virtual Agent. And you can see that we've got a trigger exposed using HTTP, and we do have a response as well. Now, we did include, as we saw earlier, there was an authentication or a login required. And what we're able to do is that an auth token gets passed into the service. And then what we can do is use this auth token to go ahead and call the Graph API. And we'll do so by passing in the bearer and then our auth token as our authentication value when using raw. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the graph method for myself. So this is essentially going to run on behalf of the user who instantiated the bot. Now naturally, we all like typed responses, so we're going to go ahead and use parse JSON so that we've got a type schema so that we can use that response data downstream within our as dynamic content when we want to go ahead and call our UI flow. So here as part of our UI flow, we've got different details that we need to pass in, like the first name, the last name, the date, the project, and the hours. And we're going to be able to provide the given name and the surname because these are values that were passed from our graph call. Now the other values, date, project, hours, you may recall those were fields that were captured as part of our chat session, and those are coming in from our HTTP trigger as we've exposed those values as part of our input body that will then get parsed using JSON schema. Let's now just flip over to our UI flow. And so you will find UI flows if you click on My Flows and then this far right tab, UI flows in preview. And then what we can do is find our bot submit time web, and we can go ahead and click on that, and we can see that it just ran 2 minutes ago, which is great. And now if we want to go ahead and edit this, we can go ahead and do so by clicking on the edit button. Now this is where Selenium IDE is going to pop up, and we can see essentially the script that was run when we invoked our UI flow. Now you will notice on the right hand side, this is very important. These essentially are our parameters. When you go ahead and include $, curly brackets, and then some sort of value, that signifies to Flow or to Power Automate that this is going to be an input parameter. So these are all of our input parameters. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and capture the output from our bot and store it as text. And when we do so, we will then return that as essentially an output. So if we flip back to our Power Virtual Agent, we're going to see that our timesheet was submitted with the status of success. Well, that's where that value is coming from. That's basically our output from our UI flow. And in this case, it was our status, our submission status. And that is then gets sent back into our flow, which returns it back into the chat session, the Power Virtual Agent. And I think this is really the secret sauce when it comes to Power Automate and UI flows, is we can bring these two worlds together. We've got the legacy, web driving an old web application, and then we've got very modern experiences where we can communicate with chatbots. So that was a brief walkthrough of a sample solution. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and create a solution from scratch so that you can feel free to get your hands dirty with this one. Pause is required if you are watching this on demand, but I will take you from beginning to end in this next demo. Okay, now on to building your first UI flow, and this is going to be a walkthrough. And it's pretty simple, and I've done this on purpose because I want to ensure that if you want to try out this technology that you don't have a lot of dependencies. And so we're going to keep this pretty simple. And what this is going to do is this is going to go out and scrape Bing and essentially capture some foreign exchange rates for us. So we are going to store a list of currencies that we want to have them converted. We are then going to go ahead and kick off our process using a manual trigger that will go retrieve our currency list. And then for each currency listed inside of our table, we're then going to go ahead and kick off the UI flow, which is going to once again reach out to our on-premise solution, where it will then drive a website, in this case it's going to be Bing, that will provide our from currency, our to currency, and then capture the output. And then we're going to store that back into Excel Online so that it's recorded. All right, well, let's go ahead and let's build this demo. Okay, so let's start in Excel Online, and we're going to go ahead and create a table. And it's important that we create a data table so that Power Automate Flow can parse this file correctly. Now do note we want a column here called ID, which has our numbers. You can kind of think of these numbers as our index, and we will use this when we go ahead and update this spreadsheet when we need to populate the converted amount. Now in addition, we're going to provide an amount. So basically this is our base unit. So we're going to take 1 Canadian dollar, so that's our currency from, and then convert it to US dollar. Now this column here is basically just for display purposes only, just so people have a sense of what is the currency that we're trying to exchange to. Now let's go in and let's start with our UI flow first. So we're going to go ahead and click on My Flows, and then we can click on the rightmost tab, which is UI Flows. And let's go ahead and click on New. Now we're going to go ahead and create a web app. So we can call this UI Flow, and then we'll just say online. And then our base URL is actually going to be bing.com. And we'll now go ahead and launch the recorder. So here we have Selenium IDE that has been launched for us. And what we need to do is click on this record button in the upper right hand corner. So let's go ahead and do that. And here we see bing.com launched. Now what we're going to do is we're going to type in 1 CAD to USD and then hit enter. And we can see that 1 Canadian dollar is worth about 75 cents USD. And as we've done that, we can now see all of the commands that were recorded when we did that. So this is all fine and dandy, but how do we get this 75 cents, this result, into our Selenium IDE session? Well, what we can do is we can come over here and click on command, and here we're going to type in store value. Now in the previous example, I used store text, but that's because we had text on the web page that we're trying to parse. Here it's actually within a text box. So we're going to use store value. Now we want to be able to select it, so we can do so by clicking on the select target in page. And when we do that and we hover over all of these different areas, we'll come to our USD result, and then we'll click our left button. And now we've got this result stored. But we do have to give this a number. So we do need to provide this value a name. And here we're just going to provide a name of my result. Okay, so that's cool. Let's now go ahead and let's stop recording. And let's just make sure this works, and we will go ahead and click the play button. And here we can see the Bing website being launched. And sure enough, our test was completed successfully. Pretty cool, except we still have one issue. If we go ahead and look here, this is essentially hard-coded. We've got hard-coded values in here. So this is where we're going to turn them into essentially input parameters, and we can do so by providing a $ and then curly brackets. So what we're going to do here is we're going to call this amount, and then we're going to get rid of CAD, and we're going to do $ curly brackets, and then we're going to type in from, and then we're going to do something similar for USD, and we're going to use $ curly brackets and then to. And now what we can go ahead and do is click on save, and we will have these input parameters available for us. Cool. Now let's go create our flow. Let's head over to My Flows, and then we'll click on New, and then Instant from Blank. Here we'll call this Convert Currencies, and then we will manually trigger this flow, and then we can click Create. So what we want to do is we want to connect to our Excel spreadsheet and list rows present in a table. Now this was on my OneDrive, so I can go ahead and select that, and then we'll select my file, and then lastly our table 1. Cool. Our next step is going to go ahead and create a UI flow, or call a UI flow. So we can just type that in and say run a UI flow for web. And then we're going to go ahead and select our UI flow, which is UI flow online. And then we'll choose our web browser. Now it doesn't really matter here, but I'm just going to go ahead and select Chrome. Now this is pretty cool. So we talked about 3 input parameters before, and now they show up. And so what we can do is use our dynamic content. So here this is going to be amount. And then naturally, because an array will be returned from Excel, we will now get an apply to each action. So for each row, we're going to go ahead and call this UI flow. Now we need to provide our from value and then our to value. Okay, so that's cool. So at this point, we will go out and call our UI flow and it will execute. But we now need to get that return value from the UI flow back into our spreadsheet. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and update our converted amount, and we will do so by clicking on the Excel connector, and then we want to update a row. Once again, we're going to be selecting my OneDrive location and the same file that we used before, our table, and then here's where we need to provide those key columns. So if we, as we talked about before, we have this ID, and this represents our key columns. What we will do is provide a value. We'll pull this down and select ID. And then here what we'll do is we will use the value that was originally provided to us just to make sure everything lines up. And we'll also just include these values just to ensure that we're not passing bad data back. And then here's where we want to use our outputs from our UI flow, which in this case was my result, and we will assign it to the converted amount inside of our Excel spreadsheet. Let's go ahead, let's save this, and then let's go ahead and test this out. Now this is going to take probably about 3 minutes to run. So what I will do is I will go ahead and essentially skip or cut out the second and third iterations when it goes to call the UI flow, just in the interest of time. But you will see the experience right now. It is running, and then I will, through the magic of photography, cut out some of this stuff just so you don't have to sit there and watch this. Okay, so we can see that our process has completed running. Now let's flip over to our Excel spreadsheet, and boom, there you go. We can see that we have our converted values. So you could see a scenario where maybe you need to do this every day in your business, and maybe you have a whole whack of these, tens of currencies that you need to get the latest values for, and then update, say, your financial system. And you could go ahead and let this thing run while you're sleeping, and get those values out and automate that work. So pretty cool. It is a fairly simple example, but wanted to ensure people that were building their first UI flow didn't have any of the other complex prerequisites and could get started right away. All right, well, thanks for checking out UI flows with me today. I'm pretty pumped about this technology. I think it's going to be really cool. I think it's going to unlock a lot of those legacy systems and how we can bridge that world with the modern world of API-led connectivity that exists inside of the Power Automate platform already. So thanks for hanging out with me. Enjoy the rest of your event.
Hi, I'm Belinda Allen, and welcome to the community. It's the perfect place for you to invest in yourself.
Learning doesn't happen in a vacuum. You learn best when you're with others who are willing to learn the same things, and they bring their own knowledge to share. So join your local user group, or if one does not already exist near you, create one. The community is waiting for you.
My only thought at that point was, how can I give this back to somebody else? I learned so much, and now it's just for me to joy to go out and give that back to somebody else in the community and see that light go on for them too.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely have that wrapped up by Friday. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, sounds good. Hey guys, I'm in a call right now, but go ahead and in 1 second, I'm gonna put up a QR code for a contest. Go ahead and enter. You can win some free stuff. And then right after that, Mark Gerner is going to do basic permissions to the Common Data Service. It's going to be a great introduction. You're going to learn a lot about the Common Data Service. If this is your first time, awesome. Okay, enjoy. I'll talk to you after.
Hi everyone, my name is Mark Gerner and I'm going to tell you what you need to know and give you an introduction about permissions in the Common Data Service. Now, I've heard there are a lot of people joining from the Office 365 and SharePoint side. You might not be familiar with the Common Data Service at this point, but hang in there. I'm going to tell you what you need to know about the Common Data Service in the Microsoft Power Platform. I'm going to do a short introduction about myself and then quickly open up a browser because we've got a lot to discuss in only half an hour. So first, I'm a Dynamics 365 solution architect and I work for about 8 years now with previously called Microsoft Dynamics CRM version 2011. I've even worked a little bit with version 4. And Microsoft Dynamics 365 is the previous Power Platform. Basically, Microsoft stripped Dynamics 365 or Dynamics CRM to only keep the platform and to remove all Dynamics things from there, and there you got the Power Platform. So also I work with Business Central, which is the ERP side of the Dynamics 365 suite. And I specialize in integration. So with integration, I mean all kind of integration with all kind of software things all around the world, both with the Power Platform and Business Central. Also, I work with a small Microsoft partner in the Netherlands called Luma Business Solutions. We are with 8 consultants working around the country to serve everybody that needs something that can be done with either Dynamics 365 or the Power Platform. Now, if you want to reach out to me after this demo or after this session, you can find me on LinkedIn, Mark Gerner, or I've got a blog, dynamics365blog.io. I also have a Twitter account, but I have to admit I'm not very good with Twitter, so you can better reach me out on LinkedIn. Now let's see what we're going to do today is I'm going to tell you about CDS, about what it is, about a database, entities, fields, and records. And after that, I'll switch over to permissions, and permissions will have to do everything about ownership of records, users, and security roles. Now, within the Power Platform and within CDS or Common Data Service, there's much more to do with security than just users and security roles. But since we've got only half an hour, I'm going to keep it only simple, and then that's why we only do users and security roles. If you already know how to do that, if you're already familiar with security roles, then this might be a little bit boring for you. But let's see what we can do. Now, let me open up a browser. As you can see, or as you might have noticed, I've got 2 browsers open. One is Edge, and on the Edge side, I'm going to log in as the administrator of the Microsoft Power Platform. So I'm going to move to admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com, and I'm going to log in as the administrator of this tenant. This is an administrator within the Power Platform. It's got a global administrator role in Office 365. Please keep in mind that roles or what you are used to security in Office 365 or in SharePoint are not anywhere near security in the Power Platform or in the Common Data Service, because security is all done within the Common Data Service, so you can't manage the security from Office 365 side. Now, when I log into the admin center of Power Platform, I've got a couple of options here. What we're going today, we're going to the environments. So if you would create a new environment, you create a new environment where you can create apps, of course, because that's what the Power Platform is all about. Now, if I would say new, I can choose a name. And on the bottom, I have this option that says create a database for this environment. I can set this to yes, and now it will create a database for me. That database is the Common Data Service. And the Common Data Service database is not an empty database. That's what you really need to keep in mind. The Common Data Service comes with all kinds of tables and some data already in there. And this model that is in there with accounts, with contacts, with activities like phone calls, emails, or letters that you can store in this database. That is called the Common Data Model. So the Common Data Model is the basic set of tables, fields, and options to store in the Common Data Service, which is the database. Now let me cancel this and let me open up this environment that I already got. So I've got an environment and I want to know what what tables are already in there. It's good to know when I speak of entities, that is basically tables, because in the Common Data Service, we call the tables, we call them entities. Now, if I want to see what's already in there, I need to go to another website that is called make.powerapps.com. So on the left side here, I've got a couple of options again. One of them is data, and let's go to the entities. Now the entities is the list of tables that you already get when you install or create a new fresh database. As you can see, that's quite a lot. And these ones that you see on the screen now are only the tables that are used for default purposes. This is the Common Data Model, but they're not the only one. They're not the only entities or tables that are in there. If I would open up, not the default view, but the all view, that will mean I get all entities in there. Now there is a lot more. The other ones that you see here are all entities which store system settings. Not only system settings, but also data that is involved in, for instance, other things from the Power Platform. So data that comes with flows or data that comes with the AI Builder. And if I see here, there are AI Builder datasets, AI Builder dataset file. These are all tables. It's important to know that all these tables already exist because you will see them directly in the dynamics or in the security roles that come out of the box with the Common Data Service as well. So let me go back to the default view. Let me open, for instance, the account entity. And it opens in a tab called Fields. These are the fields that Microsoft populates already for you. One is a name, because if you have an account, you want to have a name. And one is a number, because that's a very common used thing. And you've got the option to store two addresses here. For instance, a visiting address and a postal address. Now, there's one field in particular that you need to know about. And I'm going to scroll down, and that is this one. It's called the owner field. Now, the owner field is a special field because the owner field determines what kind of rights you have on a specific record. Let's say you want to build an app and you want to use an app for registered people that joined the Power Platform online conference. Now you want to know which company they come from and what their name, etc. is, so their personal data. If you would store that information on the account entity, then in this case, the owner of the record decides if you are allowed to see the record. I'm going to get there. I know it's quite confusing at this point, but let me explain a little bit more about this. Let me go back, or let me go forward actually to my Google Chrome browser, and let me log in to home.dynamics.com. This time I'm not going to log in as the administrator, but as the user Megan. So Megan is just a user, not an administrator, so she might not see everything. When I go to home.dynamics.com, I see the apps that are available for me. And here you see the Power Platform Online Conference app. When I open this one, I see a list of accounts and I see contacts. These are the data entities that I have rights on. Now on the top you see my active accounts, which means when I'm logged in as Megan, these are the 3 accounts that Megan is owner of. So if I would open the account, for instance, Fabricam Incorporated, on the top right, you see that the owner is Megan herself. Now let me go back to the accounts and let me open up some else than my active accounts, but let's go to all active accounts. Now, as you can see, I see a lot more. So probably Megan has got more rights than just to view her own records. Let's see to Alpine Ski House. So Alpine Ski House is the owner's Mark Gerner, which is the administrator on this tenant. Now, there's something else you see here as well. On the top, there is read only. You don't have access to edit this record. That wasn't on the account form where Megan was the owner from herself. So what I'm guessing here is that Megan is entitled to a security role within the Common Data Service where she is allowed to view both her own accounts and accounts that are on others' names, but she is allowed to only edit her own accounts and not the accounts that are on the name of someone else. So to prove you, these fields are empty. There's no way I can edit these. Now let's go back to accounts. It opens up my active accounts again. And let's open, well, this time AdventureWorks. And there is not this gray message, but I can change this. For instance, let's say lumenbs.nl. I can save it and it saves perfectly fine. So this means Megan is able to change her own accounts, but she's not able to change the accounts that are on someone else's name. In this case, the name of the administrator. Now I want to show you, or I want to see what Megan's security roles are. Now I'll go back to the Power Platform Admin Center where I already opened up the environment where this app is in, that is Contoso. Now on the top, I've got the settings option. And with the settings, we've got a tab called users and permissions. Now there is a lot to see here, business units, hierarchy security, positions, security walls, which we are going to dive in soon, teams and users. Now again, there is a lot more than just users and security roles when it comes to permissions in the Common Data Service, but since we have limited time, I'm going to keep it to users and security roles. When I open users tab, you notice probably there are 5 users in this environment. 2 of them are important for now. One is Mark Gerner, which is the administrator, which I'm logged in as at the moment, and the other one is Megan. We're going to focus on Megan. Now, when I click Megan, I get another option here that's called Manage Roles. And in this option, I can see which roles Megan is entitled to. Now, she's only entitled to the Power Platform Online Conference role, but I know for sure you can add more roles here. So this extra roles, this set of roles that you can add to a user, they just combine every right that is in there. So let's say you entitle someone or a user, in this case Megan, to the Power Platform Online Conference role, where she's added as a user who can edit accounts. That's one thing. Then when she's got another role where she's entitled to the usage of contacts, that's second. So if you entitle Megan to both security roles, then what basically happens is she gets all the options that are in there combined. At this point, Megan only got one security role, so we're going to focus on that. So let me go back to the Power Platform Admin Center and open up the security roles in this case. Now there are 11 security roles, and one of them is a Power Platform Online Conference Center role. Let me open it up. And as you can see, it's got a name, it's got a business unit. I'm not going to focus on business unit now, but there are tabs on top that are at most important. So let me go open up the first tab. And now you see a lot of information on the screen. Let me widen this up so you can see everything. On the left side, you see entities, all entities. These are entities that are in the Common Data Service. So remember the list that I showed you before of all entities that come with the Common Data Service by default. These are, most of them are in here. It is important that when you start creating a security role, you don't just disable all security and start working with it, because what happens then is that your user can't log in anymore. As I said before, there are a lot of entities where the user, where the Common Data Service stores system settings. If the user hasn't got any rights to show those system settings or to read those system settings or even edit them sometimes, well, the user simply cannot log in. So what I usually do with a new security role, I open up the default role and I start editing that role. Now let me quickly show you what the default role is. It's pretty easy. It's a Common Data Service user. So I'm going to teach you a little trick. As you can see, there is a lot here that is already clicked. There's green and yellow check marks in it. What you can do is you can set actions and then copy a role. So when you copy a role, you copy it, and from that point on, you're going to work with it. Back to the security role. Now on top left here, you see the entity account, and that was what we were looking at with Megan a couple of minutes ago. So Megan was able to read all accounts. As you can see, that's right, because on the read tab, on the account level, it's totally green. So green is the highest level of permissions someone can get. So on the account, reading is permitted totally green. So totally green means it doesn't matter who owns this record, everything in the whole Common Data Service can be read by someone with this permission. So with everything, I mean all records within this entity, which is the account entity. Now there are more options here. We've got create, write, and delete. As you can see, the create, write, and delete are not green at all. They've got a quarterly filled of the circle here in yellow. Now, if we go to the bottom of the security screen here, we got a little bit of agenda what the options mean. So on the left, you see here a red circle, and it's not filled at all. That is non-selected, which means the user with this security profile or the security role does not have permission to do that at all. This means at this point, we've got the account. If I would disable this by clicking on it until it becomes a red circle, I cannot create an account. Now the next one is called user. This is the quarterly filled circle in yellow. If I click on this, this means the user is the owner of the record. So I can create an account only when I am the owner of the account. This means that when I would create an account and I would create it for another owner, so for instance, Megan would create an account and it would set the owner to me, to Mark Herner, then I'd probably get an error saying that's not allowed. Because again, this is what you need to do. This is what you are not where you don't have permission to do. The same goes for write, and this actually makes sense. On the right and the right option here for accounts, it says it's quarterly filled with a yellow, so that means that the user, which in this case Megan is herself, is able to change or write data on accounts that she is a owner of. So when we were looking at accounts that she's not an owner of, where the system administrator of it was an owner of, at that point we got this gray area on top saying you're not allowed to edit data on this form. So that makes sense. Now we've also got delete, and delete is, to my opinion, the one thing that you should always turn off for all users within your Common Data Service for everything. So I'm going to turn this off. The reason why is because when you delete something from the Common Data Service, it's actually gone. So you see here a couple of more options. You've got append, append to, assign, and share. Now append and append to are kind of complex if you don't know the Common Data Service. So I'm going to step over that, and my suggestion is you would just leave it as it is. Assign and share on the other end are far more easy. Assign means I can assign my record that is on my service or where I'm an owner of to another owner. You can see again, this is a yellow option, quarterly filled. That means when I am the owner of the record, I can assign it to someone else. It also means that when I want to assign a record to someone else that is not my ownership. Now on the bottom here, you see also the business unit and the parent-child business unit, as we're not going to cover business unit at this point, again, because of the time limitation. I'm just going to skip that. The two most important ones for you as a beginner with the Common Data Service are non-selected, user, and organization. Now let's see if we can change something. Again, let me go back. I'm logged in as Megan, and I can edit this file. Now let me go back and let me open up an account that is not on my name, for instance, Alpine Skiing House. As you can see on the top, read only, you don't have access to accurate edit this record. Now let me go quickly back to the security role. I want to make sure that Megan can change the records that are not on her name, because, well, we are all facing the same customers. So let me change this to write. Let me save the security role. And let me go back to Megan. Let me refresh the page. And as you can see, I press refresh and the option, gray option here is moved. And I can actually change data here now. I can enter a fax number. I can enter a ticker symbol, or I can change the address. This is good. Now let's try something else. When I click new and I want to create a new option here, it says on the top right Megan Bowen because I'm logged in as Megan Bowen. But if we saw back to the security role, the account entity is for create set to user, a yellow option that has only quarterly filled. Let me go back to Megan. I want to create an account, let's say Microsoft. I only need to fill in a name. I can save it, and it's saved. Now let me try to create a new account. So let me click new. Let's save Google. Delete this one and select Mark Herner, which is the administrator. Now when I would hit save, there we go. Access is denied. You do not have enough privileges to access these objects. Contact your system administrator. So basically what it says now is that I don't have enough rights. That was good because Megan is only entitled or permitted to store or create new accounts on her own name. Let me click OK. Let me go back now and do the account create to full. So in this case, she doesn't have to own the record anymore. It just works like that. Let me click save. And I'm going to go back. Now, please remind, I didn't refresh this page whatsoever. When I click save, it will save the record. And that is because security roles in the Common Data Service work instant. You don't have to refresh anything. Now let's click save. There we go. It saved the account. This is Google. Now I gave you a quick demonstration and a quick insight to security roles. This is just the beginning because, as I said already a couple of times in my session, there is so much more to know about security in the Common Data Service. You don't have only users, you also have teams, you have business units, you have hierarchical security, you have field security profiles. There is so much more to know. But this gives you a quick insight and this gives you already something to start working with. Enjoy the rest of your sessions today. I heard they're going to be harder and harder during the day. So keep focused and go to the next session. Enjoy!
Yeah, we'll talk soon. All right, take care. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye. Okay, so that ends my meetings for now at Advanta. But now I gotta actually hop on a shuttle and go over to the main campus. And so why don't you go ahead and hop in with Sancho and see him talk about Power Apps templates and how they're gonna make your building apps way, way faster. Okay, I'll see you over there.
Hello everyone and welcome to this session on building even faster with Power Apps templates. So before you navigate away thinking you've seen all the templates, I am not talking about the default templates that come with Power Apps. I'm talking about taking apart the .msapp file and creating your own templates to do whatever you want with it. So stay tuned. So my name is Sancho Harker and I create Power Platform solutions at Pinnacle Group. And I also create Power Apps outside of work, and one of them was the branding template that I created by dissecting the MSApp file and making it do all sorts of things that it's never been able to do before. So my goal was to try save the community a whole lot of time while building, and also to enable accessibility by default for those of us with low vision or color blindness. And that is until it's part of the standard product. But until now, unless you're building it yourself and making that conscious decision to make it accessible, it's not going to be. So I've been a super user on the Power Apps forum since July 2019, and I am one of the Power Apps champs. So what is the problem that we are facing? So the Power Apps community, over 2.5 million makers. If each one of us is spending just an hour changing control properties, then collectively we've spent about 2.5 million hours, which is 285 years. So it's more realistic to say that, I spend at a minimum an hour a week doing this. So if we just take that, then collectively we're spending about 13,680 years every year in work hours. So if you're not building your app fast, and if you're not building your app with accessibility in mind, then you're excluding out a bunch of people, and it's going to take you a long time to build things. So obviously there had to be a better way to do this, and hopefully I'll be able to show you that. The branding template I built is available on the Power Apps community forums. So if you want to have a look at it, I've got links to it later. So let's jump straight in, and I will show you the wow before we get into the how. So let's open up the file I downloaded. Now, at first glance, this may look like your standard app, so I'm just going to put in a new screen and insert a few controls. So the more astute of you may have noticed some minor differences when I inserted those controls, and there's a good reason. Our normal process would be, okay, we've just created all the objects, maybe we've done some scripting to get them do what we want, and then we go through and we brand it according to our company branding, or for our client's branding, or for your personal preference. So normally we go through and we change the color of the text, the color of the background, the border, the hover fill, all of those for every single object across the screen. Now, my method does away with all of that. So I'm going to change the theme right now. So we go through to my theme palette and pick another theme, hit set theme, and we're done. That was it. Complete brand change. So not only is it now accessible because you have your monochrome themes there by default, but you also then have an easy way for you to switch between brands, for you to not have to spend time creating and editing and changing the properties of every object. Now, the one I've done does deal with colors, but effectively using the method, you could also have it default to certain sizes. So for example, if you like your drop downs to always be 347 pixels wide, you could actually set that as a default. So let's move on to the next thing. So, okay, great. We've got a new theme shifter. That's excellent. Now, what we really want is to insert a new screen. Also branded by default. So, for example, if I want to pop in a tutorial screen, done, branded. If I want to pop in one of these meeting screens, done. So, if I then go back to my theme palette and change to one of the more funky themes, and I go back to my screen, I can see, yeah, all the controls are branded. But again, all of those inserted screens, again, are branded based on the colors we've set in this theme. So, I mean, if you aren't like just mind blown by that already, then you've missed out what I've been doing. So we haven't had to change any of these. I've effectively saved myself hours of time just on this one app. And you do the same sort of thing with every other app you build, using this as a base template to build on top of. Now, I'm not saying you're going to use my app in the way it is in its current form. You might just use the concept of and the settings I've created for brands and then redo the whole thing from scratch from there. But having that ability to switch between brands is something that is absolutely not possible in the current Power Apps editor. You could have a semblance of it by creating a sort of branding screen where you copy paste items from, but you can't have it at present where every new item you insert is branded. And this is pretty groundbreaking stuff. What we've also got here is a palette for our charts. So right now we've got a bunch of charts there. If I change the properties of one of these chart color boxes and hit set chart colors, done. Charts are rebranded to that color. And the same applies again to any new inserted chart. So if I pop a new chart in here, you can see there already it's branded. So what I've also built into the app is a tester. So you might want to determine what colors would work for you. So for example, the way I've built it currently is to use a primary, a secondary, and a tertiary color, as well as their complementary text colors. So if we set the primary color to some kind of orange, and we can see already that contrast between the text and the background color is not good enough to, it has to be higher for it to be properly accessible. So we then choose something like orange and affect the text color to black. And for our secondary colors, we'll maybe choose red. And for our tertiary color, we will choose yellow. And if we want to affect the properties of the default label, which is every label that you create when you insert a default label, the reason for this is that that label is used throughout all of the insert screens. So it is something we have to keep and be aware of because it's used in all sorts of ways within those insert screens. If you're not going to insert any of the default screens and you're going to build everything from scratch, this won't affect you. And then whether or not it's dark mode. Now, dark mode in this case affects whether or not the background is dark or light. As we can see in this one, this is a dark theme, so the background is dark. And it affects the choice options and checkboxes. So you can play around with the settings and test it here. So if we set the theme for that, you'll see all the objects here have shown you what they will look like if we apply this theme. Now, I'm not saying this is the best theme. I'm not particularly fond of red, orange, and yellow, but this would be an easy way for us to test whether those colors will work for us. So let's go back to our theme palette and our default theme. Now, one of the other things that's really difficult to do currently in Power Apps is the date picker. Now, people really like the date picker and they want the colors for the date picker to be able to be changed. Now, unfortunately, if you look at the date picker, all you really have is one property for the fill and one property for the border color. Once you change around your app's colors, that is going to stay the default blue colors that it comes with. So what most people do is they end up using a PCF control or making a custom component that then acts as their date picker. Now, the problem with this is obviously that if you create a form and attach it to a data source that includes dates, it's going to use that default date picker. Luckily, mine works. So let's shift to our dark mode monochrome accessibility theme and go back to that screen. And if we look at our date picker, it is matching the colors of the theme that we have selected. So let's look at another interesting one, and that is your pen input. So your pen input will obviously default to a certain color. But the way I've configured it is if we switch to a dark mode theme, for example, and start drawing on our, oh, look at that, instantly changes to the right pen for that theme. So this might not be groundbreaking for some people, but a lot of people like this customization, and it would take you a long time to do it and a lot of configuration, whereas I'm providing this as an out-of-the-box functionality. One of the other things that I've included is a couple of menus for entry-level makers to get some ideas around and not have to stick to the standard galleries and menus that are there when you build your Power Apps. So menus effectively don't exist until you create them in Power Apps. They are not there by default. Whereas galleries, at least we have some basic level of gallery that's always available to you. So what I did was I decided I'm going to create menus and galleries that will look not quite like the standard galleries and just allow you to have a bit more freedom and maybe some ideas on how to present that differently. So let me pull back to my default theme. It's also worth noting at this point that I don't necessarily have to have this theme template palette for users to choose from. This is more for giving them a visual idea of what it will look like without them having to go and create all these items. You could essentially just have a button that changes from your standard theme to high contrast mode. So effectively it just enables accessibility and you don't have a shifting theme. So this whole theme palette screen is completely optional and non-required. So if I go through to the menu examples I've created, we have some menus here with usual hover filling, and then we have some galleries here. Now these galleries use pop, they use hover highlighting for focusing, and this gives you instantaneously, as you hover over them, you can see that these need to be and can be edited on and played with. So let's choose one of these options. Now what I've done there is hide the gallery and show a second gallery that allows you to then have a quick view of just a singular item. And then if I hit edit, we can see notifications come up along the top here that I've allowed to run via some buttons. So the method of doing this is inside our menu, we have here some hidden options. Now, these would be viewable from your admin screen once you turn on a toggle. So the whole idea is you have a whole bunch of things that are visible to the user, and you have a whole bunch of things that are visible to your administrators. So your administrator can go in here, turn on the hidden developer things, and if they go back to that screen, they see overlaid these buttons. Now, what that edit control over there was doing was running or selecting one of these buttons, and then that causes that button to do something, such as navigate or notify you, or anything you want, really. And this also then allows you to keep your code contained in one section. So you have all your code, your actions, in this overlaid screen of buttons, rather than having to dig around every single object inside your app to figure out where each bit of code is and what it does. So let me turn that off again. So in our second example, I've just split the menu up, so it's the same as the first screen effectively. But what's worth checking here is the menu. So the menu is the same menu from the first example, and in terms of where this is configured, it's all configured on the apps on start. There's loads of settings here. I've got comments throughout that explain how to do it and what to change. And for example, adding an additional menu item is as simple as copying one of these, paste that in there. Let's call that clock. And click here, we give it a tooltip, click here to view your schedule, and then we just give it an icon like icon.calendarBlank. Now, if I run my apps on start, you can see instantly this has now added itself to the menu. The menu has readjusted itself and everything is centered and aligned. So again, I'm trying to save everyone the time of having to go through and edit all of these and change all these properties. So use this as a base template, configure it how you want, make it do exactly what you want. But at the end of the day, I want to save you all time, and I want you to use something like this to save yourself time and other people time. So if I look now at the third menu example, here I've got something a little different. It's a gallery, but it's a flexible height gallery. So as you click into each item, it then displays a little bit more detail rather than navigating to a different screen or for going to a different something else. It allows you to then add an extra layer of people don't have to disappear out or go to another screen to view the information they need to see. So if I, for example, select that one, it expands out and you see the details, and then we've got a notification here where I've added in some more logic using those hidden buttons. So the menu along the left here that you see, very similar to the first one I showed you, except we've got some additional options here. Now, the way I added that was very simple, and the way you can add further examples is similar. We go to our apps on start, and here we can see menu items 2, and I've got a description of it above here. Now what I've given is, in addition to the name, tooltip, and icon, we've got an icon color, a background color, a hover color, and a hover background. Now, what this allows you to do is, for example, I wanted the save icon to always be green with white writing. And you could do this for any of your icons. If you wanted to have 6 different icons all using different colors and backgrounds, you could do that using this. And very easily, it's as simple as changing one of these settings, or adding a new one is as simple as copy pasting one of these, pasting it in here. Let's give it a new name and a new icon. And then let's run our app on start. And we can see we now have an additional menu item spaced with the correct icon. And if I wanted to change the color of that, I could change the background of it, for example, to white and have the icon color as black. And then let's run our onStart again. And there we go. We can see that it just was as easy as that to change the properties and get it configured. So now what I wanted to cover is how did I do all of this? Now to do this, I looked at the actual .msapp file itself. So if you use the Power Apps theme generator that Microsoft provided as an unofficial tool, when it creates a file, it creates a flat structure. Whereas if you use the Power Apps editor, create a new blank file and save it down locally, the structure actually includes folders and files within those folders. So let's take a look at that. So if I open up one generated from the theme editor, and here's something you probably might not have known, .msapp files are actually zips. So if you right click them and open it with 7-zip or WinZip, you can actually see inside here the structure of the file. So this is one that was created with the theme editor, as we can see, flat structure over there. And if I open up this one, which was created from the portal and save down, we can see we have additional folders. Now, this led me to understand how they are then applying themes within the apps, because when you import an app, it is looking at the themes.json file for those properties. So if we open up the themes.json from the blank or theme editor's created version, it looks like a mess, right? But it's just been compressed to remove all the spaces to make the file type as small as possible. What I'm using here is Visual Studio Code to edit it. And one of the extensions you can get for Visual Studio Code is called Beautify. And if I run Beautify file over here, voila, it formats it out for us and gives it a nice, easy to see view. So we can see here for the default theme, we have primary colors 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and various other properties. Now, so your properties, which have a value of either a color or a, in this case, the reserved chart set. So that's how I did the charts coloring, or font body weight, which has a type E versus type C, and we can effectively create our own versions, because this version that the theme editor is creating is completely different to the one we would see within a normal Power App. So that led me to believe I could create any custom values I wanted, and I did. So in the bottom of this file here, we see the actual objects. So if I go down to default button style, this is what defines what a button uses for its properties. So we have border colors, we have the radius, we have disabled colors, hover colors, border style, thickness. All of the properties that create a button by default are included here and can be edited. Now they look at something called palette, which is your default theme at the top of the file, dot, and then a property name. So all I had to do was find a way to reference all of these to those original values and then set the values I wanted. Now, one of the things I did, which you can't normally do, is, now there's a few types here, and you can see there we got default underline false B. So that's a Boolean value of true or false set to false. We've got default line height here, which is N for number of 1.2, and we've got E here, which I figure is environment variable, and that is vertical alignment or fonts or those kind of things, and C for color. But effectively, we don't have any way to set variables. So what I did was I took a bet with myself that there must be a way to do variables from within this. So what I actually did was I planned to set it to T for text, and then have the text compared within the app. But what actually happened is when I set it to T and I imported it to the app, it interpreted it as a variable. So win. And with that, I was able to then create all of these different properties. Now, the reason I say use my template and don't do this yourself is in this theme editor generated file, there are 2,718 lines of JSON, JavaScript object notation language for you to edit. Whereas in the actual app, so if I created one right now in the references folder and themes, if I look at that, a modern updated copy of themes.json from a default app has 4,690 lines of JavaScript object notation language for you to play with. So instead of doing that and wasting your time, use the template I created, do whatever edits you need to it to make it more yours, but don't do the whole thing. It took me a long time to do this, and I really don't want you to have to spend all that time. So just take don't reinvent the wheel, take what I've made and make it your own. So some important links: branding template, a link to the community forums, Power Apps samples, website that generates random themes for you to use, color blindness simulator, WCAG contrast checker. WCAG is a standard for accessibility and contrast within objects. What I also wanted to share was a bunch of people. All of these people do amazing work and you really should give them a follow. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paste both of these on Twitter after the session. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for attending my session, and I hope to see some amazing things that you create based on what I've already built. And thank you again.
Hi, I'm Belinda Allen, and welcome to the community. It's the perfect place for you to invest in yourself.
Learning doesn't happen in a vacuum. You learn best when you're with others who are willing to learn the same things, and they bring their own knowledge to share. So join your local user group, or if one does not already exist near you, create one. The community is waiting for you.
My only thought at that point was, how can I give this back to somebody else? You know, I learned so much, and now it's just for me to joy to go out and give that back to somebody else in the community and see that light go on for them too.
Okay, so we're on our way to the Commons. The Commons is the main hub of Microsoft life. It's where most of the buildings are, it's where all the best restaurants are. There's places to fix your skis and your bike, there's phone stores, there's a little bit of everything. So we're headed there for our next set of meetings. You, though, are going to hang out with Mar Lambie, and she's going to teach you governance and best practices on Power Automate. This is the first time I've gotten to see her present, and so we're sharing that together. Okay, that's it. Take it away, Mar.
Welcome everybody into the Power Platform online conference. My name is Mar. Greetings from Spain, and welcome to my session, Troubleshooting and Best Practices with Power Automate. Before to continue, I really want to thank to all the people who makes that possible. It is so awesome to see from the last Flow conferences how this grown, okay? So now the community is so big that we can celebrate the Power Platform online conference. Let me quick introduce myself. I am Mar Lambie. I'm a M365 Senior Consultant and Adoption Specialist. I've been the last 5 years developing in SharePoint, on-premise and online, and also designing solutions which involve the full Office 365 services and Azure as well. I'm also an adoption specialist. It means that I design adoption models to convert business profiles into power users. And my knowledge and my experience of the last 3 years, it is what I wanted to summarize and to present to you into my session. I also have a blog as well. Unfortunately, it is in Spanish. I'm sorry, but you can follow me in social media as well. How I structure this session? We have 2 modules. In one side, I have the best practices, so everything necessary that you should follow from the very beginning when you start building your flows. Even if you are already an expert, I will recommend to you to please check it out, because sometimes we start making and building the house by the ceiling, forgetting the bases. So I think that it's good that everyone makes step by step. The second part of the session will be a simple troubleshooting. Once the best practices are followed, it is good to make our flows errorless and to learn how to handle the possible unexpected errors that could happen in our flows. So I just want to make clear, okay, that all the best practices that I summarized into these slides are not the unique ones, okay? So you will see in the top that I have 3 topics, okay, 3 modules, basic, intermediate, and advanced. I'm not going to cover the advanced ones, but for me, what is essential is that you know what your flow should follow, or which are the basic guidelines that you should follow in order to don't lose the scope. So I will just try to this half part of the session to point out which are the more important things that I think that you should never forget. So let's go to the first one, build, but do not forget the logic. What is this about? Of course, I'm not talking about that you should have a really big schema of your flow before to start building it on Power Automate, but I'm talking that you should never forget which is the aim of your flow, okay? So how does it start and how does it end? What happens into this middle part, which actions you perform, this is up to you, of course, but you should have clear which is the logic of your flow. As much as or as bigger it is your flow, it will be more complicated to follow this complexity. So never forget which are the branches that your flow has, which are the different modules that contains your flow, but mostly which is the objective, which is the goal of your flow. The next 3 points are really related to each other, okay? So name it clear, recognize the action by its name, and use the comments to clarify the logic. Of course, when you start in Power Automate, maybe you have, 2, 3, 10 flows, but just imagine that you really enjoy building these flows, and you start building, testing, performing some workarounds, some playgrounds, and this list starts growing. So please, my first recommendation will be give it a clear name. Okay, so the name of your flow, it will help you to quick recognize which is the flow that you're looking for in this huge list if you are not working with solutions. And when you are into this flow, into this interface, this web interface, you will have a really big amount of actions or even different branches. Just imagine if you have many actions that are mostly doing the same or calling to the same service. If you have, for example, get items from SharePoint 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, when you are looking for the action that you want to maybe modify or extend, you will never know which is this. So please name not only the flow, but the actions clear, that you could recognize it by a quick look. And the third recommendation is to add comments. These comments help us, for example, for these actions that have really long functions inside, it helps us to remember which was the logic behind. We will see that, of course, the function addition, it is complex right now. So I know that news are coming on that, but for now, to keep track of a really long function into an action, it is difficult. So use the comments into the action to remember what this function is doing. So the more information you provide, the easier it will be to understand afterwards the logic. So here I have an example, a flow example. So first of all, you can see that I have an auto-generated name for my flow. It is auto-generated by the Power Automate. As I told you, my best practice is to don't take this auto-generated name, so to rename it into using a short name, okay, that could help you to quick recognize which flow do you need to edit or do you need to check. So please always try to summarize the full logic of your flow in one sentence. In my case is I want to check pending manager petitions. So this is what is happening into my flow. Next, I have a list of actions. You see here, I have some HTTP calls to SharePoint, some get items, I guess from a list, but I really don't know what is happening, okay? So I need to open the actions to remember what was happening here. For example, I even don't remember what the group ID 5 it is. So please always rename your actions and give it a really clear name, okay? In this case, for example, what I do is get manager group members, and into this get items, what I do is to get the team creation, so get team creation petitions. So now when I collapse again my actions, I can have a really clear overview, and I will do the same for example, this apply to each. I really don't know what I'm checking here, so please give clear names. The third point, here I have a variable, okay? I'm setting an expression here, but the expression is quite complex, even for the editor. Of course, this will be improved, but for now, it's really difficult to keep track of this expression, and I will need to analyze again what I've done maybe some months ago. So it will be easier if I add a comment and I just say, yeah, what I'm doing here is comparing if modified date minus created date is bigger than 5 days. So now when I save it, I can quick check what was doing in this expression that for sure was working, but yeah, I will need to analyze again if I wanted to know what was happening here. So let's continue with these basic best practices. The next one that we have is the step-by-step building and testing. What is this about? Maybe if you're coming from the IT perspective, you are familiarized with. This is the Matryoshka pattern or the Matryoshka paradigm. And what is this about? It explains that if you have a really complex software that you have to develop, you should reduce the complexity to the minimum as possible to make it work. And once it is working, just expand it with new functionalities. I recommend the same to my customers. I try to make them understand that if you follow this pattern, it will help you to build errorless flows, and also to don't lose the first bullet point that I introduced to you, that is the total logic of your flow. The next point that we have is the usage of variables, especially in large functions and expressions. So, for example, if you have a really long expression, if you are using the outputs of many actions, it is really difficult to keep track of what are these outputs representing. So my recommendation is use variables to also to keep track and to don't forget what you are working with. But also because these variables, it will help you to understand the logic of your outputs. So if you are using an output in one of your actions that you got like 5 or 6 steps before, it will help you to recognize from where is this information coming from. And the last thing into these basic best practices, I know that maybe it sounds essential, but it is the first error that most of the power users make, are this unnecessary amount of emails that we produce into the approval flows, into the notifications. So I encourage to them to try to reduce these emails. The next module of these best practices, this intermediate module, I talk about the sequential versus parallel actions. I think that this is really interesting. Many of the people doesn't work, or they don't work with the parallel actions. I think that it breaks the logic of your flow, and also we are losing a powerful asynchronous execution that we have in our flows. So let me introduce you and how I think that they should be used for. So if you have a logic that it depends totally of the output of a previous action, of course this is a sequential execution. But just for example, if to build a team I need a group of members and I need a manager, and this information I'm reading it from different parts, what I do normally is to first read the users and then to read the manager, if it is an information that I need at the same time. And the problem is that if I do it sequentially, and we will see it afterwards, if something wrong happens here, it breaks the logic of my flow. So I cannot continue with the logic of my flow. So please, everything that you identify that should occur at the same time, make it into a parallel action. Not because it is better in terms of flow schema, also because it will help you to reduce the performance of your flows. So if you are waiting from an output from a previous action, but you really don't need this output yet, you need it maybe 2 or 3 actions after, just split this logic into different parallel actions. Run these actions at the same time, and you will reduce some complexity. The next step is to filter on the service and not into the flow. This is something that I have identified in many of the users, and mostly in the users who work with, for example, SharePoint. So we do the typical HTTP call into SharePoint, okay, and we just query a number of users, we query a number of items, and we list maybe a number of items. And what the people does normally is to retrieve all of the items and then to process them into the flow and to filter them into the flow. So my approach and my recommendation is, please, as far as it is possible, try to filter on the service. Here I have an example what I was talking to you about. I have a list with more than 20,000 elements onto this list, and I have 3 approaches to query into this list. The first one is to do the typical HTTP call, okay? The second is to use the action get items, and the second is to use the same get items action, but with the same filter I've applied here. You can see that in the first approach, when I filter these 20,000 elements only to retrieve 5,000 elements via HTTP OData, when I apply the filter, it takes only 1 second to retrieve the 5,000 elements. If I retrieve the full 20,000 elements without filter and using the get elements action, it takes 57 seconds. But if I use the same get elements action from SharePoint, but with the same filter, the same typical OData filter into the action, it takes only 2 seconds. So just compare these 2 seconds versus these 57 seconds. So please reduce the workload of your flow and reduce the total running time of your flow using the filters. The last best practice of this module that I would like to recommend to you is always to protocol your flows. Of course, it is not something that you should do always, but I think that you should keep in mind if the action that is performed in your flow is transparent enough. So when you develop your flow, you are the owner of this flow. So if something wrong happens and there is an error, you are the person who has to check what happened and why. And maybe, of course, if you have error handling, we will say it, maybe you can send a notification. But for example, in some performances, I recommend to my users, even for really complex or simpler executions, I recommend to them at the beginning to protocol the flows. Maybe to have somewhere where I write information of what is happening into my flow. Also, this protocol your flows to make them more transparent will help you to make the first steps into the next governance solutions. First, because it will help you to have more transparent flows. 2, because it will make more transparent what is happening into your flow to the users that doesn't own your flow, okay? That they don't have access really to the execution of the flow, and you can inform them what is happening in each step. And also because once your flow it is so transparent and so clear, then the next step is to move to a really, really good designed governance solution. But this is something else that I'm not going to talk about. So please, following these steps, you will get better performance on your flows. So also with the usage of sequential versus parallel actions, and also to filter on service and not into the flow. I want to show you right now one of the first examples. And now relax. What wrong could happen? You follow the guidelines and you have your flow and your logic under control. You even reduce the performance of your flow. So now you can just sit and relax. But then you receive the typical, oh no, Microsoft error notification. Something wrong happened on your flow run. So you check it, and of course, you discover there are some situations that are out of your control. Maybe because you are consuming a service that had an interval error, or because you are trying to handle with some variables that are not how you expected. That's why I'm here to present to you the survival guide, how to get through the errors. I will try to give you some best practices to don't lose yourself into your flow and to don't get crazy when you try to deal with the possible errors that could happen into your running. The first one is a really common developing pattern that is called the try-catch pattern. This was introduced by Thomas the last year into the Flow conference, and he has a really good explanation into his blog. And of course, this try-catch pattern could be expanded into the try-catch finally pattern, but I will try to present it as simple as possible if it is the first time that you say it. What is this about? So just imagine that we have 2 modules into our execution. Into the first module, into the try, we insert all of our logic, for example, our action. Something wrong could happen when we execute an action and bam, a bomb could appear into the middle of our running. We should prevent that this bomb explodes and breaks completely our running. So what we try to do into the catch module is to take this bomb, put it into a box, just close the box, and whenever it happens, even if it explodes, it will not affect to the flow logic. It is so important because if we follow this try-catch pattern, we prevent that most of our errors could finish our flow suddenly with an error message. How we do it in Power Automate? With the scope action. Let's take a look. I have a flow which is triggered by an HTTP request. Into this HTTP request, I have a parameter which is the ID. I use this ID afterwards to retrieve a document from a library, and then I map and I check some information and I respond to the user. But I don't know if this ID really exists into my library. It doesn't depend of me. It depends of the external service which will call my flow. So I have to handle the possible situation that this ID does not exist and to prevent that this run failed and I cannot respond properly to the user. So here we can introduce the try and catch blocks in order to handle the possible unexpected errors into this get file properties. And then whenever it happens, I can handle exactly which is the message that I will give back to the user. So here you have how I solve it. I have with the scope action, this is the action that we will use to do that. I create a scope action for the try, and I insert my logic into this try block. Then afterwards, I add another scope, and this will be my catch scope. So if something wrong happens, I will catch this bomb, put it into a box, and then continue executing the flow. And here I have into the parallel branch, so what is happening if everything is going as expected. I achieve that with the configure run after. So into this catch block, I say this catch block will happen whenever the previous action has failed or has also timeout. Maybe I have some problems into the SharePoint service, so I also have to handle this situation. And then I'm sure that whenever wrong it happens here or unexpected, it will not break the running. So it will go into this branch, it will process the error, and then it will inform to the user. Into this case, I just inform with a generic message, file not found. I could have more messages or even parse the error message. And in case that everything goes as expected, so here I have more logic, and this logic will run always when the try catch has successfully finished. So here I have an example how this it is solved with the try catch blocks. Of course, I could have other options. I could even not finish my execution here. I could continue and then resume the both branches with another actions. So I could catch the error, inform the user, and then continue executing my flow. But into this case, it doesn't make sense because for me, what is really important into this case, it was to get the file. The next thing that I want to introduce to you, it is something that I find really essential, but most of my users have problems sometimes to understand. So just imagine I have a flow, I have some logic, and this logic is triggered in two ways. One of these ways. The first one could be maybe the typical HTTP trigger, and the second one is a Power Apps connector, or for example, another flow connector. So flow calls another flow. So it means that these flows are triggered from an external point. So it means that I'm doing a call into this flow. Just imagine that now something wrong happens into my flow. And maybe, for example, there is an expected error, or even the logic of my flow is completely broken. Something really important and something that you should never forget is every call needs an answer. So if something wrong happens into your flow, you should inform to the person who called your flow, okay? So to the service who called your flow. So if you have an enter HTTP call or an enter flow connector, I don't care, you should provide an answer if something wrong happens. So the typical scenario is to have an HTTP call input and then something wrong happens into a flow. and the service who made this call, it is still waiting for the flow output. Or maybe this flow output is just a fail without an explanation or a clear explanation that I can deal with. So please, for every call that you do in Flow, HTTP call, Power Apps in terms of trigger, provide always an answer, a response. And last but not least, I want to introduce to you these 3 points related as well with the errorless flows and how to handle the possible fail runnings. The first one, it is strongly linked with something that I already introduced to you before, to reduce the total amount of emails that we send to ourselves or to our users. And I will say that we should try to personalize these emails, okay? So we can link it with the try catch module, and in case of error, we could pre-inform ourselves what happened during the flow, even if the flow finished successfully. The second point is to check the out-of-the-box analytics provided by Power Automate. They are really awesome, based in Power BI, or even to create yours. It will help you to have a real clear overview of what is happening into your tenant or into your own flows. And it is, of course, linked with the third point, and to define a really good governance model. Only if you have the control of everything that is happening into your Power Automate, not only in your user, but in your company as well, you could detect patterns that are happening into your flows. This is really common, okay, because some users are making the same errors or are having the same troubles every time that they build a flow. For example, the typical non-ending iterations, the typical non-responding services. So if we try to reduce these recurrent errors that we always perform in our company, we will have a real green overview of our tenant, and we will see how we improve the successful of our flows. So my recommendation is, don't base these best practices in you, base it in the full overview of your company as well. And thank you so much for your attention to attend to my session. It was awesome for me to be able to share this knowledge for you. Of course, in this short session, I don't have so much time, but I was so happy that I could summarize everything, or at least what I feel that is the most important practices and guidelines that we should take into account into the flow building. So thank you so much. If anything was not so clear enough, if you have still questions, just contact me. I will be glad to help you. So thank you so much, and we stay into the conference.
Okay, good. You guys are here. I'm running late for a meeting. That shuttle took way longer than it was supposed to, and now I gotta save up some time. And so, you guys, why don't you go ahead and jump in with Odd? He's gonna show you 3 techniques to building better apps. Definitely gonna save you some time. And so we'll meet back up after that, okay? All right, I'll see ya.
How's it? Power Platform Conference 2020. My name is Odd Modlin. I'm a digital workspace consultant, Power Apps enthusiast, and a massive nerd. In this session, I'm going to show you 3 techniques that you can implement in your Power Apps to make them more functional and visually appealing for your users. The 3 things we're going to go over are pop-up messages in Windows, essentially dialog boxes, pop-out menus, and collapsible groupings in galleries. Now, before we get into the technical detail of how to put these together, I'm hoping you'll bear with me for a minute as I talk a little bit about why you should use these and where you should implement them. So, Power Apps is very good at doing base functional apps. If all you need to do is capture some data, display some data to your users, you can literally go onto the Power Apps page, connect to your data source, and it will make one of those for you. And that is perfectly functional. It's not very sticky for the users. Those basic out-of-the-box ones that just make it for you are great and functional, but they don't have a lot of, I suppose we'll call it emotional resonance for the users. That's where the designer comes into it, right? And the design of that comes into play. What we want to do is have function and emotion together in the same app, so people enjoy using the app and it's a good experience for them. And the techniques we're going to discuss now are some things you can use to improve that emotional connection. When we're talking sort of in the abstract, when we're making our apps, the way we want to think about building them is we want to ask, who is using my app? If it's a sales guy who's out on the road, chances are he's using it from his phone, and I want to build a phone app. If it's an office worker who's sitting at a desktop primarily, then I want to do a landscape, rather than a portrait one. So those sort of considerations. What's better for that user? What's their primary task? This app that they're using, what's the main thing they're using it for? And I want to make that easiest for them, because that's a better experience. And then how can I make their experience of my app better? I can get them to their required tasks faster. I can make it load quickly. I can make it look visually appealing. And all of these things improve their experience of using the app, makes them more likely to use the app, more likely to come back to the app and keep using it. Just a little bit of theory. So when we're thinking about these, as we go through our 3 techniques and think about how you could use these to improve that experience for your users. So now that you've put up with me rambling, let's get into the nuts and bolts of how we built these 3 techniques. First up, we have the pop-up windows and messages. As I said, these are essentially dialog boxes and can be used in a number of different scenarios. You can use them to provide information to your users about a control or a specific function. You could have warning messages. Are you sure you want to do that? You can have error messages. Any feedback you want to present to a user or further information can be used quite well here. So what do these look like? I'm using them as information messages here. So I've got 3 different buttons. I've got an info button, I've got a warning message, and I've got an error message. All of these different messages are using the same set of controls, so it's very easy to implement and to maintain. The implementation is also quite simple. The components are few. We've got a collection that's holding the data for what our messages are. We've got a trigger to make the message pop up. And then we've got the actual controls that form the message. It's essentially a gallery. In this case, I'm using a couple labels, an image and a button, and then an additional label for the background. let's get into the detail of how it's put together. So first up, what does the data source look like? I'm building a very simple collection here manually. As you can see, you could be pulling this from somewhere else, whatever the case is. For the purposes of this demo, I'm just doing it manually. We've got a title for our message, we've got some message text, and then we're also doing an image. One of the nice things about Power Apps is it does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. In this one collection, we can have lots of different data sources. We don't need to declare them or anything. Power Apps will do all of that for us. Images are quite easy to get into your apps. If you don't know how, very quickly, you can go to the File menu, you can go down to Media, and then under Images, you can browse your computer and select whatever images you want to do, and it'll upload them for you. So now that we have this data source, how do we display it to our users? So, next bit is our trigger. How do we make this pop up? I'm using buttons here. You could have it load after a flow, whatever the case is. Quite simply, all I'm doing is I'm setting a variable. In this case, I've called it var popup, and I'm setting it to error. So I'm setting it to the title of the item that I want to display. I then have the actual controls for the pop-up in a group called pop-up, and the visibility on this group is just set to check if our variable var pop-up is in the title column of pop-up data. So if it is there, it will then display this group. The group is made up of basically a gallery. Let's actually pop it up for us here. So in the gallery, the items I'm showing is var pop-up, and I'm just filtering that to make sure that the title of the item that I'm going to display is equal to var pop-up. So we're only going to display one message at a time. Then I've just got the image we're displaying, the title, and our detail. And then I've got a button that sets var pop-up to blank, which will then hide the pop-up again, making it nice and easy for users to remove it once they've gotten the message. The last component is an additional label that's got no text in it. I've set the color to black with a 5% visibility, gives that nice grayed out feel to the background, stops users clicking on anything while the pop-up is still there. And one nice little subtlety is that on select of this, I also have to set var pop-up to blank. So if a user then clicks off of the pop-up, it will close it as well. Just a nice little usability piece of tech. As I said, these are dialog boxes, so while I'm using them for messages here, they do have a number of different ways you can use them. You can also use them, for instance, to capture information. Instead of using a gallery, you could use a form and capture data in through that pop-up without having to swap out to a separate screen, take them away from whatever it is they were doing to capture that information. So that's pop-up windows and messages. I hope they are useful to you. Let's move on. Next up, we have pop-out menus. So before we get into how to do that, why should you do that? So, how many of you have seen a Power App like this? How many of you have built Power Apps like this? I know I'm guilty of this in a massive way. So, what's the issue with this screen? You open an app, you come into a welcome screen and it says, hello, welcome to X Power App. Here's a bunch of buttons for all the different things you can do. It seems pretty straightforward. I can click around. Problem is, it's not a great user experience. If I want to actually do anything, I've got to go through multiple clicks after I've opened up the app. So what we want to do is, ideally, we want to present the user with their most common task as soon as they open the app, right? That's how most of the apps that we use work. Stuff like social media, Twitter, those sorts of things. You go into them, you get straight to your timeline. We want to do the same thing in business. We want to get people to work in the most efficient way. All these buttons are not the most efficient way, but you still have a lot of functions within your app that you want to surface to users. So how do you get the best of both worlds? How do you get them to the relevant information, the relevant task as quickly as possible, and still give them the same amount of navigatability within your app? So how do we do that? Well, with pop-out menus. What these look like, quite simply, is you'll have a menu button typically. I like the hamburger menu. It's a standard across Office 365 and apps in general. People generally know what it is. You could also give them a button that says menu. So if we click that, we can see it pops up a little menu for us, and we can click through to any of our pages within the app. It's quite easy to put this together. It's essentially the same thing as the pop-up windows. The components are, again, a collection to house our menu. What is it? Where is it linking to? We have a trigger to bring up the menu, and then we have a group for the menu that's made up of a gallery and another background label. Let's get into the detail. Again, starting with the data, what does it look like? So the data, again, is quite simple. Again, I'm just manually creating this. You could look this up from another data source. We've got a title. We've got, again, an image, just like we did in the pop-up dialog boxes. The two different things I have is a link and a position. The position I'm using just to organize the menu. So if I add new ones afterwards, I can change around the positions without having to change the entire data source. And the clever bit here is the link. So as I spoke about earlier, Power Apps makes this stuff really easy for us. I can put a screen name in that link bit. As we'll see later, we can then navigate to that screen from the dataset. One thing about how I've done this now is all of our links have to be the same type. And I'll get into how we can change that around a little bit. But in this case, all of them are screens. We could have a menu where all of them are hyperlinks, and we could link out to other pages instead of to screens. So that's our data. Next up, we need our trigger. Again, I'm using this hamburger menu. And my select here, again, we're just setting a variable. I'm selecting this var menu. So this little formula is quite nice. It basically just checks what the value of your variable is. If it's true, it sets it to false. If it's false, it sets it to true. So you get a toggle. Instead of having two different buttons, we can use one button to toggle between the two different states. Then we have our menu itself. Again, we have a group for the menu. The visibility of this is just set to var menu. So if it's true, it will show. If it isn't, it won't. I have my gallery, just like in the pop-up. The items are the menu data, and I'm sorting it by the position. I then have my images, and I have a label. The text on the label is just the title from our data source, and then the onSelect is doing a navigate to the link from that specific item. So I don't have to do anything funky. I can just reference the data source in the gallery, and Power Apps will know, okay, that's a screen, I can navigate to it. One subtlety is after I've navigated out, I want to set the menu back to false. The reason I do this is I'm probably using that same menu on all of my screens, and I'm using the same variable on all of my screens, and I don't want to have the menu open when I get to my new page. So I do the navigate, and then I just set it to false to hide that menu. I'm also using a background color, which is a label with a color for the background of this menu. You could also just change the color of the gallery. I wanted to move it down a little bit. And then much like in the pop-ups, I've got a menu background, which is a blank, in this case, see-through transparent label, and I've just got the on select of that to close the menu, so that if a user clicks off the menu, it will disappear, which is a nice little usability function. So in this way, we can provide users with the relevant navigation that they need through our app and not get in the way, not lose all the screen real estate of that starting page where they come in. We want them to be able to do things, and we can make the menu available to them when they need it. Another nice little thing you can do with this menu setup is you can have a context menu. Perhaps there's a part of your page that you want to give them a menu specific around a specific action. So we can have a menu that on a button, for the instance in this case. And if I use that, you can see if I move it around, the menu will move with it. Obviously your users aren't going to be moving it around, but if you're in the process of developing the app, you want to move things around, react to notes that your clients give you, it makes it a little easier. So how do we get that movement to work? Again, it's pretty simple. The menu is essentially the same thing. It's a group as it was before. The only difference is the X and Y values of this group are relative to the button. Context menu, there's my button, and I'm just getting the X value of that, and I'm adding some amount to it. These numbers are obviously not hard and fast. You'll have to play around with it, see what works best in your situation. The one caution I will give you is these don't work in galleries, unfortunately. You can't reference the X and Y coordinates of a control in a gallery. So you can't have a gallery with a little context menu in it, which is a bit of a pity. If any of you do know how to do that, please hit me up. That would be very cool to know. So that's pop-out menus. Quite a simple thing to put together, to put into your app, to keep consistent across your whole app, multiple apps, and just lets users navigate freely without taking up all the screen real estate. Let's move on to the next one. Our last technique is collapsible groupings in galleries. So, why is this important? How often do you have this requirement? I have it quite a lot. We have a data source. In this case, because I'm a massive nerd, I've got the Dungeons and Dragons wizard spells, and we've got a whole lot of data that we need to present to a user. And we can make a gallery, and we can put the data in the gallery, and they have to scroll and browse for 100 years. Now, we can do searches and filters on top of these, which are very useful. But if we want to enable users to browse them and they don't know exactly what they're looking for, those can be problematic. So how can we take this giant list of information and make it more presentable to users, more usable, more user-friendly, and a bit better looking? So we're going to do that with collapsible groupings. As we can see here, I've got that same list of Dungeons and Dragons spells, but I've grouped them now by the School of Wizardry. And if I click on one of them, it then extends, and I can look at the spells just for that one. And I can browse through it. It's quite a handy little thing. This specific technique is a little bit more finicky than the other two. Let's get into how it works. Again, we'll start with the data. It can be really any data source you want. I've just set this one up manually. It could be really any data source you want. The components for this are obviously your data source, and then we have two galleries. The first gallery is a blank flexible height gallery, which has only got one control in it. It's got a label. And then we've got another gallery nested within that one that has whatever information is available to us. Labels, pictures, whatever's in there. As I said, the most important part of this is that the first gallery you have has absolutely got to be a blank flexible height gallery. How we get those is on our insert tab. Under the gallery, we get a number of different options: vertical, horizontal, flexible height. What we want is the blank flexible height. What that's going to give us is the ability for it to automatically change for us depending on what information is being shown. So it does that little jump for us. Another thing is, when you're building this, it is going to do some funny rendering just like this, where we can see this gap here. That gap is not going to appear when you're actually running the app, and if we go into the preview mode, it doesn't show either. It's only going to show when you're working with it in the Power Apps editor. But it is a little finicky, so just so that you're aware of that. So we have our blank flexible height gallery. The items for this gallery, the data source for this is where all the magic happens. Well, not all of it. It's where the majority of the magic happens. So I have my data source. What I'm going to do with that data source is I'm going to group it. So there is a group by function, and what we have to give that group by function is the data source, what column we're grouping it by. In this case, I'm grouping it by the school, and then what to call the rest of the data source. In this case, I'm calling it detail. I'm also doing a sort so that we get this list alphabetically. But if we have a look at what the data source looks like when we're done with this, it gives us our school, which we told it to group by, and then it gives us a table. Again, Power Apps is very clever, and whatever data source, whatever data types we give a data source, it will handle for us. In this case, our two data types are a string, just a normal piece of text, the school, and then our other type of data is another table. So we've got a table within a table. Once we have that, we can then nest another gallery within this, and the data source for that we can call as this item detail. Because that detail data type is a table, we can have a gallery put to it. That's quite an important concept. One trick is you can only nest one gallery. We can't then have another group of collapsible bits and pieces within this gallery. We only get two different layers. In this gallery, it's quite simple. I'm just using different labels to display the information. This could house anything you want in it. In the header gallery, I also have the header title. This is quite important. This has got an onSelect on it, which is going to set another variable for us. So I'm setting this gallery value, and I'm using that same switch. So if the gallery value equals this item, so if this is the one I've selected, then I'm going to set it to none. That'll give us the collapsing functionality. And if it doesn't match, then I'm going to set it to the school here. And that will give us our extending functionality. The way we actually collapse and extend is done on the detail gallery. So the height for the detail gallery is doing another if statement. So we check if our gallery value is equal to the school. So essentially, if this is the item that I've selected, then I want the height of this item to be long enough to show all of the information that we have. Now this is going to be a variable list. I might have 2 items, I might have 20 items. So the way I do that is I do a count, and I'm just counting how many rows we have in the data source. The data source being the detailed table from the item in the header gallery. I'm then multiplying that by some amount. It should theoretically be the same height as each individual layer of your gallery. And then I always find that you have to add a little bit as well, as galleries in Power Apps do tend to take up a little bit more space than you thought they would. These numbers are not hard and fast rules. You will have to play around with the numbers to get it looking right for you, and depending on what information you're showing, how many lines you're showing per item. If it doesn't match the value I've selected, then I want the height to be 0, and that will then collapse it for us. And because we're using a blank flexible height gallery, it will automatically shrink that for us, and that gives us this really nice collapsing and extending functionality. So if you do have galleries, that's quite a nice thing to show through as well. And you can still do searches and filters on those. It's a very handy way to add a little bit more visual appeal to your galleries if you're presenting your users with a large set of data. That's collapsible groupings in galleries. So we have gone through pop-up dialog boxes and pop-out menus and collapsible groupings in galleries. I hope you can use these to provide a little bit of a better UI, UX experience for your users. I think they're quite easy to implement and can have a powerful effect on your apps, make them look a little bit more slick. Thank you all so much for spending this time with me and learning these 3 little techniques that you can implement in your apps. I think they're fairly easy to implement and have quite a large impact on the user experience that you can portray to your users, and just take your apps to that next level. There's still a lot of conference left. There's some really great sessions coming up, so enjoy those, and I'll see you online.
Okay, so now it's time for lunch. I'm gonna actually meet Brian Dang. We have a hackathon that we're doing coming up, and so we wanna meet and discuss that. But the big question is, what the heck should I have for lunch? There's a noodle bowl, there's Thai food and sushi. Maybe dim sum or Indian food. Maybe soup? Probably not a salad. Pizza? Always a possibility. Cheeseburgers? That's me.
Oh, hey, John.
Hey, what's up, Brian? How's it going, man?
It's going well.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome.
Well, I didn't know you brought everybody else here.
I did. I wanted to bring him along, show him around Microsoft a little bit.
Well, we're going to be planning some hackathons that are coming up. But since you're here, why don't you check out Ashley's video? She's going to be showing us how to use the HTTP connector with SharePoint. Because there's some things that are just not out of the box with SharePoint. Check it out.
Check her out.
Hey everyone, this is Ashley Rogers, and welcome to Speaking SharePoint's Language. Today we're going to be going over the HTTP to SharePoint action inside of Power Automate. I'm going to get you up to speed with everything you need to know to go beyond the built-in actions inside of Flow. You're going to be working with lists and libraries using HTTP before you know it. There's a lot to go over, so let's jump right in. Okay, so just a little about me. I'm a senior SharePoint consultant and developer. My major focus, aside from SharePoint, is Power Automate. I do other things in the Power Platform, but for sure Power Automate is the biggest focus for me. I do speaking and blogging as well. There's my blog at spinbetween.blogspot.com, and you can follow me on Twitter at @AshRogers. Okay, so a quick review of the SharePoint connector inside Power Automate. There's a lot here that you can do. They've done a great job of adding tons of actions here for common scenarios, lots of triggers, such as things when a file is created or when items are created or modified. And there's a lot of actions here that you can do, such as getting items, getting a specific item, updating items, everything that you might need to do to work with a list or a library inside of SharePoint. In fact, there are over 40 actions for SharePoint inside of Power Automate, and if you haven't familiarized yourself with what's there sort of out of the box before you get to HTTP, before you get to that need, definitely go familiarize yourself with that. There's a link here for the documentation for the SharePoint connector. Like I said, highly recommend going to take a look at that. Now, the reason that we would move over to the HTTP to SharePoint action as opposed to the out-of-the-box actions is really if you've got something that you need to do against SharePoint that they don't have an out-of-the-box connector for. Examples like this would be for getting content types, creating content types, connecting up with the RESTful endpoint that SharePoint exposes to do things like get permissions and manage permissions. There's a lot out there that if you're familiar with using the RESTful endpoint, using HTTP against that endpoint, if you've done that inside of the 2013 apps, and if maybe you've done that with some JavaScript, you might be looking for those things to do that inside of Power Automate. So really, when we talk about using HTTP to SharePoint, it's to get over the hump of what's available and, to bridge the gap between what's there inside of Power Automate already and then what you actually need to get done based on your use case. So the HTTP to SharePoint action is the only standard HTTP connector available. The generic HTTP actions and those sort of request response actions and triggers, those are all premium, but you can make calls to SharePoint using HTTP, hitting that RESTful endpoint, and that's still inside of your regular Office 365 license. So you don't actually need premium for this. So this is a great reason to house your data in SharePoint, even if you might not have thought about that in the first place, because you really can hit that in a stronger way using HTTP calls. So really there is a familiar pattern here that you can use to hit SharePoint. So instead of having to spin up a separate application and maybe going the SharePoint framework way, you can use calls that you're used to writing against SharePoint's endpoint, and you can put that inside of Power Automate. So this really does make it very powerful, particularly because it does come included with your license. So talking about using that familiar pattern, we really have the same methods here in the HTTP to SharePoint action that we do with the regular HTTP actions. And that is, primarily these four. There are a couple others, but we won't be hitting those today. So that's our get, post, patch, and delete. Just real quick as a review, especially if there's any folks who are sort of new and getting ramped up to this, get gets items. It's a request over to resources to pull things down and to get information back. Post sends a request to an endpoint to create something. So this example would be if you're creating an item in a SharePoint list, and we will definitely go over that. Patch is an update, so that's if you're updating the metadata, maybe changing the title, maybe adding somebody in what would be a people picker in a list. And then, of course, delete removes an item or a file. Okay, we're going to build on a few basic concepts here. And again, it's going to be a bit of a fire hose because we have a lot of things to go over here. But in order to really understand what you're doing when you're hitting the RESTful endpoint in SharePoint and using that HTTP to SharePoint action, we really have to talk about the URL structure that you build in order to make the request. So let's just go over this real quick. We've got a couple of different pieces here. The first is the SharePoint site address, and this is going to include your tenant name and then .sharepoint.com. This is not going to change. This is going to be in the drop down of the HTTP to SharePoint action, and that's going to be something that you can choose. So again, that won't change even depending on the call you're making, as long as you're hitting the same site. Then we have a reference to the REST API. This is basically telling the endpoint that, hey, I want to hit this. And that's also not going to change. That's going to be _API/web/. And then the rest of the URL that we need to build really depends on what it is that you're trying to do. So in general, if you're going to hit a list or a library, you're going to have this same format of lists/get by title and then the list name. So if you're going to do something else, for instance, get permissions and manage permissions, that's going to be a different URL. So there's some references and resources you can use to really build your calls around particular use cases. But in general, if you're creating items, updating items, deleting items, this is the pattern that you're going to follow. Another key concept is this idea of the key value pairs. Now this becomes important when we are sending metadata over in a post or a patch. And what happens here is we're specifying what the data is of a particular column. So what we have is, in this example, the column title, and we have it in the double quotes to say this is the column that I'm trying to either add or I'm trying to update this metadata for. And then we have the value that we want inside that column. So for instance, this is my new item 1. So we have the field name and then the field value in this key value pairing format. And this is something that you're going to want to remember as far as whenever you do your post or your patches. When we're talking about doing a patch in particular, this gets a little bit more complicated because what we're trying to do is update an existing item. And so we need to do a little bit more than just provide the key value pairs for the data that we want when we're adding. What we need to do is specify which list that we're talking to and which type of item that is. And so this format fits inside the body of a patch request. So it's not just providing the data that we want to send over, but it's also specifying the list item in particular. So this can actually be found if we do a get against the list and we bring back metadata and we bring back all of that information about the items and the list that already exists. So the type in this key value pairing format is actually going to be different. What happens with the sp.data.flow testing list item, this part is actually that flow testing list item is specific to the actual list that you are hitting. And it's not always going to be that obvious. If you have some special characters or if you have spaces in the name, it's actually going to look a little bit different. So it's important to make sure that you are actually hitting the right type when you put this into the body of a patch. And it's going to cause your flow to fail. It's going to cause your call to fail if it's not actually the right one. So before you start trying to debug, if you're having issues, just go ahead and do a get and verify what list item you actually are supplying in that type section. In addition to that, we have is the metadata at the bottom here that we're going to pass back, and that's going to be again in that key value pair format. So if you want to, for instance, do an update against the color column, then what we're going to do is provide the field name as well as the field value against that item that we're specifying. You don't have to provide a value for every single column. You only have to provide values for the thing that you are trying to update. So for the column that you're actually trying to update. Okay, so I'm all about the demos when it comes to this. There's enough theory here that we could talk about endlessly, but the best way to learn this is by doing, so let's do this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use the HTTP to SharePoint action against one list. It's going to be my expenses list, and we're going to look at each method individually and build a flow in Power Automate that sort of builds on one step after another. So here I am in SharePoint. I've got my Terraform SharePoint site here, and then I'm going to go over to my expenses list, and we'll take a quick peek at what's in here. So in my list, I've got some metadata. Each one of these items is going to have a title. So for instance, flights or hotels or car, and then a cost that was incurred, and then pulling back who it was created by, the expense date, and then who it's approved by. So the approval can happen at a different time. This is assuming that this item was already approved so that we've got all this metadata that we can sort of initialize that get with when we do that the first time. So I wanted to have some data in here that I could pull back and then we could play with, and then we can update and create items as we go along. I do want to point out one thing here is that I am bringing back the ID in this view. The ID of a SharePoint item is automatically generated when an item is created. So it's not something you have to worry about, but it is something that you're going to work with in certain HTTP methods. So let's go on over to Power Automate, and I'm here in my flows, and I'm just going to make a new one. And we'll do an instant from blank, putting in a manual trigger, and we'll call this HTTP demo. Okay, so all I need from this is just the manual trigger. I don't need to add any inputs in right now. We certainly could do that later on if, for instance, you want somebody to be able to supply data through the trigger. But for now, we can just leave this as is. We're going to go ahead and add a new step and search for SharePoint. And then we'll put in HTTP. Okay, so in this are a few things that I had mentioned with the slides. So we've got a place for the site address, a place to choose the method, a place to put in our URI, and of course we've got an example here that looks very much like the example that I showed earlier, a place for headers, and then also a place to put in information in the body. Now remember, the body is really going to be used in those post and patch methods. So let's just bring back the information from my Terraform SharePoint site. I'm going to look for that here. It's in alphabetical order. So here's Terraform at the end. And we're going to leave the method as get. But of course, I could choose something else. And then in my URI, I'm going to go ahead and put in the API web lists get by title, and then it's going to be expenses. So in here, I put in my URI, I'm getting back my expenses list, and then I'm bringing back all of the items in that. And then I'm putting in the headers except application JSON data equals verbose. Now I just want to put that in there for the demo purposes. I want to bring back absolutely everything I can about the list because I want to see that all right now. If this was a production level flow, something that you wanted to be running, you wanted to put in OData equals no metadata. All right, so initially it's going to ask me to sign in. We're going to go ahead and do that. Great. So now let's take a peek at what came back from that get. We've got some great information here that confirms what it was that we put in there. The method, the URI, everything looks good. Everything looks like I expect. We've got a successful status code of 200 here. And then we've got all this great metadata that came back about the list and about the items here. So here at the bottom, you can see that I've brought back information from that one list item. We pop back over and show that we've got an ID of 1. It's a title of flights. We can come in and see that it's the ID 1. We've got the title flights. We've got the cost that I expect. All the metadata that I would expect to get from this get. Great, so now what I want to do is go ahead and add an item to this. So let's edit this. And we're going to change the HTTP request method to post. We're just going to use the same action here, the same actual one. We don't want to go ahead and build another one. We don't have to. So we're still working against the expenses list. So this still looks the same. We still have the same headers. The only difference now with the post is that we do need to provide some metadata that is actually going to define the item itself. So I'm going to go ahead and put into the body some information that I already have that I want to put in as part of the item. So I want the title to be hotel. I have the cost here of $350, and then I have an expense date of February 5th, 2020. Now a couple of things to note here. First, you need a comma after each one of these, and you don't need a comma obviously after the last one, but you do need a comma to separate each of those columns. But what we have here is a few different data types. So there's a couple of different ways to handle this. The title is a string, so hotel is going inside double quotes. The cost is defined as currency inside the SharePoint list, but we treat that as a number. And we can put in a decimal, we can put in a float, but right now it's just a whole number. So it does not go in quotes like a string. It just goes by itself, no quotes, just 350. And then the expense date as a date, we're not including the time. All we have to do in order to fill in that expense date is just to format the date correctly in order for SharePoint to understand what that actual date is going to be. So we format it with the year first, and then the month, and then the day, and we put it inside of double quotes. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And then let's test it. So we don't want to use data from the previous run. We want to perform the trigger action again. Go ahead and save and test. Great. We see that it's run successfully. We come down and we can see all the same here. Data for the actual item that's been created. You can see 350, hotel is the title. Let's go over to the Terraform expenses list and see that this has already been added. Note that SharePoint did not require a refresh. I didn't actually have to refresh the browser. It just pops up itself. You can see that it's been assigned an ID, and you can tell that I've done the test before because we have an ID of 3 instead of 2. I've already deleted the test item in here, but be aware that it's just assigning it right in the right order. So we have our hotel item here. Title hotel, cost $350, created by Ashley Rogers, and the expense date that we supplied there. Note that there's no approved by because I did not supply that, and it's not something that gets assigned automatically like the ID or the created by. So this is a great use case where if you wanted to build an approval, then you could have an actual approval step inside of your flow, have that action to send that out, and then you can put in whomever approved it after you get that response back from the person who approves or rejects. So let's go back over to Power Automate. So before we move on to Patch, I'm actually going to pull the body of data out of here because there's some really great stuff in this body of data that I would like to use when I go for my patch. It's going to tell me what some of the internal field names are that I actually need to work with, particularly when we're talking about people pickers. So I'm going to pull that out and I'm just going to throw it in a notepad on my other screen so that I can reference it in just a moment. And we're going to go ahead and edit this. And building back on, we're going to switch the method over to patch. And then there's going to be a couple of different things that we have to do here. First of all, we do have to add in the information that we want to change. So we're going to add in the approved by ID, and then we're going to change the cost. But before we do that, we should talk about one more header that we do need, and that is the if match and the asterisk. Now we have the if match and then the asterisk because this is going to represent looking for an E tag. So an E tag helps identify exactly which resource needs to be changed when you're talking to a RESTful endpoint. So if you wanted to supply the actual information there, you could, and you can find that in a get against an item. You can find the E tag that you're actually looking for. But for our purposes, the asterisk is going to represent anything. So if match any E tag is basically what we're providing inside this header. Now that is necessary for a patch to have an E tag representation there. So let's take a look at the data that came back. And I just want to call out here that we've got a couple of different pieces of information for the approved by. So you can see that when I did my post for the hotel item, we don't have anything in the approved by ID or in the approved by string ID. Now this is because I did not supply SharePoint with any information on who approved it. So of course it comes back as null to me. But I do know now, looking at the data that's here, that if I do want to supply an approved by person, that I actually need to supply the ID itself. So we're going to use this inside our patch in order to say that Ashley has approved this item. The other piece that we're going to need is the type of list item that we need to use. So a great way to find the type of list item and to make sure that you actually have the right information inside the body when you're doing a patch is just to do another get or to look at the information coming back from one of the other methods that you've done and the body of information that's coming back. And we just take a peek at the metadata. So if we come here, we go all the way to the top, and we can see in here, look, there's the E tag that I was mentioning before, but here we have the type, and it's sp.data.expenses list item, and that's how we know what it is that we need inside of our body. We can see that we've got a successful test here on the patch, and let's go over to our expenses list and show here now that for the ID item 3 for hotel, it's been updated to $375 as the cost, and then also it's inserted the approval that I said that I would have by my account. So we've added a person, we've updated the cost here, and we've done that all without having to supply every bit of data for each of the columns. So finally, let's go ahead and set the method to delete. Now, I just want to caution everybody that delete is not something that you want to put into an automated process if you've got loops going on, if you have a potential to accidentally delete out a whole bunch of information. You want to be very selective with how you actually push a delete method out and where you're actually using that. So a great use case for this might be if someone is able to provide information via a form or make a selection and really confirm that that's the thing that they want to delete. We don't want to just go ahead and sort of add this in wherever you want in a very large flow, because you do run the risk of deleting things that you might not want to. So you want to be very sure about where it is that you're using this, especially when you're hitting SharePoint with something like this sort of automatically. So in order to do the delete, we do need to specify the item. So we've got the item ID in there. We're going to delete the item with the ID of 3 that we've been working with. We're going to keep in the headers here, the if match and the content type. And then we don't need anything in the body. So we're going to go ahead and remove that. That body was really only needed for the post and then when we did the patch. So we've got everything set up. Go ahead and save. We'll come back over here just to show you that, yep, indeed, we do still have the third item here. Go ahead and test. Great. So now this says that it's been successfully executed. Let's check over in our expenses list, and sure enough, it is no longer there. Well, great. Now that we've gone over all 4 of the methods that you can use to get started inside the HTTP to SharePoint action, here's some bonus material that you might want to take a peek at if you're interested in taking this a step further. So we're not just talking about getting items and updating items and doing some of those common tasks. We're also talking about things that you could control using the REST API that you might be used to from doing custom development. So if you're ready to take a look at these, here are some common use cases, things that I've used quite frequently, especially when I'm working with things like document sets, or if I'm working with a process to break permissions and check unique permissions. So we've got checking for unique permissions on an item in a list. We also have breaking the permission inheritance on an item. We have retrieving all content types from a library. And then we have retrieving a specific content type in a library by a name. So there's some things in here that we haven't gone over. Particularly, you can see in the last example here that we've got this $sign filter. But this is really taking things to the next step. So take a look at this, get your hands dirty, and see what else you can do with the HTTP to SharePoint action. Okay guys, that's it. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. If you have any follow-up questions, go ahead and follow me on Twitter. I hope to hear from you soon.
Man, that was a good lunch. And it's always so good to get to hang with Brian. You know, he's such a nice guy and so authentic. I just love him. But now I gotta head. Oh, hey guys, that's Donna Sarkar over there. I think we should go and talk to her, see if she'll do an intro. Let's go. Whoa, Donna!
Hey, John,
how's it going? How are you?
Awesome.
So nice to see you.
It's good to see you. How's the online conference going?
You know, funny you ask.
Yeah.
I have everyone here with me
Hi,
right now.
How's it going? So you've taken them through the whole day in the life, the making the coffee, the driving to work, the whole enchilada.
I did put them through that already.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's awesome.
Yes.
That's so cool.
And so now I actually am taking them through the day. I gotta go ship some swag, which actually that reminds me. I gotta go get to the store.
Yeah.
Will you do the next intro for me?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Swag is really important. You want this swag.
Yes. Okay, awesome.
Okay.
I'm gonna go do that. You got it. You guys are in good hands.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Power Platform Online Conference. Hope you're having an amazing day. It is my pleasure to announce our next guest. He broke onto the MVP scene just recently because he's done amazing community contributions all over the world, but specifically in India where he's located. I'd like to introduce everyone to Yash Agarwal, and he's going to be talking about the magic of less code, more power, and how you can get it done.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Power Platform Online Conference. I'm Yash Agarwal and we'll talk about less code, more power, how it's done. I hope you've had a great day so far and learned something new. In this session, we'll see how we can combine Power Virtual Agents, Power Automate, Power Apps, and Power BI to build an effective customer request management tool. So let's get started with that. A little bit about myself here. So I'm Yash Agarwal, a software developer working with Applied Info Services. Recently, I've been awarded with the Microsoft Most Valuable Professional Award for Business Applications. I'm also a Flownaut and an Astronaut on the Power Automate and Power Apps community forums. You can reach out to me on the forums or on my email address over here. Follow me on Twitter and follow my blog. I usually like to blog about enhancements and increasing the capabilities of the platform. So any suggestions on those ends would really be helpful for me. Let's get started with what we're going to do today. So an overview is we'll be developing a custom solution for a delivery management company where the delivery management company delivers orders to their customers. The customers can come and raise requests if they have had any problems with the items that have been delivered. We'll see how we can use a virtual agent that would interact with the customer and get data from them. We'll store that data on CDS and see how the internal company agents can interact with that data, work on those customer requests, and provide solutions to the customers. We'll use Power BI to visualize all the data and see how the company and how the requests are being managed. And then at the end of the day, we'll integrate all of this onto a Teams channel so that the team can have access to all of these apps and the reports at one place without having to switch between different platforms or devices. So let's get started now. We have an entity over here created in the CDS named as customer request. In this entity, I have created fields where I would be recording the customer name, the customer email address, what the request or what the concern the customer has, and the agent that has been assigned to that particular request, and the comments that the agent has provided on the current request, and the status of the request and things like that. Now we'll build a Power Virtual Agent that would interact with the customer and get their details. So here we have a message that would display to the customer saying that, okay, you can create a new request or you can track a previous one. Now let's go ahead and ask a question to the customer about what they want to do with this session today. We'll select this as a multiple choice options question, where the first option provided to the user would be create a new request. And the other option would be track a previous request. So as you can see, this is a multiple choice type question that we're asking to our customer. And based on that, Virtual Agents automatically branches out into two conditions where the first one would be create a new request and the second one is track a previous request. And we'll follow the individual paths for each choice that the customer makes. So initially, if the user has selected to create a new request, we'll go ahead and ask a few more questions. and we'll identify this as a single line of text or the entire response of the user, and it automatically generates a variable for you. Over here, we'll identify this as an email address. So this kind of provides a pre-level or the first level of validation where the user can only enter an appropriate email address, or else the virtual agent will ask the user to enter an appropriate email address if the user has entered something else. And finally, now we'll get the concern. Now, once we have all these three details from the customer, we want to save it to the CDS. So we'll go ahead and create a flow for that. We have our solution already created named as the customer service system. We'll add a new flow over here. We'll name the flow as new requests. And we'll select Power Virtual Agents connector from here. And the trigger is when Power Virtual Agents calls a flow. So we have three inputs. First one is the name of the customer as a text. The second one is the email of the customer. And the third one is the concern that they have raised. Now we'll go ahead and create a record in CDS. We'll select the environment in which our data is living, and the name of the entity is customer requests. Here we'll provide the name and the customer concern, and then the customer email. And return a value to the Power Virtual Agent as the request ID. And save this flow. So this request ID in our CDS is an auto number field, as you can see over here. It is an auto number field with a prefix REQ dash the number. So it auto generates an ID, a unique identifier for each request that has been raised over here, each record that has been created. And now once this flow is ready, we'll go ahead and call it as an action from this virtual agent. So as you can see, we have the new requests flow, and the first one is like we have the name of the customer in the variable 1. So we'll assign var1 over here. The email address is in var2, and then the concern is in var3. And then we have the details from the customer. Now we want to show them a message or ask a question. And we'll provide them with the request ID. We'll take the entire user response as a response to this question, and now we'll see if what's the sentiment that is coming out from the user, and we'll call our new flow. We'll create another flow over here to analyze the sentiment. We'll name the input as con over here, and we'll use the predict action. The model we'll use here is the sentiment analysis model. The language is EN, and the text we are going to pass is the one which is coming from the virtual agent. And we'll return the value, which is the sentiment, to our virtual agent over here, which is the global sentiment. I'll name this as sentiment for the concern and save it. Now we'll call that action again. And we'll use this. We'll pass the variable 4 over here, which is the user response. And now we'll add a condition, which is our sentiment. If it is negative, we'll show a message to the user saying and here we'll end the conversation by transferring it to an agent. Over here, if the sentiment is detected as a positive one or a neutral one, we'll show a message. And we'll end the conversation with a survey. So this particular path is complete now. And now it's time for the tracking of a previous request. So at this point of time, we want from the customer the request ID that was generated. So we'll ask a question as enter request ID. And we'll select the entire response from the user. And now we want to pass it into the flow and get that particular item from CDS. So we'll go ahead and create another flow now. We'll select our Power Virtual Agents again, the same connector. And in the input, we're going to ask the request ID. Here we'll select the list records action. Here we have our customer request entity. And here we are going to use this filter query where we'll go ahead and get the request, new request ID. And we'll see if this is equals to the request ID entered by the customer. And based on that, here we'll add a compose action. And we'll use the expression and then we'll select the respond return the value to the Power Virtual Agent, and we'll put the status over here as the outputs. Same way, we'll call an action over here, which is get request status, and we'll pass the variable 5. Now we'll show a message, or rather ask a question. And you select the entire response from the user. We'll say and add the status. And then based on the entire response, again, we'll invoke our sentiment analysis flow. We'll pass the var6 over here. And now we'll add another condition to see if the sentiment return was negative. And if so, we'll show a message to the user. We'll just directly go ahead and copy what we had here. And then we'll end this conversation by transferring this chat to an agent. Similarly, if the sentiment was detected as positive or neutral, we'll show a message saying this and end it with a survey. So now our scenario is ready over here. This is our canvas of the entire process flow. We'll save this. And let's go ahead and test now. We'll create a new request. We have our request ID over here now. And I'll say and since it was a positive sentiment that was detected, we went through this path. Now let's go back to our customer requests over here. So this is a model-driven app, and this app is basically sitting on the entity that is the customer request entity that we created. We have multiple views over here, which would show active customer requests, inactive requests, and my requests. So my requests are the ones which are assigned to the a particular user. So the user can come here, and this view can be used to see their own requests. I see that my new request is being registered over here. And I can see that, okay, the customer has raised a concern that the package is tampered. Here, the status of this is in progress. And there are two status reasons over here, registered and in progress. So I'll go ahead and update with the agent comments saying we are looking into this issue and keep you posted. And I'll save this. So I'll come back to the customer request and I'll see that, okay, it has been updated. We'll go ahead and track our request now. I'll enter the request ID as REQ0008. And this is what I have received so far. So I'll say a negative sentiment. And now it has detected the negative sentiment and transferred the chat to an agent. Now, once the agent has been chatting with them, and that flow would be a separate one. But let's come back here and see this request. I'll update the agent comment as issue is resolved and deactivate this record by saying that the issue was resolved. And in my customer requests, I should be able to see that under the inactive customer requests over here, where issue was resolved. So this was about the model-driven app and the flow and the Power Virtual Agent. Now let's see how we can create a Power BI report over here. So in this Power BI report, I have connected to our CDS data source to get the data. And you can do the same by clicking get data over here and then select Power Platform and then the Common Data Service and log in with your credentials. Select the entity and load it into this onto the Power BI thing. And I have this chart where I'm showing a number of requests created per quarter. Since we just have one quarter here, it's just showing the entire thing in one particular pane. And then here, this graph shows the number or the status code, which is basically the number of requests that have been resolved. And I have this modified on field over here where I'm checking this on, and then the status code display. Here I'm filtering the status code display to show only items that have been resolved. And then I have this graph where I'm showing the count of the total number of requests created based on the current request status. So how many how many requests are in progress and cancelled and all that data. So this data is a little old. I'll go ahead and refresh this to show the newest data and the new request that we just raised, which was resolved. And as you can see, we have the numbers updated over here. Now that we have the solution in place, so users won't want to, keep coming to the model-driven app, see their request, and then visualize it on Power BI on a different screen and things like that. So we have this Teams channel created over here, where we have the customer request management team. And on this Teams channel, I'll add a tab from Dynamics to include the model-driven app over here. We have this organization already selected, and the Dynamics app will select a view, which is the customer request, and on the customer request entity, and I'll see my requests. So every time a user comes to this particular channel in this tab, they'll be able to see all the requests that have been assigned to them. Basically, the app is embedded on this channel now, so they'll be able to see all the details and can work for the request from here itself. Similarly, we'll go ahead and add a Power BI tab. So I have the report published to my workspace, and then the name of the Power BI report is Request Tracker. So the users will be able to see or chat with their team on this Teams channel at the same time, see their requests. So this report can be set to refresh on a schedule. I'll publish the latest one from here right now. All right, so we'll go back to the Teams channel here and refresh this. So now we have the latest data over here itself. Now let's go back and see how our solution is created over here. So I'll go back to our Power App solutions. Here we have our customer service system. In this particular system itself, we have our flow, which was to get the request status, to create new requests, a customer request entity, and then we have a model-driven app where we are showing, which is based on our customer request entity and allows the internal agents to work on those tickets. Then we have a sentiment for the concern flow where we are doing the sentiment analysis. And this particular solution has all these details over here, and we have this virtual agent up and running. So this is how we could build a low-code, no-code customer service management system as a complete suite using the Power Platform tools and integrate it on a Teams channel so that the teams can work efficiently on this. So that's all for today, and I hope you've learned something new and this helped you. Thank you so much.
Oh hey, what's up guys? You're just in time. I'm here at the Microsoft store picking out some of that swag to ship to you guys. How was your last session? Up next, you have the world's strongest MVP, Nick Dolman. He's a powerlifting MVP out of Canada, and he's going to show you an intro to Power Apps portals. Go ahead, hang out with him for a little while. I'll finish picking out all the swag and get it shipped out.
Welcome everyone to the Power Platform Online Conference 2020. My name is Nick Dolman. I'm a Microsoft Business Applications MVP, and today I'm going to give you a tour of Power Apps portals. Welcome aboard. All right, we have a lot of content to cover in the next 28 minutes, so everybody hang on to your seats. Here's a quick overview of our agenda today. We're going to talk about Power Apps portals, obviously, but I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of what they really are. And then we're actually going to go into our Power Platform environment and we're going to provision a portal. We're going to use something called the Portal Studio where we're going to add a web page, we're going to update some content, and kind of begin to configure and customize our portal. Now here's the cool part. We're going to be able to quickly surface common data service records on a web page. This is the real power of Power Apps portals, the ability to interact directly with CDS. Now, we also want to make sure if we're going to be surfacing CDS data on a publicly facing website that we want to protect that. So we're going to learn how to log in and authenticate. So we'll be able to log into our portal or to our website. And then of course, we're going to learn how to lock down that data, that CDS data, so only the right people can see the right data. So we're not giving away all of our state secrets. All right, first thing, what is a Power Apps portal? Well, thanks for asking. All right, here's the Power Platform. Now this is from a high level. You guys have probably seen this slide in other presentations, so we all know about these different components. There's a lot of components, a lot of things here, a lot of tools, and where we can build some really exciting business applications. But what we're going to do is we're going to focus on Power Apps. Now these are the apps where we can build apps to allow our users to interact with data and features in the Power Platform. All right, we're going to talk about Power App types. So when we drill down further, there are 3 Power App types. So first off, there's Canvas apps. Now this gives us the ability to create virtually any type of user interface. It can run on many different devices. It can talk to many different data sources, really geared to those scenarios where we really have a specific task that we want to do. And Canvas apps works great for that. Now, if you're like me, who's been working with Dynamics 365 or Dynamics CRM for a long time, you're very familiar with the other Power App, model-driven apps. And this is where we can build very quickly some business applications based on the data model that we've designed and schemed out in our common data service. So model-driven and Canvas apps are great, and they're really built for our immediate staff, maybe our contractors, but basically anybody that's sitting in our Azure Active Directory. Now that leaves a really big gap is what if we need to deal with our external stakeholders? What are the tools there? Because of course we can't necessarily give them access to a model-driven app or a Canvas app. That would involve a lot of extra licensing. We'd have to set them up as users on our Active Directory. And we might not even know who these stakeholders are who we're dealing with or how the information is. Well, this is where Power App portals come in. So really, the third type of Power App is portals. Now, portals are generally meant for external stakeholders, and really at its core, they're just a website. So very much like if you created something in WordPress or some of the other platforms, really Power App portals are simply websites. However, with Power Apps portals, we can build websites that can interact directly with the common data service. So let's dive in. We're going to actually now provision a portal in our environment. All right, let's provision a Power Apps portal. All right, we've navigated to make.powerapps.com. So now what we're going to do is create our portal app. So you see directly on our homepage, we have our options for a Canvas app, a model-driven app, and you notice probably last summer, you now have the option to create a portal from blank. So we're going to click on that. Now we need to give it some information. I'm going to give it a name. This can be anything you want. So that's going to be the name of our portal. Now we're going to need to give it a unique URL. So this needs to be unique. So let's put in something here and hopefully it's going to be unique. It's going to check to see that there's a unique URL. So we put in PP Online 2020. It seems to be unique. It's going to be pponline2020.powerappsportals.com. Down the road, if we want, we could put in a custom URL. So it could be anything we want, like portal.abccompany.com, whatever we need. We're going to keep our language as English, but if you're operating in another language, obviously you can choose that. Or if you provision multiple languages on your CDS instance on your database, you could choose one of those languages as your base language for your portal. Let's just hit create. So our portal is now being provisioned. I find this takes about 10-15 minutes. So let's come back in a few minutes when that portal has been provisioned. So our provisioning process is completed. We have our portal app, which was provisioned. If you'll notice that we also have a model-driven app, that's our portal management app. And this is where we would go in and modify and work with our portal metadata. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So now once our Power App portal has been provisioned, what we can do is I just go into the more commands here, and I'm actually going to browse to the portal. And after a few seconds, you'll see that we have actually a working website coming up. And this website is accessible by the public. Anywhere in the world, we can bring up this website. So really, that's how quick it is to provision a Power Apps portal. Now let's actually work with some of the content and work with the Portal Studio. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add some web pages and we're going to modify some of the content on our portal. So we're back to make.powerappsportals.com. So now what we want to do is begin to edit our portal. So we're going to locate our portal app in our list of apps. And then on the ellipse, we're going to look at the more commands. And this is where we're going to choose the edit command. So we're now in the Portal Studio. So now we can actually begin to edit and work on our website. So first thing I'm going to do is here, I can actually begin to manipulate the text. So let's actually change the text from build your website. There we go. And the other thing that we can do too is we can begin to start adding web pages. So this is great. This is our home page and we can begin to change this around. But what I want to do is add a new web page. We've changed some of the text on our home page. Let's add a new page. So in the upper left-hand corner, we have this on our command bar. We have a new page and we have different layouts here and page templates. So we have blank, landing page, and then page with child links and page with title. We can add our own page templates. There's ways to do that. A little bit beyond the topic we'll talk about today. So let's just pick page with title. And what that will do is that will create a new blank page that we can begin to work with. So here I have a new page. Over on the right hand side in the properties pane, I can begin to add my own name here. And what I like to do is I'll click on the white space. That's going to force that to save. This is actually being saved to CDS into the portal metadata. So we have my web page here, and then I'm going to change my partial URL. So if we were to look at this site and look at the URLs, this would make sense better than just new page. So again, I'm going to click on the white space, which is going to update the records in CDS. And we've now saved this web page. So far, this looks pretty basic. So let's add a few more things. On the left-hand side, we have components. I'm going to add a 2-column section here. So we've added a 2-column section to our web page. And in the first column, let's add a text component. And here I can enter in some text. And that's just some random text I put in there. Now on the other side, we have this other column in our section. So let's add an image. So we've had an image component here. So what we could do is we could pick from an existing image. We can point it to an external URL if we have images stored somewhere else, or we could upload our own images. For now, I'm just going to pick the About Us image that we've already preloaded. That's part of the portal provisioning process. So you can see that we put this image on and we've made this web page a little bit more interesting. So let's actually browse to the website and see what this page looks like. And we see here we have my web page showing up on here. So it looks pretty simple. Probably a lot of you are thinking, you know what, I could do that in WordPress, or some of you probably think I could do that in Notepad with HTML. That's absolutely correct. So let's dive into some of the more powerful features of the Power Apps portal. So now we're going to dive into the true power of the Power Platform with the Power Apps portals, and we're going to surface some common data service records onto our Power Apps portal. So let's first take a look at a model-driven app that I created, and we're going to take data that we've created in that model-driven app and surface it on the portal. So in make.powerapps.com, if I go to my apps list, now I've loaded this app that I've created. It's called a classroom app, but it's really meant to manage courses and classes, and it's loosely based on a project that I worked on a few years ago that I used an earlier version of Power Apps portals for. So this is a model-driven Power App. It's one that I created. It's called a classroom app. I have standard CDS entities like accounts and contacts, and I've created a different area for classrooms. So I'm going to pop over to that, and you'll see here that I have a list of courses, and of course each course could have a series of classes. I have my list of classes here, the different dates and times of which they're being held. We could take a look at that, and we see here again, we have the class and the registrations. So I'm back into my Portal Studio. So what I want to do is we're going to create again a new page, and I'm going to choose the page with title. And let's give it a name and the properties pane the same as we did before. And we're going to give it a friendly partial URL. And so the next thing we're going to do is we added an image and a text component before, but this time around we're going to add a list component. So let's just choose that. And now we have this list component on our page, but there's not much there yet. So what we need to do is we need to give it a name. And then once we've given it a name, we need to pick the entity. So I'm going to choose the entity. And again, this is going back to our common data service, which of course we were able to work with our model-driven app. And we've chosen our class entity. Now we're going to pick the different views. Now I'm only going to pick one view, but if we wanted, we could pick multiple views to display in the portal. So I've chosen my one view here. Now we're going to circle back a little bit later when we talk about some of these other options. But I'm going to, again, just click on that white space, which is going to force the save of the portal metadata. And we see that our list is beginning to render on the portal. So what I want to do now is let's take a look and see what this looks like on the portal itself. So let's go and browse website. And there we go. We've actually surfaced data directly from the Common Data Service on our portal page. This is accessible from external stakeholders and anywhere in the world. So here I am again in my class list. I'm in the Portal Studio. What I want to do is go into my pages here, and underneath my class list, I'm going to add a child page because we're going to drill down from our class list into some details. So it's going to go through the same process, create a new page, and it's going to choose the same template as the previous page of title. But if we wanted to change it, we could. We could change it to different page templates. So again, I'm just going to quickly go through here and give it a name and a partial URL. So now that we have our page set up for our details or for info, what we're going to do is we're going to add a component again. So very much like how we added the list component, this time we're going to choose a form. And that form has now been added to this page. We're going to give it a name. And then we'll choose the particular entity. And again, we're still working with classes. So I'm going to choose that. And now we can choose from different form layouts. Now, if you've worked with model-driven apps, you know that model-driven apps have different forms. In this case, I created one earlier called Web Class Details because I wanted my form to fit a particular layout for my portal that was slightly different than my model-driven app. Now, what I can do if I want to make changes to that particular form that I'm going to use, there is an edit form button here, so I can go drill down into that. And this will take me directly into the model-driven form designer. So I can go in and I can add some fields or change the layout and that's going to be reflected on the portal. And once I'm done, I'll just hit save and I'll publish that. So once I'm okay with my form layout, I can choose different modes. So I can choose different modes like insert, meaning I can use it to create records. So this way we can get external stakeholders to create records in our portal. Our other option is edit, so we can have existing records where external stakeholders can go in and make those edits. And of course, read only, where they can just view the data. For now, I'm just going to choose read only. So we have that mode there. And again, we're going to click on the white space so that record will be saved to the portal metadata. Now, if we actually were to go and browse to this page right now, we're going to get an error message, and I'll show you. So we see here that we get the record you are looking for could not be found. This makes sense because we're not passing it any kind of parameter, so it doesn't know what record to show. So what we're going to do is we need some way to pass the GUID, which is the universal identifier for records within CDS. We're going to find a way that we can pass it. So we can use that with the entity list. So we're back into our portal editor here. Now, before I do that, I'm going to go into my pages, and because we want to not necessarily have our users navigate to that page directly, we're going to hide in the default menu, so that way they'd have to get through it through another means. And we're going to show you how to do that with the entity list. So again, I'm going to click on my classes, and from here I want to turn on the view details. And when I do that, I have a couple options. Form, which will be a bit of a pop-up, but I want to choose a web page. And then I'm going to choose my class info page that I just created. So now that I've done that, I'm going to click on the white space to save my changes. And if we browse to the website now, we see that we have our list of records again in our entity list. And we can now drill down into those details. And that's going to show us that entity form that has those details, and that's going to replicate that model-driven form that we edited earlier. So we can actually show details, and we can rearrange how the layout is going to look and provide that for our external stakeholders. So a very common question that comes up is, well, what if the data is really only meant for our particular stakeholders? It's not public data, it's private. We only want to show data for certain people. So a couple things we need to do. First off, we need to authenticate a user. Now, to authenticate a user to a portal, out of the box, it does come with a very straightforward authentication mechanism. However, if we're going to get more advanced, I'd highly recommend you use a third-party authentication mechanism such as Azure B2C or Facebook or LinkedIn, some of these other ones. For now, we're just going to demonstrate using a regular user and using that out-of-the-box authentication. So there are a couple different ways we can authenticate to the portal. First off, of course, we always have that sign in button that is there by default. And then once our login screen comes up, we could, if we had an existing login, which we don't yet, we could log in. However, we could also register. Now, if we register, that's going to create a new contact in our Common Data Service database. Now, this might be something we'd want to do. However, in this case, we might already have contacts in our database. Now, if we allow our users to start creating their own logins, well, we're going to get a lot of duplicate records, and we don't want that. So what we would rather do is take our existing contacts and give them an invitation to the portal. So let's take a look and see how that works. So once again, I'm in make.powerapps.com, and this time we're going to go to that portal management. That's that model-driven app. So this model-driven app is actually storing all the portal metadata, and we can go in and manipulate that a little bit. So we have our website record here, but remember we added web pages, so I could go to my web page records. There are a whole bunch that come out of the box, but you see here I have my class lists and my class details. Those are web page records I created. Now we're more concerned with our logins and our contacts. So if we look at our security, we're linked here, and these are the actual out-of-the-box CDS contacts. And you see that I have a full list of contacts already in my database. So here's Jim Glynn. So I'm going to go into his contact record. And instead of allowing Jim to log into my portal and create a duplicate record, what I would rather do is have him respond to an invitation. So we have his record up here. If we look at the main menu, we now have this create invitation button, and that got added as part of the portal deployment process. So I'm going to click on that create invitation. What that's going to do is going to create another record in CDS that's related to the contact. And I'm going to just save that. And once this invitation has been created, I'll click on the Advanced tab, and you'll see here that it generated an invitation code. Now, normally what I would do is I would probably create a Power Automate flow that would send Jim an email giving him a URL with this code embedded into it. There are also some classic workflows that do that, but of course, I'm trying to do as much as I can in Power Automate these days. But for today's demo, we're just going to cut and paste that invitation code and take it to our portal. So I'm back to my portal. And again, instead of registering, I'm going to go and redeem invitation. I'm going to paste that in. I'm going to click on register. And now it's recognized this is Jim's email. So I'm going to give it a username and a password. And we're now going to click on register. So after a few moments, after we put in the password, it's going to take this to the profile page. So here's Jim Glenn's profile page. This is all part of the portal. Now this is tied directly to his contact record. So if Jim were to log in and update some of his information, maybe his business phone, it's not 555-0109, but rather 555-1234. He can enter that information. He can make some other changes. Again, we can modify this whole profile for him to suit our business. So we've gone in, we've updated that. It's taken us to the home page. However, if I navigate back to my portal management app, which is my model-driven app, and I take a look at Jim Glenn's contact record, we'll see here that his business phone was updated because Jim updated that onto the portal. And on the portal side here, if you actually look up here into the main menu bar, we see that Jim is actually logged in. We see his name here at the top. So that was the first step in the process. We needed to have a login. So now the second thing we can do is we can secure that common data service records by using something called entity permissions. So with entity permissions, we can begin to restrict what data a particular logged in user can see. So in this case, Jim is actually one of our trainers and he teaches the classes. So what we're going to do is we're going to filter that class view to only be showing to the particular trainer that's logged in. So let's take a look at how we can set that up. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that in our entity list, remember we set that up earlier. If I click on the settings and expand that out, there's a few more things we could do. We want to make sure we're enabling entity permissions. So basically we're telling the portal saying, look, we need to look at the entity permissions for the CDS records that are surfaced in this particular entity list. The next thing we need to do is we need to go back into our portal management app, our model-driven app, and we need to create a new entity permission specifically for our class entities. So we're going to just basically go in and click a new entity permission. So I've given it a name class entity permission, but we can call it whatever we want. So here, again, I need to pick my particular entity. There is a drop down here. I'm going to choose that. And then again, we're just going to pick our default website that we've been working with, our starter portal. And the scope this time, I'm going to choose contact. Now there's different scopes depending on how we want to view the data and how it's related. So for now, I'm going to choose contact. And as soon as I choose that, I need to pick the relationship. And that's the relationship between a CDS contact and my entity. So for my class list, I'm going to actually choose there's only one I can choose, but that is the actual schema name for the reference to between the contact and the class as the instructor. So that's the one I'm going to choose. And my privileges, I want to be able to give my instructors read privileges to my class data app. And so once I've created that entity permission, I'm going to save that. And now I have that record saved. The next thing I want to do is set up a web role. Now, think of web roles the same as CDS security roles. However, these are web roles are specific to Power Apps portals. So what I would need to do is I want to create a web role for my instructors. So I filled in some details. I just gave it a name. I chose the website and a bit of a description here. So really not much to the web role record itself. It's really more how it's related to things. So now that I've created that web role, what I want to do is relate it to a particular entity permission. And of course, that's the entity permission that we just created. So I'm going to add existing entity permission. choose my class entity permissions. So now it's tied to that particular web role. So let's take a look at the effect on the portal now. So now I'm going to navigate back to the portal. I'm still logged in as Jim Glynn. I'm going to go to the class list, and we don't have permissions to view these records. That makes sense because Jim has not been assigned a web role, and we made the class list have entity permissions. So that means is he won't be able to see that data. So let's fix that. So I'm back in the portal management app. I brought up Jim Glynn's contact record. I'm going to look at his related records, and I'm going to see here that we have web roles. So I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to associate a web role. Now he doesn't have a web role associated currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick one. This is the instructor's one that we just created. I'm going to add that. So now Jim has access. He should have access to that data, but again, only the class records of which he is the instructor. So now we've navigated once again back to our portal. We see Jim Glynn is still signed in. Now if we choose class list, let's see what we get. We only see the classes of which Jim is the instructor. So our entity permissions have worked. So now we've protected our data, and Jim is able to see the classes of which he's teaching. So entity permissions are a little bit complicated. So here's a chart that hopefully makes things a little bit clear. We have a contact. Now the contact can have many web roles. And of course, those web roles, as we saw, are associated with entity permissions. And of course, entity permissions are linked to a particular CDS entity with the different privileges. So I hope that gives a clear picture of how these particular portal metadata is related, which implements the Power Apps portal security mechanism. Let's do a quick recap. We now know more about what Power Apps portals, what they're all about, and where they're used. We were able to provision a portal on our Power Platform environment. We used the Portal Studio. We added a web page. We added text. We added images. And then we dove into the real power of portals, where we were able to surface data from the Common Data Service using entity lists and entity forms. We logged in and authenticated with that Jim Glynn account. And then finally, we were able to filter that data from CDS using entity permissions and web roles. So we were able to secure and lock down our data. I really hope you enjoyed this presentation about Power Apps portals. Again, my name is Nick Dolman. Feel free to follow me on Twitter or check out my blog at readyxrm.blog. I post a lot about Power Platform and specifically about Power Apps portals. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. In the message, please specify that you watched this particular session on the Power Platform online conference. Thanks a lot, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Okay, I have got all the swag. Now though, I'm gonna go look for a common area. One of the cool things about working at Microsoft is there's these chill little areas where you can play a game or take a rest. I think I need one of those. But for you guys though, it's time to go watch Hamish. He's gonna show you end-to-end automation with the Power Platform. He's gonna put on a great show, and I'm gonna go and take a chill. Take it away, Hamish.
Hi, and welcome to End-to-End Automation with the Power Platform. Now, I'm quite excited about this because there's never been a better time for organizations to be able to completely automate tasks to drive efficiencies and productivity. Now, according to a McKinsey research study, 50% of tasks are automatable with the technology available today. And so in this presentation, I'm going to take you through some components of the Power Platform and how they can be put together to completely automate a process. And so what we'll be talking about today is robotic process automation, artificial intelligence, common data service, adaptive cards with Microsoft Teams, connectors to connect data together, and all of this is powered by Power Automate. So before we get started, I'd just like to introduce myself, especially for those people who do not know me. My name is Hamish Shield, and I've been in the Dynamics 365 customer engagement space for over the last 10 years, and that's how I've got into the Power Platform through that channel. Currently I'm working on my own startup company called AppRising, and we focus on consultant services around the Power Platform. And why this is relevant to today's session is that being someone who has their own business, I now realize how much administration goes on to keep a business running, and the scenario I'm going to show you today is something that I actually do with AppRising and automating a very manual task that I completely hate. If you want to reach out to me while the session's going on, you can reach me at my Twitter handle there. I also have a YouTube channel and a blog where I blog about things to do with Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform. Now, how many of you get excited by invoices and expenses? Every organization has expenses, and every organization gets invoiced for those expenses. And some poor soul within that organization usually has to manually process the invoices into a finance system. And so I don't know anyone who enjoys this process. I certainly don't. And this is what we're going to be going through as an example for today. First of all, let's break this down and see what the manual process is, so that we then have a plan or something to work to in terms of automating this process. So if we start from the organization's point of view, an organization always has some sorts of expenses, whether it's rent, it's phones, travel, it's general expenses, electricity, and they come in many different formats and different ways of being delivered to the organization. So for example, downloaded from a website, in the post via email, someone hands you a paper invoice, for example. And these need to be then usually processed by a finance administrator or one or many within an organization. They typically have to go through an approval process, and eventually the expenses have to end up in the accounting system, usually with the expense invoice attached as well. Let's also look at from the employee's perspective. So employees working in a business often have their own expenses that they incur as part of doing their work. So whether that's food or per diem as part of traveling, getting taxis, entertainment, flights, car parking, for example. And these also come in an array of different formats and methods in which you get the invoice. And usually it's the employees themselves that have to process these invoices, put it through an approval process, and with their finance administrator, we need to get that information into the accounting system. So to get started, we're going to simplify the process right down to one path through the process. So that's one type of invoice for one person in the organization. And so in this example we're going to go through is that we've had a car parking expense, and with the car parking expenses here in Auckland in New Zealand, to get your invoice you have to go to the Auckland Transport website and you can download the invoice. And after that, in our scenario, the employee has to take that information from the invoice they've downloaded, put it into Dynamics 365 Project Service Automation, because we want to have that expense attributed to a customer and a project, since we are a services company. And then it goes through a approval process, which is via email and all very manual. And once it's approved, an administrator then puts that expense into Xero. Now let's tackle this with some automation, and we can do pretty much the whole process through Power Automate and a few other components from the Power Platform. So what does this all look like? Well, we can use Robotic Process Automation, or what we call UI Flow, to download the invoice from the website, because of course we don't have an API or anything to interact with that. Instead of an employee reading the text from the invoice, we're going to use AI Builder and a form processor model to extract the data. It's then using Power Automate and the Common Data Service connector, we'll put that information into Dynamics 365 Project Service Automation, where it'll be saved. And from there we can go through a couple of different approval processes which use Microsoft Teams as the communication channel with adaptive cards. And once it's approved, then we've got a custom connector which can then spit that information in through to our finance system, which is Xero. Okay, so enough of the slides. We'll now get into having a look at the demo of what this automated process actually looks like. And first of all, what we'll do is we will see it from the point of view of the employee and the approver. And once we've done that, we'll then dive down into the Power Automate and the details, and I'll show you how we'll put this all together. To kick off the process, I'm going to run the flow manually, but you could set this up to trigger on a schedule, so once a month run a batch of invoices. So here I'm going to come up and run this flow, and I'm going to click run, and basically that starts off that automation process that we talked about in an earlier screen. And what it's doing now is opening up Edge, and it says it's been controlled by automated test software, so I'm not touching anything at the moment. This is the Robotic Process Automation doing all of this, and it goes through and does what it needs to do on the website, downloads the invoice, and you saw it download just there. It would have put the invoice into my downloads folder on my laptop. And so now it's literally a case of waiting for it to go away and do its thing with AI Builder, and eventually we will get a notification from Microsoft Teams with some more information. And there we go. So Flow has sent a card. I'll click on that and open it up. And here we can see I have an expense for review. So this is from the point of view of the employee. And so what's happening here is the expense has been created as a record in PSA from the invoice. So PSA being Project Service Automation for Dynamics 365. And as the employee, I need to review this, because even though AI Builder is very smart and it can pick out the date, the expense purpose, and the amount from the invoice, it doesn't know whether it needs to be an internal expense or an expense that's on charge to a customer project. So very simply, all I need to do as the employee is to choose one of these options, And if I make it an internal expense and click submit, then that's going to go back to Project Service Automation and mark that expense as submitted. And now we're ready for the approval process. And then all of a sudden now you can see that another message has been sent by Flow, and this is now a approvals adaptive card. So another thing that I can interact with. So in this instance, we need to kind of switch hats, pretend that we are now the expense approver, and ideally in a normal situation, your employee submitting the expense and the approver would be different people. But if you're familiar with Flow approvals, you can also get an adaptive card like this in an email, which is the typical scenario, but there's now a new functionality where you can have it pop up in a Teams channel, which personally I find a lot better to use than having an email full of email inbox full of approval emails. And so the expense details shown on the card here, all pulled from the invoice that was processed by AA Builder. As the user, I click approve, and I can choose to enter comments, and I'm going to click submit. And what this will do in the background is go back into Project Service Automation, mark that expense as approved, and once it's approved, it's going to be picked up by Power Automate again and automatically put into Xero, which is our finance system. So that demo was very short and sweet, and there wasn't actually a lot to show. And I think that kind of proves the point though around we've automated most of this process, and there was hardly any interaction with the employee or the approver in this process. And so things like downloading the invoice was done automatically. It was read automatically by AA Builder. So as a person, I didn't even see the invoice. When the data came into Project Service Automation, usually the employee will have to enter all that information manually. The approver would have to go into Project Service also to do the approvals. Both of those people didn't have to access that system at all, and they all did it through what they needed to do through a couple of clicks through adaptive cards and Microsoft Teams. And so the advantage of using something like Microsoft Teams is that you could actually have that, you could be on your laptop, but you also could be on your phone and approve those expense invoices from your phone as well. And then when it comes to the job of the finance administrator, using a custom connector through Power Automate, that can be put straight into Xero, so saves them from their data entry as well. Now we'll dive down more into the detail of exactly what this Power Automate process does. And as you can see on my screen here, I've got 6 flows, and they are all interconnected through different triggers. And so once the first flow starts, the rest will all trigger after that until you get to flow number 6, and that's sending those expenses through to Xero. So the reason that I've split all these out into smaller flows, it's easier to manage the whole process and make amendments and adjustments. And so why I want to do this is, if you can remember, this flow is just for one part of the process, so for one invoice type and for one employee. But to have a real impact on any organization, and we want to be able to scale this automation out to many invoice types and many employees. And so it makes it a lot easier to manage if you split the flows into smaller chunks. And so when you bring on a new part of the process, you only have to edit one small flow. And hopefully this will come a bit clearer as we go through each of these flows individually. So let's take a look at the first flow. And this one is a very basic flow. So we have a manual trigger. So you click a button to run it. I ideally in a real world, I would have this set on a scheduled timer, so maybe once a month to process my invoices, so I wouldn't even then have to come in and trigger it manually. And so what this does is it comes through and runs the UI flow to download the parking invoice from the Auckland Transport website, and that download comes onto my local machine and saves it in a downloads folder. The second part of the flow then takes the invoice that's been downloaded. It's downloaded as a PDF, and basically this flow triggers when a new file arrives in my downloads folder on my laptop here. And the way we enable that is through an on-premises gateway. And so I have that installed on my machine, which allows Power Automate to talk to my machine locally from the web. And so once this file arrives in the download folder, basically we check the name of the file, which is a pretty crummy way of doing it, but in terms of a prototype, it's good enough for now. And we take the content of that file and we're going to save it up into OneDrive so it's in a shared location and not just sitting on my laptop. And here's the result from that second flow. We see it's created or moved, from my downloads folder, this AT parking invoice into an expenses folder on my OneDrive, and Flow has given it a nice name as well, something that we can easily identify it by. So now that we've got the invoice downloaded from the website and we've got it saved into OneDrive, we can look at using artificial intelligence to read the content of this PDF document. And so what we're looking at now is the AI Builder configuration page for the form processing model that I've trained with 5 different invoices from Auckland Transport for car parking. And so we can see here under the selected fields area that we've got 2 fields that have been selected, one which is a total and another which is a table. And so the best way to just kind of look at this is to run a test, and we can see a bit more clearly. So I'm dragging in an invoice that I've downloaded recently, and I'm just going to zoom in here, and what this test shows us is it highlights the areas of the invoice that AI Builder's picked up. So here it's picked up the total inclusive GST, and then in the table, if we hover over it, we can see it's identified a row in the table, but that table element also gives us all of the columns in that table as well. And so all that information is being made available to Power Automate when we trigger this model from the predict action in Power Automate, which I'll show you in a minute. So in terms of this table, there's only one row, and that means I've only parked once in the city in the month of February, but if I'd parked multiple times, there'd be multiple rows, and that could be for multiple different customers that I've visited. And what they would do through Power Automate is correspond to an expense record in Project Service Automation. We'll take a look at that now. So this is what our third flow in the process looks like, and this is triggered when the file is created in OneDrive, so when the invoice is copied into OneDrive. So basically the end of the previous flow has triggered the start of this flow. And what we can do in this flow is we're using the predict action, which is from the Common Data Service connector, and in here we are actually processing it using the AT parking invoice model that I showed you earlier and passing the document through that. So out the back of that we get we initialize some variables, and here we have our table element from AI Builder. And so I'm going to loop through each of those rows in the table. There's only one in this instance, and we're going to compose the expense purpose in a nice format. It's nice for people to read. And we're going to create a new expense record in Project Service Automation. And that's going to be in a draft state. And that's where this flow finishes. Taking a quick look at Project Service Automation, we can see here that Flow has created the expense record. Here's the right amount, the transaction date as well. You'll notice that the expense status has been set to approved, and it's because this is the result of the full end-to-end process. So after flow number 3, the expense status is actually in draft, and we'll then go on to the next flow, which puts it into a submitted state. The fourth flow is then triggered when the expense record is created in Project Service Automation, so off the back of the third flow. And what we've got here is we've got the scenario where the employee needs to tell us whether or not the expense is to be charged as an internal project or if it's meant to be charged to a customer's project. And so what we're doing here is we're doing that through an adaptive card that's put into Teams. So we just have a quick look at what's inside the adaptive card. It all looks very complex in terms of we've got to give it some JSON text to build the card, and we can also pass through some of the parameters from Project Service. So basically the data that's been read from the invoice by AI Builder, saved in Project Service or Common Data Service, and we can access those attributes in the flow here, which then help build up the adaptive card that the user sees. And so basically this waits for the user to respond to the card by clicking on those buttons that we saw earlier, and if the response is equal to an internal expense, then we submit the expense in Project Service without attaching to a project. Alternatively, if it's meant to be for a customer project, then we're going to need to do something like direct the user to go into Project Service and do it manually, or there are probably some other smarts that we can do to help make that as simple as possible for the user. So looping back to the adaptive card action that we've got posted here, we notice that the message text that's in JSON is very complicated, and this would be near on impossible to type out by hand. So how do we build up this text to put in here? So if I copy all of that, and I'm going to go across to a website called adaptivecards.io, and basically this site helps you put together adaptive cards, and you can actually visualize what they look like. And so here I've just got a sample one showing, but if I come into the card payload editor, copy all of that, delete it, and paste in my JSON text from the flow, I can see it's rendered here, and I can now start to look at changing some of these attributes and changing this around if I want to. So when you're designing a adaptive card, start with this adaptive cards website, design it here, and then copy and paste your JSON from here into your flow. It's easier that. There's some really good guides on how to do this, and I'll put some of the links in the slide deck afterwards. For the fifth flow in the process, once the employee has responded to the adaptive card saying whether or not it's an internal expense or should be charged to a customer, Power Automate then sets the expense status of the record in Project Service Automation to be submitted, and that's where this flow then picks it up and is triggered once that status is submitted. And if the status is equal to submitted, then we can then go and create an approval. And so we create an approval here, which has all of the details that AI Builder had pulled out, and we'd saved it into Project Service Automation. And one of the things that we need to do as part of this is set enable notifications to no, and that basically says don't send this as an email. We want to be able to send that in terms of being an adaptive card inside Microsoft Teams. And so the next step here is to take that adaptive card, and I'm going to post it to myself and Microsoft Teams, and that could be any user or recipient you like, the person who's going to be approving the expense. And so we wait for the approval to happen, so wait for the approver to click on the approve or decline buttons, and once that's done we have a response here, and if the outcome is approved then we set the expense to approved in Project Service Automation. And so as a result of the fifth flow, we can see the expense in Project Service here, and the status has been updated to approved. Which then brings us to our last and final flow in the series of flows, and this is then triggered when the expense record in Project Service, its status is updated to approved, and if it is approved then we go and create that invoice record in Xero. Now this action here is a custom connector, and so Xero has an API that you can connect to. Took me a little while to figure all of that out, and that's probably another presentation in itself about creating that custom connector. But basically the story here is that if you've got an API available, you can create your own custom connectors to connect through to them. And so that brings us to the end of our demonstration on using Power Automate and the Power Platform to completely automate an end-to-end invoicing process. So I hope that you've learned a lot from this. I know it was very high level, but I hope it's starting to spark some ideas about what you can do in your own business using all these components to drive some productivity and more efficiency. And so what I'd really love to see out of the back of this presentation is some people turning those ideas into action. And I know I showed a lot of different components today and it may seem quite daunting, but if you do start small and just take one path of the process you want to automate, you can prove that it works end to end and then start building it out with your colleagues and eventually get to a point where your automation has some real impact on your organization and driving value, and also helping your fellow colleagues out by automating some of their processes as well. So thank you for watching. I hope you got something out of this, and I'll leave you with a slide to some links about getting some further information. Thank you.
I don't know about you guys, but man, this is an overload of a day, right? I'm gonna go and take a couple of minutes for myself, unwind, play a couple of games, let my mind be free of work for a minute. But you guys, you gotta keep it going. Brian Boyer's here to show you rapid time to market with Power Apps. He's gonna take you and show you how to get your apps out faster and more efficiently. All right, Brian, the floor is yours, buddy.
Hey everyone, I'm Bryant. I'm happy to be spending the next half an hour with you talking about rapid time to market with Power Apps. The goal of this session is for you to realize and see how we can go really quickly through all the design stages using tools like Power Apps to create a holistic solution. We're even going to put in a flow into here to help automate some of our processes. Here's the scenario I was in a few months ago. CIO walked up to my desk and said, and this was a Wednesday morning, "Hey, we need a solution to release to the organization by Friday. The solution is to allow us to take our corporate ski passes and let them be booked by people who need to use them, want to use them across the organization. The problem is that we don't have the capacity in our dev team to get to it. Can you do it by Friday?" Now, there's a few things that you should know about this. I don't report to the CIO. The CIO has a dev team, and they had other priorities, right? They were creating real applications that are meant for our customers and drive revenue. This isn't one of those. But the CIO also knew that I was somebody who had created a lot of solutions in the past using Power Automate, Power Apps, and Power BI, and came to me for help. In this scenario, I told him I'd give him my best shot, and I sat down to go over requirements with him. And requirements are super key for us citizen developers. That's something I learned from a bunch of developer friends that I have. My tweets online have helped me understand that we need very clear ideas of what the app should do before we dive into it. So how did I go from that Wednesday morning to releasing an app on Friday? We're about to dive in and take a look. You ready to build an app together? Let's do it. All right. So just to give you an idea of where we're going to go, this is the actual app that ended up being built by the time we were done. And when I say we, I mean me. I was a team of one. So here it is. There's the ability for me to click and add and book this time slot for myself. And then once that time slot is booked, I can cancel it out for myself. And I can click and see who has it booked on which days and book it for any open available time slots. And once I book that slot, it also will put a calendar invite on my calendar to block out and make sure I'm aware that I've booked the passes for that time. It wasn't easy to get here in 3 days, but we'll walk through the process that we went through to get there. So here we are, we're in Power Apps. The first thing that we need to do is make sure we have a clear understanding of the requirements. So we need an app that allows us to schedule slots for the ski passes, see other people who are out there who have booked them so we can communicate drop-offs or trades between slots. We need to be able to cancel our own slots, and we need to be able to block out our calendar when we book it. So those are the 4 requirements that we came up with through this process. What do we do next? I needed to have an idea of what this could look like. And so we go to a website called UI Movement. I've learned this from other power addicts that are out there. Check it out. This is a great website. I'm as a citizen developer, not a UX and UI designer, but there are those out there who have published their designs, and I'm just going to leverage them. It makes no sense for me to hit my head against the wall trying to figure out a good way to create a schedule app. Instead, I'll come here and search for schedule and see what sort of designs are out there. And this one really caught my eye this time around. I figured it will give the app a new design. And this one looks pretty good. It's got a calendar over here and a list of potential shifts that are available there. And so I've taken a snip of this and I've got it right here. We'll refer back to it. And so at this point, I go to UI Movement, and I also come and make a Sharpie mock-up, right? You can wireframe this app out. Fortunately for us, this is a one-screen app. But this would be the calendar. Here are the slots. And I had 4 ski passes, but we're only going to do 1 today. And here's the picture of the person who booked it and the X to cancel that booking. And then a button that shows book for a slot that hasn't been booked. No matter which way you go about doing it, you got to just think about how this thing could look so that you have the end in mind when you begin. So what I've done next is I just did a starting Canvas app blank, and I threw that image in the back. I like to do that so I can base my location of elements off of that. It's really, I'm just going to reproduce what I've got there in that UI, and that's fine because this is an internal app. We're not selling it. You understand. But I can actually toggle this visibility off, and you can see how I've tried to reproduce it. So turn false on that visibility there. And so now we've got the two areas. We need the calendar here and then the list of shifts here. It's simple. This is how I would do it in PowerPoint, except it's Power Apps, right? I'm dropping elements in there, shapes, sending them to back. Seriously, think about it as a PowerPoint slide and you'll be well on your way. So we're going to jump in now. We're about 5 minutes in already. Gives us just over 20 minutes to get going, and we're going to move kind of fast. This is going to be low code. I'm no developer, but I come from an Excel background, and Power Apps in a low code space is pretty similar in that regard. So we're going to dive in and see what we can do damage-wise in the next 20 minutes. So how are we going to make a calendar? Well, again, like we did with the UI, let's go and see a calendar somebody's already built and see if we can leverage it for ourselves. Fortunately, Power Apps has a bunch of published templates, and the one that I know of that has a calendar is this Book a Room app. So here I've navigated to the page that has the calendar, and we're just going to lift and shift it. So I'm going to grab these galleries, the move forward and move back buttons, and the name of the month, and I'm just going to copy those and paste them into our own app. So as soon as I paste these in, we're going to get a lot of anxiety. Don't worry, all the red X's we're going to figure out and help them to go away. Let's take a look at the first one here. And it looks like there's a variable in the other app called Show Calendar. That's on the visibility, so it toggles whether this is visible or not. We want this always visible in our app, so I can either go through and delete any reference to Show Calendar, or in my app OnStart, I'm just going to redefine what Show Calendar is. We'll say Show Calendar is true. All right, let's see what that does. Okay, we still have one error, and let's run this. Looks like the calendar for the most part is now showing. Let's see what this error is. And it looks like it's a label reference or a height reference to another label's properties. Let's just set that to 0, and that will be fine for us. Okay, so why aren't we showing any numbers in our calendar now? Well, if I click through and see this button, which this button shows, let's see, here we go. This button here in the text property shows the date of the calendar, and it looks like there's some variables as well here that we don't have yet in our app. The date add or the first date in view is one of them. So I can come back to this other app and take a look. It's usually in the on visible of the screen itself where it makes the most sense to declare these. And it looks like, yep, right here I've got a few different variables. I'm just going to grab these declarations up here and set them in my app's on visible or on start property here and run it. We'll see what happens. All right, nothing. When I look at these, it says date selected. So all of these are kind of built off of this idea of having a date selected. I don't want to go through the trouble of figuring out where that is in the other app, but I'm just going to instead set my date selected to be today. And we'll see what happens if I do that. So run the OnStart, and there we go. Take a look at that calendar. It's actually functioning the way that I would like it to. So with these all selected, I am just going to use my arrow keys, get them roughly in the right spot on this app. Coming down, coming down. All right, that's great. Okay, when I look at what we had going for us in this version, I like the arrows being over here. I like the month being larger, and then we'll try to do this colored square with the rounded corners. Let's see how far we can get here. So I'm going to move this arrow to be over on this side. I kind of like it up in line with the month name. And we need to resize these. The way I like to resize icons is to add padding to them. So that will shrink them within the box that they already exist in, and then we can fill the box with another color. When I look at this, it's a light blue with a more dark, bold blue color for the arrows. So we can replicate that a little bit here. We can grab this as our arrow color and then fill in with this, this light blue would be a good idea here. And we've kind of got that going in a good way. We could obviously resize it and make them larger, which I would recommend doing, but we got to move in this or we're not going to make it. So let's make that month name larger, maybe semi-bold it. That looks pretty good. Let's tap it over to the right a hair. Okay. Now let's deal with this circle here. So the way that this is built is this is a gallery and there's just a bunch of items. Now the circle has a visible property that says basically if the item that's been selected is this item, then make it visible. And it's just a dark gray circle. But what we'd like to do instead is do a rectangle with rounded corners. Now I'm aware that the only way to do that in Power Apps is to do a button and make the button have rounded corners. We already have a button here, so I'm just going to copy and paste it and then move it backwards so that the other one is on top of it. Now we need to go to the text of it and make sure that we eliminate that text value. So I don't want double numbers there, and you see those now went away. I'm going to just match the location of the other button that I noticed here. So it's at 9 and 2. Now let's take a look at the visibility of the circle and just copy and paste it over to the visibility of the button. For the same instances where that circle is visible, we just want this button to be visible as well. Now, last thing we'll do is we'll fill it, and we'll fill it with this color here. I kind of like that. That looks pretty good. And we can delete this circle. So now we've got this rounded corner button. The last thing I want to do is that the text of the date here is black on top of the button. And what I'd like to do is make it white. And let's navigate to the next month here so we have all of these. And if I select this date, I'd like it to be white. And when we look at our mock-up here, all the days are actually gray, and then it's white on the day that's selected. So let's do that as well. Let's make this text color gray. And maybe the third one here is a good, yep, that looks good. Except let's put an if statement in here, okay? So we've got the visibility already copied for that button. Let's say that if the button is visible, so I'm just gonna paste that visibility statement, then let's make it white. Otherwise, let's make it gray, okay? And just like that, we've got the number displaying as white on the day that's selected. That's pretty cool. So this calendar is looking pretty great. I'm happy with it. Now I wanna insert a label and see what is happening when we're selecting different days. I'm guessing that there's something built in here to make that date selected field happen, and it looks like it is. So I selected March 11th, and it's giving me this. I don't need this time code, though. That's kind of too much information for me, so I'm going to trim it using the text function. It inputs a date, and then you can specify what size that date should be or how it should appear. And so now I've got it down to a short date version, and that's pretty good. And you'll see as I click here, that's just shifting to reflect the date. So that's great. I've kind of got this half of my app looking the way that I'd like it to. So now let's shift our attention over here where we're going to display the shifts that are available to be booked. Now, the calendar is self-contained in the app, but the bookings won't be able to be. We need to store them when somebody books it so we can take a look. In 3 days' time, we don't have time to spin up a big data source, so what we've got instead is I made a SharePoint list that gives us a title column, a date, a shift, and the employee who's booked it. And that's pretty simple. So now we've got to tie this in and see if we can create a gallery that will show the availabilities and allow people to interact with it to book or cancel bookings on days that they need to. So coming in here, best way to create something like this is with a gallery. If you're not familiar with galleries, they're the most powerful thing in all of Power Apps. Galleries allow you to scale easily, I like to think of them as the Mary Poppins bag of Power Apps. They can be as large as you need to or as small as you'd like just to surface the appropriate things for you. So Mary Poppins bag, that's the way to think of it. Here, instead of connecting the gallery directly to our data source, I know that I only want 3 shifts visible every day no matter what. So I'm just going to create an array that is just three numbers, 1, 2, and 3. And I'm going to insert into this gallery a label. And this label currently is just going to show me which number it is. Now this is too big for me to display it all on one screen, but I'll shrink it here. So we've got 1, 2, and 3. Those are the 3 shifts. Now how do we, and I've prepared these labels ahead of time. Let me just cut these and paste them right into here. All right, and that will help us a little bit. How do we figure out or display the shift name instead of this number? So we know if it's a number 1, we want to display morning. If it's a number 2, we want afternoon. Number 3, we want evening. So instead of doing an if statement, the quickest way to go about doing that is to do a switch. So a switch means give me a value and then specify the different value amounts and what you'd like to do if the value matches that. So here I've got 1, 2, and 3. And I like putting them in ahead of time. There I can come back to number 1 and say, I want this to say morning. Why am I doing all caps? Because when I looked at that design I wanted to mimic, it did have caps in this area. So we want to do caps here. The other thing that I liked about it is that it was semi-bold. It was a little bit larger. Right, so let's go maybe to 14. And we can pop that down on where it says shift. So let me come back to my layers. I've got shift above. Yep, so here we go. Let's move shift up just a little bit. Okay, and grab this text box and shift it down. Pardon the pun. All right, now we've got the shift. Now how do we get the date selected? Well, we can just copy and paste this morning one, and we know that that variable is being updated with the shift, right? So we can now set this to be, instead of the switch statement, which I'm going to copy because we'll need it later, I'm going to set this as date selected. Great. And I forgot, let's make it, and here's where paste history comes into play. Let me delete this. And my paste history, I've got the switch statement, and maybe I didn't select this and copy this yet. But if I copy the text here and come back in, my paste history is Windows V in a Windows 10 environment. That will paste in from paste history. So here I've got the date and the shift. Now, I need this to separate itself a little bit from the other items in the list. So I'm going to insert a rectangle. Scroll, 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 scroll. Man, we don't have time for the scrolling. We got to get going. All right, insert this rectangle here. And instead of blue, which is just a little bit loud, wouldn't you agree? Let's send it to back. And let's use instead like the lightest gray color we can find. So this is looking pretty good. Let me extend this all the way over and maybe all the way up. Okay, so now when I click out, I've got these 3 shifts that are available to me. We need a way to be able to book this. So let me insert now a button. And this button will say book for us if this is available to be booked. Let's mimic what we saw in our design here. I like this button here. It's fairly large with no border, and it's a lighter blue color than this is. So let's set this up here, and let's set the text to be, instead of button, let's call it book. And let's fill it with this blue color here, and then set the border thickness to be 0. Good, I like that button, that looks pretty good. We could shrink it maybe to match where it says shift, but there's, we can play with that kind of stuff. What do we want to do when we select it? Well, here is where we need to patch to a data source. So when we select it to book, we need to put a record into that table, right, to match the booking. That way there's a record of that happening. So let's first add in the connector of that SharePoint list. So SharePoint, click my connection, and then coming in here, it should surface for me recently used sites. I can select my site and then select the list name there. And now I've got that data source connected here. So we can patch now to that data source. And it is ski pass app reservations. And let me copy that because that's something that we'll need to paste over and over again. And now we need to patch in a record to that. So I know that my fields are title, shift, actually before shift we have date, shift, and employee. All right, employee is going to be the user who's using the app, so I'm going to do user and just pull their email in. The shift, now this is where we need to pull back into that switch statement. So based on whatever the item is here, it will tell us what the shift is. Then we go to the date, and we've copied that date already here, right? It's that short date format. Now for the title, I like to do a unique item that's got the date and the shift in it. So here we'll paste in, whoops, come back. Let's grab this because I didn't mean to paste that. Let's paste in the text format, and we'll do an ampersand, do quotes, and give us a little hyphen in there as well. and then let's paste in the switch statement. So that will give us date, dash, and then the shift. So that's kind of a lot. Hope you stayed up with me. Sorry if that was too fast for you. Now let's try to book that slot. So I'm clicking book. That should be patching something into our data source here. Let's go take a look and see what happened. I can come here to the Ski Pass reservations list, and there we go. There's an item there for us that represents my booking. And so now we want to hide this button if something's been booked, right? So let's go to the visibility of it and say, let's filter the data source, right? And I will paste in the name of that data source. Let's filter it by if the title equals, and now we need to do the date and do that ampersand to throw the hyphen in there as well, and with the switch statement. So we're going to filter the table based off of titles that match what this row's title should be, and close that. Now that gives us potentially a table. Power Apps thinks that it could be a lot of records. We know it's either going to be 1 or 0. So what we want to do is count rows. Now this is going to do a delegation warning saying, hey, if you've got a lot of rows, this is going to cause an issue, but we know it's going to be either just 1 or 0. So I know that that's an all right thing to do. So we want this visible if there is no rows in that. So we're going to set it to equal to 0, and it looks like it worked here. I'm going to copy and paste that later. So because we need to be able to cancel that booking if we have booked it prior to, right? So I'm going to insert an X icon here. Now the X should only be visible if it is booked. So let's come to the visibility of it. And instead of true, we're going to paste that, and instead of equal to 0, we're going to make it not equal to 0. So now this X should be here and nowhere else. Perfect. And if I select the X, it's going to cancel my booking right on the SharePoint list. Oh, we haven't set that up yet. So let's go now to the onSelect property. And instead of selecting the parent, we need to remove. And this is where we need to paste the data set. Again, Ski Pass app. And which record do we want to remove? Well, it's the one that we get from this filtering statement. Now, I did a count rows in this filtering statement. What we want to do instead, since it is still a table, instead of count rows, let's just do first. So the first one that matches the criteria. And let's see where we're at there. That should work. So now let's hold Alt and click this X to see if that worked. And it should be running. And hey, it updated. Now there's no record there, so now we can book the slot. The things we're not going to do here is you could put the picture of the person, you could put the name of them, you could just straight pull their email. We're not going to do that today because we're running out of time already. The last thing I want to show you is how are we going to block out the calendar. And as we look at this app, this is looking a lot better than maybe some of the apps that you've used or created and some of the apps I've created. Guys, as citizen developers, and when I say guys, I mean you all, everyone out there, as citizen developers, we need to up our game. We need to be producing way more beautiful apps than we currently are today, and that's what I'm hoping to do with this a little bit. So you've got that idea there. Let's go now to our flow that we're going to run. I've created this prior to, like any good cooking show would, so that you can have an idea of how this would work. You do a Power Apps trigger. Now there's nothing here that you have as a Power Apps trigger that you can pull in while looking at it from Microsoft Flow. However, when I put the create event action in here, for every field, let's say that we wanted to add in like required attendees. When I click here and click add dynamic content, I have the ability over here to ask in Power Apps. And every time you click ask in Power Apps, it's going to generate a new field for you here. Now, when we come to Power Apps, I want this to run on select of this book button, right? So on select here of the book button, we come over to action and there's Power Automate. So if I were to click that, it would remove everything I've got here. I'm going to just cut it myself and I'll paste it back as soon as we add this flow in. So clicking Power Automate, here's that flow, Power App create event, and we could double check that here. Yep, that's the name of it. Give it a name probably that's better next time. And here it tells us the 3 pieces of information that we need to pull in order for this flow to work. Now that we've got this in here, I'm going to paste back in the code that we already had, so it will run that code first and then run the flow. First thing we need is a calendar ID. Now, this is a little bit tricky. They do it in the Book a Room app in the on start of the app, but I've just pulled it into Notepad so I can copy and paste it because, guys, we're running out of time here. And I will paste that into the OnStart of our app. All right. Paste that in there, and it looks like I don't have the connector yet. So let's pull in the Office 365 Outlook. All this is going to do is look at the user's calendars and pick the first one that matches the name calendar. So it's really simple. It's not a lot of text and code there. So now let's run this so that we have something there to use. And in this book button, now we can grab the variable that was set in that code called my calendar. Perfect. Now we need a start time for the event. Now I know the time that that this is, the first shift is going to be at 7 a.m. to noon, right? That's when we kind of need to set that up. So the first thing we're going to do is pull in what we've got here known as the date selected, right? So we need to do text date selected. And this is where instead of the short, we need it in UTC format. And that's just specified by the flow. You could look at that field in there and see that that's what it's asking for. The problem with this is, and we could surface this up a little bit here. Let's insert a label just to see what we're looking at. I like to do this all the time when I'm creating apps in Power Apps. So insert a label and paste this in here. And it's behind us here. So looking at this, this UTC format is telling me it's at 8 a.m. UTC time, which is 0 hours where I'm at Pacific time. So what I need to do back in this flow is add 7 hours to that, right? So we can do date add, which is a function in Power Apps that will add, it will add a specified amount of time. And here we want to add 7 hours. So 7 comma, and here's where you write hours. So this amount should give us 1,500 hours. Okay, so perfect. That is, that's exactly the time that we're looking for. Now let's come back to the book button, and that's the start time. So now to create the end time for this, it needs to be noon. So instead of adding 7 hours, I'll add 12. And of course, we'll need to change this flow for every button. So I just use the switch statement and say if the shift is 1, then run this. If it's 2, run this, right? And we'll change the hours up in each of those, but we don't have time to do that here. But this app should run, or this flow should run now that's being triggered by our app. So if I click this book button, not only will it book it for me and change this to show an X icon, which if we double check in here and refresh, there it is. But it will also send me a calendar invite. So if I launch my calendar, we should have an invite in here, and then we'll be done. Let's take a look and see, did it book my calendar? And what date did I have selected, just so we can take a look and see on the right day? February 28th in the morning. And if we look, ta-da, February 28th in the morning. And I didn't mark it as busy. So I hope that you can see how quickly we can go. We're ready to publish this app to the organization. Thank you all for sticking with me. I know that was a lot. Enjoy the rest of your sessions today. Find me on Twitter @TheFlowHawk. See ya.
Okay, well, it's time for me to head back to Advanta, but while I ride the bus all over the Puget Sound, you guys get to go and hang with Guy in a Cube. I don't think they need any introduction. Guy in a Cube is a phenom in our community. You know him, I know him, we all love him. They're apparently talking about French toast or something. I'm sure it's gonna be great. Adam, Patrick, floor is yours.
Yo! What's up? I'm Adam.
And I'm Patrick.
And we are Guy in a Cube. Just a little bit about us. Our passion is just teaching them the clicks of Power BI. We've been with Power BI since the beginning of it, and we've got a little YouTube channel on the side. All right. What we're going to learn in this session, what the French toast is Power BI doing to my database. We're going to look at how Power BI interacts with your database. We're also going to keep your data fresh, or how do you keep your data fresh inside of Power BI? And then a little things you can do to help your database out, because we like the database, or at least Patrick does. All right, so Patrick, we're going to walk everyone through 3 stages of data analysis, right? I said this to Patrick, and Patrick's like, no, this is chaos, man. This is chaos on the database. And so I want to introduce you to Mr. Fan. And so you may be thinking, what does this have to do with databases? Well, the 3 stages are going to be before it hits the fan, it's hitting the fan, and the fan is just broke.
It's broken, man.
It's broke.
It's broken. It's not working.
It's not working. All right, so here's the story. Here's the deal. This is what happened. Patrick, I created this awesome report. A lot of people were telling me that there was this tool I could go use. It was free. I downloaded it. It was just, I could just go do it. I went to the database to get some data, and I wanted to do some things. I started small, and it was all right. And then, everyone loved it. So I decided to just bring it all in. And now it's slow, man. Your database does not work right.
But how did you get access to my database? First of all,
I just searched SharePoint. The password and username were on there. I don't know why you put it on there, but it was there.
Okay, all right. So, but why are you trying to pull all this data? 67 million rows. Why?
Well, because the business said they needed it.
Where's the data going? Is it leaving on premises?
Well, it's going into my this file on my machine. And so I did this refresh thinking maybe it was a problem with my machine. So then I published it to this Power BI service thing in the cloud, and it's still slow.
Do I have access to this thing?
Yeah. I gave you access. We can go take a look. Let's go take a look.
Okay, let me go take a look. Take a look at this. All right. And okay, so is it this import Contoso sales thing? Is it that one?
Yes. Yeah, the import one. That is the one.
All right. So I want to see. Have you ran a refresh already?
I did. It took a long time.
Let's take a peek. Let's look at this. So I guess refresh history.
Yeah.
Let's look at how long this took. You started here at 08. Wow.
See, man, it took a long time.
But what is this doing? So how do I'm going to go, let's see here. I'm going to just refresh this. I'm going to click refresh.
Oh, no. Don't refresh. Oh.
What do you mean?
Now it's going to take a long time again.
All right. So I'm a DBA, so I want to go check to see what the French toast this is doing to my database, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and run this nice query that I wrote. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. And so let's see. There's nothing coming through. Must be taking a little bit to spawn up those queries. Must be taking a little bit. That's all right.
Because it's efficient, right?
And here we go. So
look at all that
stuff coming through. Yeah, lots and lots of queries coming through. And wait, are you just selecting all the rows from every table?
Well, no, I went into the dialogue thing and I just put checkbox next to the table, and then I was, I did a little magic on them as well.
Oh my God. Okay, that's not gonna work, Adam. You can't do this against my database. This is an operational database. Lots of other applications are accessing this database, and this is absolutely unacceptable. I'm sorry. You got to figure something else out, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying. So I went out and did some research on my own, right?
You did? Okay.
I did some research, and there's this thing that I was looking at. I think you sent me an email about it. It's called incremental refresh.
I did.
And so I'm thinking maybe we could use that instead of this import thing that you got going on, right?
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, let's give it a try. So tell me a little bit about this incremental refresh though.
So instead of refreshing the entire data set every time, every single time, what you could do with incremental refresh, it'll make your refreshes faster, more reliable, and they'll instead of consuming all the resources on my SQL server, it'll reduce the amount that
I see. So what I was doing before was when I was just checking the box next to the table, by default, it was just pulling everything into that.
Everything every time.
Right. Everything into Power BI from the database every time.
So that 67 million row table that you're accessing, every time you run that refresh, it's going to run and go get 67 million.
But before we look at this incremental refresh stuff, though, aren't there like some things you can do on the database side to make it faster?
Yeah, there's some things I can do, but not for reporting purposes.
I saw this thing like indexes and things of that nature.
What do you know about indexes? You're not a DBA.
I went on the internet. The internet told me these things.
Yes, I can do indexing, but it's already my database is already indexed for the application that it was built for. It's not built for Power BI, right?
You can't do it for me.
I'm not gonna do it for you. I'm not doing it for anyone because you're one person. There's millions of people that's using my database. I'm not gonna upset millions of people for just you. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's take a look at this incremental refresh thing. So this is going to allow it to not be so intensive on the database itself.
Right. So instead of refreshing 67 million rows every time, it's only going to refresh 67 million rows initially. And then all the subsequent ones are going to be based on this policy that I configure. Yeah, I went and read about this incremental refresh.
Right,
so
cool.
when you set
now,
it up,
are there any limitations to incremental refresh? Like, I heard this thing premium, like, is that something that I have to get for that?
So up until recently, it was just premium, but now it works with Pro. So you don't need premium; it works with Pro. But the challenge, right? The challenge with this incremental refresh, and there's lots of documentation and videos out there about incremental refresh, but we must have this date time column that we can use to track and partition our data by. Yeah. So
that's good.
But you're gonna have to set this up in your PBIX file. You'll have to go and set up the date ranges in the file, and then you'll also have to configure the policy before you publish this out. This is on you, man. I'm not doing this. You have to use this Power BI. You do it.
Right, and then so through the magic of video amazingness and directorial debuts of us, let's say I've already done that.
So if you've already done that, then we can go over to Power BI where you published this one. So I noticed that you published another one out here, and you can see the import is still running on my database.
Yeah, that import's still going.
But if we go and look, and I saw some testing that you did, if we go take a look at the refresh history, you remember the other one, it was like almost an hour to refresh.
It was,
we go take a look at this one where one actually succeeded, and you could see that it only took like 9 minutes, right? It started at 5 and then it finished at 5 on it. So we saved a lot of time. You did, right? That was great, Adam. Thanks for doing that. But we got one problem, my friend.
What problem?
My database isn't built this way. It doesn't support these date times. I can't do this partitioning. I can't do that. It just won't work. No, sorry. You got to come up with something else. I'm sorry. That's not going to work.
So yeah, this slide says basically, I think you got into my slides here too, and you made
I'm reading your mind, man. I'm angry about this because my database doesn't work that way.
So it's really hitting the fan now because we're putting a ton of load on the database. Importing itself is, takes a very long time and is very intensive. And then the incremental refresh can help, but you've got to be careful with it. There is some setup. There are some things that you have to be aware of that could be affecting how incremental refresh actually runs, right? And so this next thing, I did some searching.
But there's one thing we forgot to mention about incremental refresh, right?
Okay.
For it to work, your source must support query folding.
That's right.
Right.
I did read that on the interwebs also.
Yeah, and so we got videos about it out on query folding. If your source doesn't support query folding, it is not.
Yeah, that's a whole session in itself, and we're not going to go through it in this one. But yeah, there's tons of great info out there. There's blogs and videos. Go look at the documentation on PowerBI.com as well. So there is some items there that will point you in that direction as well. Just be aware that it's there. Most of your relational sources should work. So like SQL, things of that nature. But also be aware of the transformations you're doing inside of Power BI Desktop or inside of Power Query, because that could potentially break query folding and prevent incremental refresh from working. So if you're not seeing incremental refresh doing its thing, then those are some things that you'll have to go investigate. But in this case, incremental refresh was working fine when I did it, right? So it's hitting the fan now. Things are getting real. We got to get this working, Patrick. We have to get this working. So I did go out on the interwebs again, and I found this thing called Direct Query. Don't worry, we'll just use that.
Okay, tell me about this Direct Query.
So with Direct Query, what we're going to do is actually go ahead, instead of pulling all the data into Power BI, we're going to it will reach out to the database server when I interact with the report itself. So it queries the database as needed, right? Instead of just getting it all at once.
So it won't pull my data out of the source.
Well, it will, but we're not caching it in the service. So what's inside of Power BI Desktop will just be the schema of the database. And then when we actually go and render the report, that will actually go out to the database to get the data just for the report, right? Just at the time that I'm actually doing it. So it's not all the data, it's just what I need at the time that the report is being run.
So that's better. So instead of pulling the 67 million rows, it's only going to pull what you need for those elements.
Yes, and it's auto-generated SQL, which I read was the best SQL out there.
Wait a minute. So
that's right?
Is it like SQL, like the Entity Framework SQL?
No. This is much better.
Okay. Do you have a sample script that I can go?
Yeah, I went ahead and sent you the file. I was going to mention that. Well, go ahead and try it. Let's see what it does. I think it'll be fine.
But before I try it, look at this scroll bar. I'm a little concerned. I'm assuming you just got a lot of white space below this query.
I don't know. It's just whatever Power BI put together.
What is this?
So one other thing I should mention, that's just for one of the visuals. So it'll generate one of these for like every visual on the report. I've got like 20 visuals, I think.
Okay. Let's just run the report.
Okay. Let's just run the report. You have the report, right?
Yeah, I have it. I want to see actually what this is doing to my database. I really need to see.
All right, let's see it.
All right, so I got the report here that won't open. Here we go. And so I'm going to go ahead and run this. Is that okay?
Beautiful. Do it.
And it's not going to affect my database too much.
Well, I don't know, man. You know your database. Worked fine on mine. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead.
It should be fine. I have faith.
What is this? Let's see what this is doing to my database. Let's run some queries. Let's see what's going on. Okay, just a couple of queries. That's not too bad. Just 3. Let's see what we got. Okay, not too bad. Just 3 queries. They're still running though.
Yeah.
What is this?
So I did.
No, there's 5 queries. Okay, Adam, I'm a little confused here, man.
What are you confused about?
I thought you said it was just going to run 1 query.
No, I mentioned that too. I said there was one thing I forgot to tell you was that 1 query, that's per visual.
Oh, now it's 7 query. So
yes, so for each visual I have, it's going to run a query.
Are you the only person that's going to be running these reports?
Well, no, we have to distribute this to the entire organization. So I think there's going to be around 5,000 people hitting this.
Oh, so it's just 9 times 5, 45,000 queries against my database. No, man, that is just not gonna work.
What?
I don't think we can do this.
Well, I heard you say 5 though. I've got more visuals on the report than that.
Oh my god.
So yeah, if you go to view.
Yeah.
And then go to page view.
And
then look at fit to page.
Oh,
here we go.
Whoa. Oh no, we can't do this, Adam.
Okay.
We can't do this. Let me see what's going on here. How many queries we got going? 14 queries for 1 report.
Yeah.
14 queries for 1 report.
Yeah.
That's not gonna work, man.
It's not gonna work.
This is not going. Well, I mean, there's 17 queries now. Wait a minute, what's going on?
That's a lot of queries.
So is it one query per visual?
It's
Can
one
there be
query.
more than one?
Yeah, so it's one query per visual, and it could be it technically could be one or more queries per visual. Generally, it's one, but depending on what you're doing, it could be more than one.
I think we're gonna have to do something else, man. I don't think this is gonna work.
All right. So in general, folks, when we're dealing with direct query, it's very important to think about performance and your database. The big thing to understand with this is that we're limited by the data source itself and how fast that can respond. And so it's not necessarily Power BI. We're just issuing those queries to that data source. So in the case of SQL, what Patrick was just showing you is that there's a lot of queries that could potentially hit your server and cause those performance delays. We both worked with customers that have done this before, and it has, there's a lot of tuning and whatnot that has to go on the data source side of this, whether it's SQL, SAP HANA, maybe Azure Synapse Analytics, any of these items, they have to be tuned at that level. And so query patterns are very important. And so Patrick, talk to us about like some of the things we could do to help improve performance on this.
Indexing, right? Indexing is so important, Adam. The challenge again is, like I said before with the import, a lot of times your operational databases already has an indexing strategy based on other things. And so the DBA is going to be hesitant to go and, change that strategy or implement new things. You can create materialized tables or views to help with this, or you can make a copy of the database and say, hey, this is the database you're going to use just for reporting. A data warehouse would be great. And you can also, and I like what you're showing on the screen right now, you can use query reduction. And so that's a property inside the desktop where you can limit what's going back and forth to the database.
Yeah, and there's two different pieces of this too. There's the filters and then the slicers. And so the query reduction, what that allows you to do is actually go ahead and make your changes. So instead of everything interacting when you go and click on specific things, you'll have an apply button where you can actually go do that. And then it will wait until you hit apply to actually send those queries to the database. So this is really helps you with like slicers and things of that nature where it can be problematic. If I have a lot of slicers trying to change all of that, then the apply button will reduce that item. And so you're showing that on your screen, Patrick. Yep.
Yeah, and it's a report level option, right? So to get to it, you go to File, Options and Settings, choose Options, and if you scroll down, you'll see it when the options show up. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see where it says Query Reduction. If you go ahead and click Query Reduction, and then you can choose different things, right? I can say wait a minute, disabling cross-height. Wait a minute, Adam. If I interact with those visuals on the page, what happens?
Yeah, so whenever I select a given visual, then it cross highlights. So that means if I select a slice out of a pie chart, because everybody uses a pie chart, then that will also adjust all the other visuals to say, hey, go update and run another query. It's really slick. Query? No, again, it'd be one or more per visual. It's really slick. It's amazing.
So it's not amazing. So I'm guessing if I choose this option, it'll stop the cross highlighting.
Yeah. So this reverts. So by default, all visuals inside of Power BI will do this cross highlighting by default. So checking this box says we're reversing the default and saying everything will not cross highlight by default. And then you can choose, you can optionally go in and edit those interactions to then decide which visuals will cross highlight each other. So you can be a little more prescriptive about what that's going to do. So these are all little things really that just really reduce the amount of queries that are going to go hit your SQL Server.
Gotcha. Doesn't make me feel happy. I think there's something else we can do better than this, Adam.
So you don't like it? You don't like it? You don't like it? You, as a DBA, you want more?
There's got to be a way to reduce the, all the round trips to the database, right? There's got to be some happy medium that you and I could come to where we can make both of our lives better.
Yeah, I think we can. So there is this concept I saw called composite models. And the idea of composite models is that we can have this mix of So before composite models, what we had was this concept of direct query and import. And so if I did import, it was import only. If I did direct query, it was direct query only. And so with composite models, what I can do is actually have direct query for some tables and then import for other tables. And so I could like import my dimensions and then keep my fact tables as direct query, like if they're really big. Or I could also do this for if I wanted like certain behaviors to occur within a report. That would be, a good experience.
So I see that you gave me a composite model report. Can I go ahead? It's going to be faster?
It should be faster depending on what you're doing. So it will, generally the idea would be, yes, it would be faster.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and run it.
So, and again, it's this mix of direct query and import.
Oh, I even see down here at the bottom, look at that. It says I'm in a mixed mode. I'm in a mixed storage mode. Yeah, I'm excited about that. And so I did my own research, Mr. Analyst, and I found out that I can see which modes these are. If I go to the relationship view in that file that you sent me, expand out advanced, and I can see that some of these are in dual mode and import mode. But I noticed that this one right here, this fact online sales, which contains all the data, is in direct query mode.
Right.
I'm a little concerned about that. Does it behave the same way?
So it's going to go query that. It'll query that table if it needs data from that table.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and run this. This should be super fast because a lot of this is imported. So I'm assuming this is going to be super fast. Let's do this. Let's run this to see. Let's kind of clear this out. I just want to clear this out to get a fresh start. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'm going to clear this out because I want to monitor the activity of this composite model thing that you got going. And then I'm going to run this. Yeah, I trust you. No, I don't. And I'm going to run that. And so here's all these spinning
all that.
things.
Mr. Spinny, all the ants on the screen marching along.
But I see there's this slicer. We can barely see it. Let's see if I zoom into this. Now we probably that's bad. But let me change the view.
Change the view. Change the view. Yeah. Go page view, fit to width.
Okay.
Fit to width.
This guy.
Yeah.
He loaded up really fast.
He was really fast because that was import or that was dual, so it didn't need to go back to the database to do it.
Oh, so the dual could potentially act as import or direct query if needed.
Yes.
And so if I run this, let's see what's going on my database. There's 8 queries already running on my. Okay, that's not going to work either, Adam. I'm sorry, that's not going to work either, man. We can't use this because it looks like it's been. If the visuals need to access that table that's in direct query mode, it's still going to send those queries to my database.
It will.
Is that true?
Yes. So the other thing we can do. It is a little better. So the other thing we could do here is this concept called aggregations. And so aggregations itself is it's based on the idea of composite models. But what it does is you can actually create like a summary table that is imported. And then when it needs to go get those detail tables, it will then go query the database. So by first, it's going to try to hit the summary table, depending on, what grain that it's actually created at. So like you could do, so if I had my main sales table, that was the full detail table in direct query, then I could have an aggregate table that was at the year level. So everything's aggregated up to a year. So it's significantly a lot fewer rows than that 65 million rows. Or I could do one at like a quarter level or month level or day level. So I could have multiple of these tables. From the end user, from the Power BI perspective, the DAX would just be the same DAX. The Power BI engine under the hoods takes care of switching between whether I hit that summary table or I actually go out to the direct query table on the database side.
So you don't have to change your reports?
No.
Oh, interesting. So Power BI is smart enough to say, hey, you've built this go use this aggregation table.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh. And so the aggregation tables, since we talked about these storage modes, are they in import mode? Are they direct query?
So the detail table itself, will be in direct query. The summary tables would be in import mode. So those are just regular imported tables. And then you would go ahead and configure them for aggregations. And then those imported tables would then become hidden. And so the end user wouldn't even know about those aggregation tables. They would go through and just pretend like they only knew about the direct query table and then just go use that as they normally would.
So let's clear out my activity monitor here. All
right.
Activity monitor. And so I see that you provided me with an aggregation.
I did.
PBIX file.
I tried to be a little proactive.
I see. And I'm assuming you built out and configured all these aggregations and this stuff is ready to go. I'm assuming.
Yes.
This is my assumption.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to jump over to this relationship. I can see what you got going on here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
So what I see is some additional tables with ag in the name, and I'm assuming this is what you mean by an aggregation.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And it's all set up, and so I'm going to go ahead.
It's hidden, so yeah. So it should just work.
All right. Same report. I'm going to go ahead and go back to my report view, and let's run this, and let's see what happens. Oh, wait a minute.
That was fast.
Wait a minute. Let me run. See what. Wait a minute. I didn't get any queries on my database.
That's
Why didn't I
roll.
get any queries?
Because we hit the aggregated table. We didn't actually hit the detail table in direct query. And so if we hit that imported table at that higher grain, it's really fast. And then if we do need
to my database,
it doesn't go back to your database.
Oh, you just made my day, my friend.
Yeah. But now the one caveat with that is you still need to refresh those imported tables because they are imported, but you can also use those combinations of incremental refresh and whatnot to help reduce that load as well. So it's kind of a combination of all of those things, right?
But the aggregation tables won't have 67 million rows.
No, they'd be significantly. So if I do it at the year level, well, maybe if I only have 10 years worth of data, then I only have 10 rows.
Wait a minute. So I noticed something when looking at these files that you gave me, right?
Yeah.
I noticed how the file sizes change based on.
Yeah.
On
They'll
the
be
type,
really
right?
smaller. Yeah.
Yeah. So the import was really large, and then incremental refresh got a little smaller. Direct query, there was no data, so it was significantly smaller. But this is great, right? I can kind of see the trend.
Yep. Well, and the other thing too is even though I am doing import, so we're not importing that 65 million row data set either. Those summary tables, the aggregation tables are smaller, right? They have a smaller amount of rows. So hopefully that refresh isn't going to take nearly as long when we do the import schedule refresh piece of that.
I wondered, I bet you didn't do that. I bet you didn't put that up there for me, did you? No, you didn't.
No.
Okay, that's all right.
All right. So that is just a quick look of how we can actually go ahead and look at how to help your database out along when we're working with Power BI and we're looking at larger sets of data, or just to understand like what Power BI is going to do with your database. And then hopefully you can optimize it from there. Guys, thank you so much for watching. We definitely appreciate your time. Keep being awesome, and we'll see you around.
Welcome back. Wasn't that a rad session from Guy in a Cube? I'm just here trying to keep track and organize all this swag and where I'm going to send it. And lucky enough, Laura Rogers, she's about to do a session on keeping track of all your approvals. Because let's face it, if you have a lot of them, sometimes they can be tough to manage. Laura, she's an awesome teacher. She runs the Power Hour. She's a well-known force in our community. I'm excited for her session. All right, I'm going to finish shipping this swag. You guys go watch Laura. We'll meet up in a little while.
Hello and welcome to Keeping Track of All Those Approvals. I'm Laura Rogers, Microsoft MVP, and my company is IW Mentor, a training company where I teach this stuff. So today we're going to be talking about dealing with the approvals action and some challenges, and just when you have a lot of approvals that are going on, to be able to understand what's going on with them. So, by default, when we send out approvals, the person who sent it and the person who received it can see sort of the status of what's going on with it. But we're going to talk about the concept of understanding the statuses of a lot of them and being able to send overdue notifications and some additional things like that. So let's start off by talking about the approvals action. Everything we're doing in this session is around working with the approvals action. It has interactive emails, which arrive as adaptive cards, and it's got parallel approvals. It's even got integration with the mobile app, and it's got an entire dashboard. So the dashboard looks something like this. You can see all of the action items that are waiting your approval. You can see things you've received and sent, and the history of your approvals. You can also see the same thing in the app. When you're creating a flow, this is what the interface looks like when you're starting and waiting for an approval. You've got some basic information about it, like what is it called, who's it assigned to, and you can even put long descriptions and a link to the thing that is being approved. I have some pros and cons to talk about, and some of the solutions I'll talk about in my flows that I'll share with you today are sort of getting around some of these, especially the cons. So I do like the built-in interactive emails, the ability for the approvers to quickly be able to click a button and respond directly in the email without having to go anywhere. They just click the link to look at the thing they're approving and then just respond in the email. It's also, of course, integrated with the mobile app, and you do get app push notifications, and even if you have something like an Apple Watch, it will pop up and tell you about approvals, which is awesome. And then some things that I don't like: you don't have visibility into existing approvals besides your own. You don't have any sort of out-of-the-box overdue reminders, and it doesn't have any sort of out-of-the-box serial process. By default, they're just all parallel. So we're going to tackle a couple of these challenges with the solutions I'll talk about. So first, you need to understand the difference between the start and wait. So create an approval just starts an approval. It doesn't wait. It just kicks off the approval process. Start and wait is the most common one that I see people using. The workflow is just going to sit there and be running and waiting until all the people have done their approvals. And the timeout is automatically a 30-day maximum for it to wait. Now, the approvals will still be sitting out there, but that's as long as the flow will wait. And then wait for approval can be used separately, and it will simply wait for a specific approval given that approval ID. And that is the key. That's what we'll be tapping into. So here's my method that we'll talk about. We'll do a flow for starting approvals. So that's flow number 1. We'll have a SharePoint list where you keep track of the tasks. Now, this is not a task list that the end users ever necessarily need to go to or know about. It's just a list for us to be able to track what's going on and to have other flows looking at that list. And so we'll also have a second flow that's going to be waiting for each approval, and then a third flow that's going to run on a schedule to send overdue notifications. So here's my SharePoint list. I've got a title assigned to, which is who the task is assigned to, who the approval is assigned to, start date, due date. I've got a status like not started or completed. The approval ID is important, and this is one of the keys to this solution. And then we have the file ID, which is just going to be the unique ID of the file that's being approved. And then I have the outcome. All right, my demo here is going to be a company policy approval. I have a document library in SharePoint for company policies. Each policy has some policy owners. So those are the people that are in charge of that company policy who need to approve it, and that is a person field in that SharePoint library that can have one or more people in it. And so in this situation, policy owners have to approve that policy. So we'll be sending that approve action. We're using that to send them an approval. All right, let's dig straight into the demo. Let's start off by looking at the full solution and by understanding what that interface is going to look like before we dig into the flows. Here is my company policy library, and I have a policy that I'd like to get approved, so I can click Get Approved here, and that will let me kick off my flow. And of course, this is in my world here, I'm manually kicking off the flow. But, you could have a different trigger of as soon as an item gets created or modified. That is my trigger for this example. So I went ahead and kicked off my flow that's called Policy Approvals Just Start Approval. Now I can see that this flow is in progress. So what is it doing? Well, it did send out the email letting me know that something is assigned to me. So I have this, you've probably seen this before, just the flow email. So it's letting me know, it's got a link to the document, and it's letting me know I need to approve it. So the policy owners in this situation were Billy Bob and me. So I'll go ahead and complete my task. Now let's go see what else it's doing. So behind the scenes, I am also creating something in this list for each approver. And again, this is not something you need the approvers to go to. It is for tracking purposes. So I have this approved time and attendance. It created 2 tasks in here, one for me and one for Billy Bob. And they've each got a due date, and they've each got a status. So this is showing me information about that approval that was sent to the person. Also notice that mine now says completed. So I did my task and his is still waiting for him. It is not started. Now, how does this task list know that I completed that approval? That's what we're going to dig in with the flow. It actually marked it completed. So now this task list is what we can go by when we're doing things like knowing which ones are completed and having the ability to send overdue notifications that will look at this entire list and look at which ones are past the due date. All right, these first 3 flows are going to be ones that we'll be dealing with today. Policy approvals just start approval is the first one that we'll talk about. We'll go ahead and edit it and dig in to see what's going on. So first of all, just for a selected item in my company policy library, that one's pretty simple. That's the trigger. The first thing it's going to do is update the policy properties to just say in progress. It's just changing. I have this field that I called approve policy, and I'm just using it as a status, and it is getting changed to in progress. And that's all that one is doing. Then my next action is I've found that it's really helpful to create a sharing link when we're sending out a link in an approval to a file in SharePoint. I've just found that it's more compatible with most browsers, and it just works better no matter where the person's coming from, which Outlook client, which browser they're using. I like to use the sharing link in the approval that I send people. So that's just sort of a side note tip. So I'll create the sharing link for that policy that they just clicked on. And then for each owner, so I've got my policy owners field, which is can have multiple policy owners. So for each owner, I'm creating an approval. Now what you need to know is that each time it does this create an approval, it is got a unique approval ID. So this is a little bit advanced, but if you had multiple people all in the same field here in assigned to, it would create a single approval ID for all those people. What I want to do is I want to be able to keep track separately of what each person's doing and where it is and who's done what. So I'm specifically making sure that it is doing this create approval action separately for each owner, which will give each one a separate approval ID. All right, so it's very simple. I'm just creating the title, assigning it to the policy owner, and putting the sharing link as the item link, and then the file name here. And I'm just saying to enable notifications. And the requester is going to be the person that triggered the flow. All right, and then after it kicks off the flow, remember it's not waiting, it's just creating the approval. And then moving on. So I'm creating a task, and this is where I go to that task list and I say approve, whatever the file is, assign it to whoever that policy owner is that I'm looping through right now. I add 5 days to today for a due date, and then I say the task status is not started. This is really important here, the approval ID. This is the approval ID that I got from this action, create an approval. See, approval ID, and that is the unique ID for that approval that I can use later on in my other flow to wait for that approval. So then I've got my file ID. This is the file in the SharePoint library. That's its unique ID. I'm only creating one task list per library in this situation, so I don't have to worry about having any sort of duplicates. All right, and then it's creating it's got an empty outcome, and the start date is basically now. But the approval ID is really important. That's an extra field that I created in the task list that I have, that I showed you in that slide of what all my fields are. Then this one's just for fun, this last one. It's just a fun thing you can do. It just makes it, easy for end users, the ones who are approving things. I just say for that same person, just go ahead and use this adaptive card data from the approval that was done. So adaptive card, and I'm just putting that adaptive card in Teams, and I'm saying, hey, here's your approval. Now they can approve it straight from Teams, or they can approve it straight from the email. If they have already done it in either, like if I'm in my email and I've already done it in Teams, it will just let me know that I already did it. So it's not going to make me do it twice. So it's going to say approve this policy, and it's going to be an alert for that person. And again, this is just sort of an extra fun sort of side note thing that I'm doing that's possible when you do create an approval without just without waiting for it at the same time, because you have all this additional data. Okay, that was the first flow. And that's getting triggered from the person when they click to get the policy approved. And my next flow is going to be the task waiting for approval. And this one is the one that runs on that task list. Each approval that it gets assigned to each individual person is creating a task. So this runs right when that task gets created in the task list I showed you. So it's initializing a couple of variables. I'll talk about a little bit towards the end here. And then it's doing the wait for an approval action. So all I need is that approval ID when I'm waiting for an approval. The approval ID is that extra field that I put in the task. So as soon as the task gets created, then it's waiting. This way, each individual task is waiting for that person to approve, as opposed to the whole policy approval just pending and waiting for everyone, and you have no way of knowing necessarily who's finished or who needs to be reminded about doing their task. Okay, it's waiting for an approval. Once they do the approval, you'll notice that when we looked at the task list a second ago, that mine showed completed already. As soon as the person completes that approval, it goes to that task and marks it as completed, task value completed. So it just needs to know which item. This is the same item that from the trigger ID. And then I'll go ahead and put whatever their outcome was, approved, rejected, whatever it is. I'll just stick that in this outcome field in the task if I need that later. And that depends on your process as to what you have people doing and approving or rejecting or whatever their decision is. Okay, so it's updating. It's doing an update list item in SharePoint. And then this is fun. Okay, so this is a little bit complex. What I need to do is as soon as a task gets completed, how does it know if it's the last task for that file? How does it know if the other people have completed theirs? Because we need to know this because we need to somehow tell that original policy, that main file, we need to let it know that everyone has done their task and that the whole thing is finished. So each time someone completes their task, it's going to go get all the related tasks that have that same file ID. So this is that same policy that I'm approving, which is a unique ID in that library. So it's going to get all the other tasks that have that same file ID, and then it's counting them. So this length expression is going to count how many things are in an array. So this is counting. So it's giving me a number of how many related tasks I have. Then, since I already have this list of tasks, I don't need to go get it again. I just need to know how many of them have already been completed. So I'm just doing on this array that I already have of all the related tasks, I'm just going to say, just give me a list of the ones that where the task status is equal to completed. All right, so now I have two sets of things, two arrays. Then I've got another variable that's counting how many have been completed. All right, and then I'm looking to see in my condition, is the number of completed tasks equal to the number of related tasks? Now, if it is, that means they've all been completed, and that means that whole thing is done, and we can go ahead and let that original policy know that, that the whole thing has been completed. So I'm going to take which policy do I need to update? Well, this is also going to be the file ID. This is how it knows. So I'm going to this specific library, to this specific file, and I'm using an integer expression to make sure that so it knows that file ID is a number, and I'm setting the outcome of approved policy to whatever the outcome was. Now, this part is the part that might be different per your business process. So it depends on if you want to say, count how many people approved it and rejected it, or say, if anyone rejects it, then go ahead and just mark the whole thing as rejected. So that is potentially where you need to add extra logic in there, or maybe an extra filter array to count how many things have maybe different outcomes that you might have in your process. So this one is just basically everybody needs to approve it. It's pretty simple. So I'm just setting it to approve once everybody has approved it. And then it's over. Now, this is also the fun part, and we get around that timeout issue. So I have this other branch. Let me close some of these, collapse these down. I have another branch after my wait for approval. If the wait for approval times out, now the default timeout is a month. And after it times out, the approval is technically still there, but the flow isn't waiting for it anymore. So what we can do is I'm doing this configure run after. So this little branch here is when the wait for approval times out, then it will go this direction. So every now and then somebody just never does their task. You know it happens, and it will go this way. So this is real. I'm just keeping it really simple. What I'm doing here is I'm just creating another new identical task. Since my trigger is when a new task is created, that's just a really simple way of just starting all over with this exact same approval ID. So I'm just creating a new task and I'm putting all the exact same field values, exact same approval ID, which will then start waiting for the approval all over again. And then I'm just deleting this original task. So it's just creating a brand new one just like it and then deleting the original. That way you'll just have another task that's still waiting for that person's approval. So that way your task list will stay accurate. Because if the flow times out and then somebody approves it later, your task list won't know unless you are still waiting for it, right? Okay. So then I have my third flow. Now this is a really short session, so I'm going through this pretty quickly, but I'll have a copy of these that you'll be able to have. Okay, then I have my scheduled task reminders. And this one runs, and I just have this running every day, but you might run it to run once a week. So it's just going to go in whatever time frame you define here, it's going to go look for overdue tasks. So I'm saying I'm in Central Time. So first I want to go ahead and convert now to make sure it's in my time zone. So because I want to compare that to the due date. So I don't want comparing a due date that was set and have it be off by a few hours, because UTC is this default time zone that it uses in the flow. So I'm just going to convert UTC to my time zone, which is Central. And then I'll go ahead and get tasks. I'm only going to get the tasks that are task status is not equal to completed and the task due date is less than basically right now. So it's just going to get the overdue tasks that haven't been completed. So that's what it's getting. And then for each overdue task, it's going to send an email to whoever the task is assigned to. And I'm going to say, here's your overdue task. Your assigned task is now overdue. And it's going to have a link. Now, this link is very specific hyperlink in my environment. So you'll have to go get whatever yours is in your environment, because it's got your sort of environment GUID in here. /approval /received / and then whatever that dynamic approval ID is. That way, when they receive the email and they click the link, they're going directly to that exact same approval. All right. So, and I can just send it high priority since it's overdue and I think it's really important. So let's go see what that email looks like. It's pretty simple. I didn't make it very pretty or anything, but it just says your assigned task is now overdue, and it's got a link to open the task, and that takes them straight to that specific task. All right, let's round out this demo by finishing this approval as Billy Bob. Now you can see Billy Bob got the email. Just for fun, Billy Bob's going to go over to Teams, and I can see that, look, Teams has a pop-up message for him, and it is the exact same thing. It says approve this policy. It's got the name of the policy, and it came in as an alert, and he can approve it and make comments directly in Teams. And then when he does that, then the next time he looks at that email, I'll click back to it, it actually shows that he completed it because he did it in Teams. Okay, so that finishes that process. So now let's go look. Now we can see that in the library, it shows the status of that last outcome. Now, the outcome is going to say approve or reject. So I could go back into the flow and just change the verbiage slightly to say if it's approved, then say the word approved. If it's reject, say the word rejected. So you could get a little bit more specific, but this directly placed the outcome from that approval action into this field. Okay, let's do a recap of the whole process. I have my policies library, policy owners, which is a people field. Multiple people is an important field to know. And then approved policy is the one that I'm using as a status. And then my other list that I'm working with is just a SharePoint custom list that I called tasks. I created assigned to, it's important. And due date, task status, I had all these columns listed out in that slide with the names of all the columns. Approval ID is important because it is keeping the name of the ID, the GUID of that specific approval. And then I had my 3 flows. Policy approvals kicks off the approval. task wait for approval runs on the task list and kicks off each time a new task is created. And then the scheduled task reminders runs every day and looks for overdue tasks and then sends the approval notifications. Now, if you liked all this and you would like to have a copy of all of these flows plus a little bit extra, that the special code that I did on the columns in the approval in the policy library, go ahead and go to this link and I will get you that information. Thanks so much for coming to my session, and follow me on Twitter. I'm WonderLaura, and check out my advanced Power Apps and Power Automate courses on my site iwmentor.com. Bye.
Hi, I'm Belinda Allen, and welcome to the community. It's the perfect place for you to invest in yourself.
Learning doesn't happen in a vacuum. You learn best when you're with others who are willing to learn the same things, and they bring their own knowledge to share. So join your local user group, or if one does not already exist near you, create one. The community is waiting for you.
My only thought at that point was, how can I give this back to somebody else? I learned so much, and now it's just for me to joy to go out and give that back to somebody else in the community and see that light go on for them too.
Alright, so I don't know about you guys, but my mind is blown. This day has been long and action-packed, so I came to get a coffee to keep me going. To keep you going though, Clifton and Frederick are about to buckle in and blow your minds with how they combine Azure, Office, and the Power Platform. Alright guys, I'm gonna go drink my coffee. Take it away.
Hello everybody, and welcome to our session. So, today we'll let you see how we enhance the experience from a DevOps perspective by combining the intuitiveness of Teams, the strength of Azure, and the power of the Microsoft Power Platform. So let's quickly introduce ourselves. So who am I? I'm a functional solution consultant specialized in the Power Platform. I've been in IT for over 15 years, mostly in an infrastructure role. Over the last 5 years, I've shifted my focus to the business applications realm. And that's how I actually ended up being a board member of the Belgian Power Apps and Flow user group.
Hi there, I'm Frederik. I'm a cloud consultant. I have been in IT operations for over 18 years. My focus is Azure and the Power Platform. I'm a board member of the Belgian Power Apps and Flow user group, and together we organize Power Platform events in Belgium.
So what we will do today, we will show you a use case in which we replace a solution with one built on top of the Microsoft Power Platform. Maybe you can tell them some more about the solution.
Yes, we have a company with a DevOps department, and they need a solution in which they can deploy a development, test, acceptance, or a production environment into Azure. And at the same time, the architecture needs to be compliant with the requirements and governance rules as set by the company.
Okay, so maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this solution.
So the previous solution that they were using was an ITSM system in combination with Azure Blueprints. Integration is made possible with Python code running on Azure Functions.
But it sounds like they use a lot of code, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's why we built the same solution with less code.
Okay, so that is actually where the Power Platform comes in. Do we see benefits using the Power Platform? Of course we do. So it's faster to build, easier to maintain, and most of all, it offers seamless integration capabilities. Actually, all of this is accomplished using out-of-the-box functionality. So now let's see how easy it actually is. Let's start by taking a look at the building blocks. So we make use of several components of the Power Platform. We use Common Data Service, Power Apps, and Power Automate. Furthermore, we've kept Azure Blueprints in place and utilize the capabilities of Microsoft Teams. Let's now take a look at how these pieces actually fit together.
So in our technical flow, you will find 7 steps. So the first step is that the requester submits the request via a Power App. Then the request info is stored in CDS, and once that is done, an approval is sent to the requester's manager via Microsoft Teams, and this request is delivered in an adaptive card format. An approval or a deny result will then be sent to the requester and also via adaptive cards. Secrets and subscription IDs are retrieved from Azure Key Vault, which is used to deploy an environment via Azure Blueprint REST API. At the end, a developer can access his environment that has been deployed into Azure.
Okay, so now you talked about Azure Blueprints, but before you continue, maybe you should explain to our audience what Azure Blueprints is all about.
Yes, of course. As we already said, that Azure Blueprint can be used to deploy an environment that is compliant with company rules and policies, and in this case, we use them to multiply these environments. These exist out of configuration artifacts and templates and are used to deploy resource groups, Azure resources, role-based access, and Azure policies. By combining resource manager templates and defined dependencies, we can deploy first the resource group in Azure and deploy other resources into that resource group. By defining Azure policies in the blueprint, we can explicitly deny or set tags to resources that will be deployed.
Okay, so now that we've explained the role of Azure Blueprints, let's talk about the need to build a custom connector. As you may already know, the Power Platform supports more than 300 services out of the box, but sometimes this is not the case. But then you have the possibility to build a custom connector. So
yes, correct.
Yeah, so go ahead, Frederik.
So we built a custom connector for Azure Blueprints, taking into account the requirements for authentication, the API actions, and output parameters. You can read more about Azure Blueprint REST by visiting the Microsoft Docs, and you can find the custom connector we have built on GitHub and the step-by-step guide by scanning the QR code.
Okay, so by building a custom Azure Blueprint connector, you're able to combine all necessary actions in one step in Power Automate. And this is one of the strengths of the Power Platform. But of course, the story doesn't end there. We've made it even more interesting by enabling managers and end users to follow up on their requests from within any application. Therefore, we make use of adaptive cards. So what are adaptive cards? Adaptive cards, they enable consumers to retrieve and act upon information right from within their favorite applications. These favorite applications can be Teams, Outlook, Windows Timeline, websites, and many, many more. And what's the nice thing about adaptive cards? Actually, they have some nice characteristics. They render natively on any platform, making them platform independent. It makes use of an open-ended schema, and therefore they are fully extensible to the specific needs. They also automatically inherit the theming of their operational environment. And of course, they are also designed in such a way that they express dynamic and interactive behavior. So you can imagine adaptive cards can be used for all kinds of scenarios, from booking a flight ticket to ordering food, or maybe you would like to include a map of the current whereabouts of a colleague. That's all possible with adaptive cards. In our case, we've built adaptive cards to process Azure Blueprint requests, as you can see from the visualization. The question we often get asked, do you need to be a developer to get started with adaptive cards? The answer is quite simple. No, you don't need to be a developer. Actually, an intuitive visual designer is included on adaptivecards.io. Simply design your adaptive card and paste the corresponding JSON content in the target rendering engine. The Power Automate, Microsoft Teams, and Adaptive Cards product teams did a marvelous job by building Adaptive Cards capabilities right into Teams. At first, we could only use Adaptive Cards by pasting the JSON content in the corresponding Power Automate actions. Recently, Adaptive Cards Editor has been embedded right into Power Automate, making it possible to create and modify adaptive cards without leaving Power Automate's visual designer. And although adaptive cards can be built using a low-code approach, the platform offers actually a lot of pro-dev extensibilities. One of them is a Visual Studio Code extension. This way, pro-devs who prefer the nerdiness of a code screen, for example, above the nice visual designer, be my guest. Furthermore, adaptive cards support most common platforms, programming, and scripting languages. If you want to know more about pro-dev capabilities, be sure to visit Adaptive Cards on GitHub. Of course, the story of adaptive cards would not be complete without a roadmap. So, June 2020 will be an interesting month as adaptive cards editing will be natively embedded into Power Virtual Agents. Check out the roadmap via adaptivecards.io. For updates regarding the Power Platform, we refer you to the Power Platform release plan. I think we've done quite some talking for now. Let's go over to the demo. So we start by taking a look at the Power App. So on the left side, you can see the Power App embedded in Teams. This app will be used by the requester to submit approval requests. On the right side of the screen, you will see the private chat sessions of the manager. So the manager will receive those approval requests in the form of adaptive cards. So we start this approve by clicking on the arrow button. Once that's been done, the first thing we have to do, we have to enter the environment name. When we enter the environment name, the necessary information will be formulated as required by the naming convention in Azure. So we do that and then we click on next. So in the next step, the process requires information for the owners, contributors, and readers. And this information will be added to the
role-based access control that will be set onto the environment.
Okay, so as you can see, while we type in the information, the information is dynamically retrieved via the Office 365 users connector.
So the users are selected, and we can go through to the next step.
Yeah, indeed. So here we can enter the cost center code, which is an example of a tag that can be used in Azure.
Yeah, so this cost center code will then be assigned as a tag and will be assigned to all the resource or to the resource group and all the resources within that resource group.
Yeah, in Azure, indeed. So, and as a location, we will use, in this example, we'll use Western Europe, or West Europe, I should say, because it's the closest nearby.
Yeah, the closest Azure location nearby.
Indeed. So we do that.
West Europe.
And then we click on next. Okay, what you see in this screen in this step, you see a summary of all the previously entered information. So what would happen now if we click on the assign button? If you click on the assign button, this information is actually stored in CDS, and also at the same time an adaptive card will be generated, and that adaptive card will be sent as an approval request in a private chat session to the manager. So
okay, for me, the approval is correct, the request is correct.
Yeah,
and we can assign it.
Yeah.
When we click on the overview, the requester can directly see his request. So he has created a request for demo app 007, and we see that the status for the approval is pending. This has triggered our main flow, and this means that the child flow is also triggered to start the approval request. So we need to have a look into the private chat of our manager, and we see here that the request has already been sent towards him, and this request is sent by an adaptive card and contains all the information that the requester has been filled into his request.
Yeah, so take a look at the number, the request number 1058. So what will happen once this approval has been approved, the requester would also receive an adaptive card referring to this number. But let's say, for example, you would reject this approval request, then you would have the ability to insert some comments, and those comments would also be included in the response back to the requester. So in this case, we will choose to approve the request.
So the request has been approved.
Yeah.
You see there's already a pop-up which stated that there is a card sent to the requester. And when we have a look into the chat, we will see that the request 58 has been approved by the manager and is already deploying into Azure.
Yeah.
So when we have a quick look in Azure, I'll do a refresh. We see that the demo app 007 is already deploying.
Yeah.
So based on the blueprint definition that we have defined upfront, and based on the information that has been put in by the requester, we are deploying now the environment.
Yeah. So maybe we should take a look at the status from within the Power App.
So going back to the overview, we see 1058, it has been approved. And when we go to the details of the request, we are seeing that it's deploying and that there are already some steps succeeded. So we see that the resource group has already been deployed, that the owner, contributor, and reader role-based access control has been already assigned to the resource group, but we are still waiting for the deployment of the environment and the signing of the text.
Yeah, indeed we do. So maybe now we could take a look at...
And we just see when I click to refresh that the environment has been deployed and also the text has been assigned.
Yeah, so now we will take a look at the main flow that's responsible for all of this.
So in our main flow, as what we have already stated several times, is that when we are creating a new record in the CDS, this will be our trigger. Also, you see here a log. What does this mean, this log? When we go to the settings of our action, we see that we have two new options for an action, and this is the secure input and the secure output. What does this mean? When we go to the result of your flow, so we are taking an old result or the result of 3 minutes ago, and we take the same action, you will see that the input data, and give it a minute to load, that the input data and the output data is not shown.
Yeah.
So
it's hidden.
And because of security issues, when there's a confidential information into the data, you will not be shown here. So that's a good advantage again to make your flows more secure than before.
Yeah, indeed. So what's the next step in the flow?
In the next step, we are using the Azure Key Vault connector, and here we're gonna retrieve secure information that will be used in the Azure Blueprint connector, like for example the subscription ID where we need to deploy our environment. And again, we are using the log to secure this information.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so as if I'm correct, in the next step you are calling a child flow.
Correct. So in the next step, we're going to call our child flow, and in this child flow, we will start the approval process.
Yeah.
Child flows can only be called when you have a solution, when all your flows are defined in a solution. So when I click here, you will see all the flows that are included in our solution.
Yeah, current solution,
yeah.
Indeed. So, but I see this is a version 2.0. Tell us a little bit more about the version 1.0.
So when we go to the version 1, and in this flow, we will start the approval process. So when we are building, and that was ending last year, we had only the option to send adaptive cards via Microsoft Teams to a person, but there was not a possibility to wait for an approval or to wait for a response. So we had to create an approval request, and then we will send an adaptive card to the manager with the information based on the adaptive cards IO design we have created. So we took the JSON, put it here in, and then again we sent an adaptive card based on the adaptive card that has been created for the approval request. As last step, we entered an action, wait for an approval. So we have here in the first version 4 steps. But at the end of January this year, Microsoft released for Microsoft Teams 2 new actions. And in our version 2, we have used this one.
Yeah.
So they have released wait for a response, and we could send a message. So
yeah, so actually we went from 4 steps.
Yeah,
you could say 4 steps to
4 steps
to a single step. So that makes things quite easier.
And it's just really the same. So we have entered the manager email address.
Yeah.
We have added our JSON file of our design, adding also variables so that we had dynamic information into our adaptive cards.
Yeah.
And also we could say update this message to have a response directly when we have put or pressed the approve or the reject
indeed, or deny button. Yeah, indeed. So and what's when we take a look at the next step in the parent flow, what does that say? What is that all about?
So at the moment that the manager approved or declined, we get this information back. So we are checking if it has been approved or declined. So when it's declined, we will send this information via adaptive card again through the requester. But when it's approved, we will update some records in CDS and send this information to a second child flow.
Yeah, indeed.
That will start the assignment process of the Azure Blueprint.
Okay, so actually, so this blueprint is so this child flow is responsible for the actual deployment of the Azure Blueprint?
Correct.
Okay.
And let's have a look.
Maybe we could indeed take a look at that child flow.
So in this child flow, we are gonna get also again this information from CDS, getting the owner ID, reader's ID, contributor's ID, and then we have the step where we're gonna add our custom connector that we have built. A customer connector can be added as a normal action, but you need to select the custom tab and you will find your Azure Blueprint.
So could you tell us a little bit more about this custom connector?
So building a custom connector can be done in Power Automate, and it's really easy. When you start building a custom connector, you will enter some general information like your icon, your color bar, some description, your host destination, and because we are doing management on Azure, we're using the host destination managed.azure.com. And for security, we have used here OAuth 2.0. Because we have created an Azure Active Directory and service principal name who give us a client ID, we have created a client secret so that the authentication is secure. And after the update, or when we have saved the connector, we will receive the redirect URL, and also this redirect URL is used in the service principal name to finalize the authentication.
Okay.
In definitions, you can create actions, triggers. You see we have already 16 actions defined in our custom connector, and these actions can be used in your flow. Also with the test, when you have created and before publishing it, you can test your operations into the custom connector.
Okay. So if I take a look at your parent flow, if I'm correct, there should also be another child flow?
Yes. At the end, when the assignment process is ongoing, we check the assignment process. It's still in creating modus, and then we will check and we will start the last and third child flow that will check the assignment actions and check the status of these actions.
So actually this last step retrieves the information, and it's actually the polling information, correct?
And it's the real-time status we're gonna check into Azure.
Okay.
So we're gonna use again the same Azure Blueprint connector, but we will list the operations and get the result of these operations.
Okay.
To conclude our session, we're gonna share some lessons learned with you.
And that concludes our demo for today. So hopefully you have learned something from this demo. Frederik and I certainly had our share. So what did we learn today?
So when using Azure Blueprints, deploying an artifact to define a budget per resource group is only possible with an enterprise agreement. Resources can be locked down once the budget limit has been reached, and you can enable a time window that the environment is available.
Yes, indeed. So when it comes to the adaptive cards, the new response actions in Power Automate eliminate the complexity of building actionable adaptive cards in Teams. And indeed, creating a custom connector for Azure Blueprint REST gives you quick access to the power of Azure. That will be our session for today. If you have any questions or remarks, please reach out to us via Twitter or email. We'd like to thank you for attending our session. I would say until next time, bye.
So, I can't be late for this meeting. I have to meet with HR. Apparently they want to talk to me about some best practices or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, Sarah and Raphael are about to show you Power BI governance and best practices. They're an awesome duo. They have great energy. They're going to put on a great show. So, I'm going to go ahead and sneak in here and let you watch them.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us and thanks for staying until now. I hope you are having a lot of fun during this day. My name is Sarah Barbosa. I am a Microsoft 365 administrator and I am also Office 365 MVP. And I'm here, of course, to talk about Power Platform, but I will not show you like how you can take advantage or how you can create an app or how can you create your Power Automate, how can you create your workflow or your dashboards. I will touch the part of admin of Power BI. If you'd like to administrate Power BI, if you'd like to implement a governance because you are trying to implement the Power BI as a solution, a report solution for your company. So that's maybe the part that I will show you, and I have some tips that I really want to share with you because I have been learned in a hard way, and I would like to help you to not learn in a hard way. Maybe you can learn in a good way. Rafael, he helped me to prepare all the content that we are going to see today. But unfortunately, he cannot join. So you will be here, and I hope it's enough for you. Let's go. This is the agenda. Before I try to explain or before I try to show you some examples, it's very nice to guide you. So the agenda that we prepared, it's related with why we do need governance for Power BI. Also, I recommend the metrics of responsibility that you could use to guide you if you'd like to implement, because then you are going to define who is responsible for what in an easy way. Also, I separated some topics because we are not going to cover all the items during the session. It's almost impossible in less than 1 hour. But I separate a few topics that maybe you can start reviewing your tenant configuration, reviewing all the normatives in your company. So I think every company has a different way to deal with external sharing capabilities or with security features, and that's why I separated just a few of them. That is very important, and then I will show how you can find those items using Admin Center of Power BI or Office 365 Admin Center. We are going to show like everything that is possible during this session. To try to explain why you need to think about governance, I think if you don't have or if you are not think even implement something, maybe you are going to face some problems already, or maybe you already are facing some issues and problems and you don't know why it's happening. Maybe because end users and business users they have more power now to solve business requests, and they are starting using solutions and they do not need IT to enable such a thing for them. So that's why they start use before sometimes administrator um, um, is prepared to support, I would say. And that's why I separate few topics. That was my own experience. So if you are not taking care, probably you are generate bad reputation for Power BI as a solution that you want to promote. Maybe you are going to have like internal data exposed to the web, so that can be super bad. Licensing, a lot of license questions, which license they need, if they should use pro, if they can use only free. A lot of questions that sometimes we are not experts in licensing, but we should know a little bit what we can offer or not. Also, if your user wants to use some visuals in their dashboard, how they should follow some best practices or some internal recommendation. And in the end, everything is linked to the responsibilities. Maybe you don't need to take care about everything just because you are the global admin. You just need to delegate or share some responsibilities with all the users or all team members of this implementation. Let's go. So, when I was talking about a metrics of responsibilities, you could use these metrics that is very, very, very good to guide you how you could define the Power BI role based on the same job description that you already have in your organization. You could define which role description you are looking for, and then you could link it to CIO, CFO, IT administrator, or IT support, the kind of the description that you already know how to link it to the Power BI role that you are looking for to organize. And if you want to learn more, I really recommend this web. It was a session, but then you can find out the recording of the session. And I think O'Connor, he described it very well and with a lot of details everything that you should take care when you are implementing Power BI in your organization. Okay? Talking about best practice, so and then also I will show you I will demo how you can find something in your environment. First thing, identity and responsibilities. I already said. So you could follow the metrics that I was showing before, but you could also understand that there is some roles that is not only for IT guys. You could have someone from the procurement that also have some permissions in your tenant that could take care about the license assignment, or could take care about the if they are buying more license, or if they are reducing the amount of license, or if they are changing the type of the license. And also they could take care about Power BI as a service. Maybe you are Office 365 administrator and you do not have all the expertise in Power BI as a service, and then you could have someone from IT or maybe a business user that has more experience in Power BI as a solution. And then you could also share this responsibility as administrator with this person. And another thing that is very nice, when you have premium capacity in your tenant, when you are using premium capabilities, you could also delegate some permissions for people that are going to use the premium capacity. Then you are not going to bring to your desk the responsibility of the configuration of this capacity. So just to show you like that, you could also design um, at the means versus scope in your organization, if you like. And now we are going to jump a little bit in the demo part to try to guide you answering some questions, such as if you are reviewing your tenant settings, what should you keep enabled or not? As we do not have all a lot of time to describe everything, I will show you and answering some questions that I don't know for your company, but at least from my experience, always it was the first points that the security team was asking for, to have some control, or to turn off or to turn on, or to decide who can do such a thing depends on the configuration. And in the end, you can not forget to monitor, to use something to audit what the users are using in your tenant. And you could also use, as I described it here, you could also use the audit logs of Office 365, not only to monitor or to make sure what they are using, but you could use the audit logs to create some proactive actions to help your using on the adoption part. Think about it. If you know that someone is trying to use a Power BI Pro, they should finish a training before they continue. So you could use the audit logs to get this notification to trigger when someone is trying to do something. And then um, you could just send the guidelines, the documentation, or you could send a training path that they need to finish before they continue doing or they continue try to use the solution that they were looking for. You could use the alert policies also to train and to help on your adoption part, not only to monitor or to do such some audits or to use only for IT side. I mean, and also you could use the monitoring or the audit admin portal from the security and compliance of Officer 65 to have a look about the gateways as well. Because now we have the security and compliance where you can find logs and you can monitor who is installing, who is deleting a connection, who is deleting a gateway. But you could also use a Power BI, a Power Platform Admin Center to have a look how many gateways already people are installed connected to your tenant. And then can be personal connect, personal gateways, or can be the enterprise gateways. Let's go and have a look. The first thing that I would like to show you is Power BI Admin Center. You can just go to your Power BI portal, normal portal. Probably you are going to open your page like that. And if you are a Power BI Service Administrator or if you are Office 365 Administrator, as I am, you can just use this gear and then you are going to find Admin Portal. And here you are going to see all the configuration from the Power BI tenant side. You could have have a look how many dashboards you have in your tenant, how many reports people are publishing in your tenant. You could also go ahead, monitor use, then you need to jump to the security and compliance portal, audit logs again. But I will touch only a few configuration of the tenant settings. If you want to go ahead and review everything, I have some slides that is guiding you in each one of the items, and then you could have a look in all of them. But as I told you, I will answer a few questions, and I do prefer answer some questions related with sharing capabilities, and especially when we are talking about external users. So that's why I am selecting here this part, export and sharing capabilities, export and sharing settings. You have the first one is the possibility to share content with external users. Can be external users that is part of your Active Directory. They are B2B accounts in your tenant. And then you have this option enabled by default. But one thing that you should review, I do not like to block things. You know, it's enabled by default. The only thing that I think you should have a look is maybe you'd like to specify a security group and that you have members inside of this group that they can share content with externals because they receive that training, they know what they are doing, or because they are allowed to do it. You know, so this is the first thing that you could apply in your tenant. You're not disabling anything, you are just control who can do it or not. The second, a very important one, I'm not sure if you know, but there is a possibility when you only have a free license to share a dashboard with everybody, not only internal users, but also create anonymous link for your dashboard. This is very good, but also it's very dangerous if an end user doesn't know that this is a public link and they are just trying to avoid pay some license, and then they are create this link that is available to the web. It's super dangerous, and this configuration is also by default enabled in your tenant. The thing that you should do here is maybe your security team has a very restrictive policy, and then you should never have this option in your tenant, can be. But there is a possibility also to delegate for a specific group of people that they can do it and the others cannot do it. Because by default, everybody in your organization will be allowed to do it. So this is also something that you could apply, and it's very easy. Just go to your AUAD and then delegate, select a security group. You can add members, or you could create a workflow that someone is requesting to be part of the group, and then there is a approval process. You can also do that to make sure who who can be part of this group. Export data. It's also very important to know when someone is opening your dashboard using Power BI service, there is a possibility to export the information to analyze offline, to analyze an Excel file, to export as a CSV, to have all the to download the data sets. This is also something very nice, but also you should take care who can do it in your organization. If you still do not have some data classification very clear for your users, maybe you should take care who can export the data and who can consume the data outside of Power BI tenant. Okay, this is also something that I recommend to think about groups, and then you have control at least who can do it and who cannot. The same will be applied when you are thinking about if external guests, they can edit or they can manage content in your organization. Again, the same approach is very simple. You can just segregate for a specific security group. Something that is coming very soon is the possibility to integrate Azure Information Protection to apply some sensitive labels to your data. And then you are going to follow all the labels that you already have for your Office application. And then you could protect if someone is exported data from the dashboard and consuming offline. And you could also use the same labels that you are using for AIP. But on that case, it's still in preview. It's quite new. So, but soon it will be in general availability, and then you can also take the advantage. But today is in preview, so but you should also have a look if you already are using AIP. The next step, when I was talk about the monitoring, I can tell you that you should have a look if you are administrator in security and compliance. Go to the dashboard, alerts, dashboard, and find activity alerts. Here you could create some activity alerts to monitor some actions and then create proactive actions after that. Example, I have here that I will get a notification every time that someone is starting a trial or if someone is extended a trial, not only for Power BI, but also for Power Automate or for additional solution that I want. I want to monitor who is creating the public link to public to have an option to have a link that is anonymous and then nobody needs to sign in to see the dashboard. You can do it. And also about deletions. You know that people can delete workspace, they can delete dashboards, they can delete reports, but depends on the case, you'd like to monitor and then maybe send a notification from your admin side to a business user that needs to take care if the data was deleted by mistake or if it was only a cleaning up that someone was doing. You have a lot of activities that you could have a look when you want to monitor or when you want to create these alerts based on the activities of the users. So it's after an action, it's very nice. Take a look. And the message that you are going to receive, it's kind of this one. And of course, this is you can send this notification to everywhere that you like, but this is a default email from Microsoft. And if you are send this notification from the security and compliance portal direct to our business user, the business user will not be able to analyze or to do a deep investigation on this information. What I do recommend, you are receiving those notifications, but then you can create a workflow that is get only the details that you want to send to the business user that do not have access in the security and compliance portal. So then you are creating some a way to automatize this notification, but you are using something out of the box already. Besides the monitoring, the option that you can use, the audit logs, the activity alerts, you could also have a look in Power Platform Admin Center. Because here, probably you are going to see all the information related with Power Platform solutions. And you can also have a quick look how you can manage from the admin part. And there is a specific thing for Power BI, data gateways. It's still in preview, this tab, but you can already see all the gateways that people are using in your organization. Here I could select data gateways, the enterprise ones, or the personal mode, or have a look in all of them. Or I could segregate based on the location. Of course, in my tenant, I do not have any to show to you, but probably if you have a look on your side, maybe you are seeing more things that you didn't know that were there. If you do like to have a control who can install data gateways and who can connect from on-premise data and sync this information with your Power Platform service, you could also delegate here. Sarah can install or Sarah cannot install. It's just a matter to disable and enable and then define who can install gateways in your organization. So let's go back to our slides. From now, at least you can have a look in all the configuration that you have in your tenant. As I was trying to show you, I could show you where you can find the configuration, but of course, the main idea of this session is to provide you this kind of attention, because you need to take care of that. You need to have a look. If you are not the administrator, ask your Microsoft 365 administrator. If you are a Power BI administrator for your company, have a look in your tenant settings. Verify if all the possibilities that I was talking about, they are enabled, or if you already are applying kind of a way to control all the information that you are using and who can use, and also if you can share this information with your external users. Also the monitoring. Take advantage of the monitoring plane, not only to monitor, but also to create actions, to talk with your users. And I add few more slides, which, if you'd like to understand a little bit more what you can do in attended settings, of course, I just add few points that I think it's maybe interesting for you, but you can also have a look like from the beginning until the end of the settings. Auditing, for sure you need to ask for help, because if you are only a Power BI administrator, probably you do not have access in the security and compliance portal that I was showing during my session. But you can ask for help. Talk with your Office 365 administrator. The same if you'd like to create the alert policies, as I was showing before. If you want to create alert policy, it's not needed to pay any extra different license. If you already have E1 or E3, it's enough. Of course, then you do not have all the capabilities as you can find in E5. But that's not a topic for now. I guess I achieved my goal that called for your attention, as I said. You need to have a look and you need to start planning your governance for Power Platform, and especially for Power BI, because probably you are already using Power BI, but you didn't have a chance to validate all the configuration and if all the configuration is fitting with the policies that you have in your company. If you have questions or if you want to have all the slide decks, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can also send a message to Rafael, and we will be very happy in help you. I hope see you again. Bye.
That actually went pretty well. HR told me that I was doing an excellent job and that I should probably get a promotion and a raise. So, just if my boss is listening, hint hint. Speaking of excellent, Paul Colmsey is about to give us a show in the Center of Excellence. He takes that Center of Excellence and he extends it and he makes it even better for his clients. So he's going to show you how that's done. Go ahead and watch him put on his magic show. Paul, the floor is yours, buddy.
Hi, Power Platform community. This is Paul Colmsey here, and you are on my couch. Now, the reason you're on my couch is all of you, we have to have a little talk. And I'm talking not just the IT department, who are always worried about the wild west of ungoverned, unmanaged deployments and have this urge to control things. I'm also talking about the citizen developers that are out there wanting to push the envelope and innovate. All of you can benefit from this talk because I'm going to show an initiative called the Center of Excellence Starter Kit. Now, this is a really awesome effort done in conjunction with Microsoft and the community that allow you to not only govern the platform in a really confident way, but to really do some innovative stuff, which I'll demonstrate. So in this couch session, we're going to explore the Center of Excellence Toolkit. So I'm going to start by showing you how to use the Center of Excellence Toolkit with a large organization that was an early adopter and how they have been able to govern the platform.
Okay, this is the point of the presentation where I would normally, I suppose, give you the agenda and the layout for everything that's going to happen in the subsequent talk. But since I want to jump straight to a demo, I'm going to do the quickest slide deck review ever. And this is actually a Microsoft slide that covers the COE and a whole bunch of other things. So this is literally at this pace. There's all sorts of stats around opportunities and the business and IT perspective on the use of these tools. There's all of the concerns that you get around shadow IT, risk management, staff turnover support, all of that kind of stuff. So we have this idea of a center of excellence, and look at all those lovely animations. That's just awesome. But ultimately, this is where we are going to start. Let's have a look in some of the bits, and we will start here. Center of Excellence consists of partly a bunch of flows that go off and collect data about all of the activity and usage happening in the Power Platform in your tenant. That then feeds into a dashboard, which I will demonstrate, which allows you to have effective decision making, because ultimately you really can't govern what you can't see. That's kind of my perspective. So we're going to spend a bit of time on this, but just really quick, just so you see the broader view. There is an admin model-driven app for some stuff. There is a DLP policy. This is a Canvas app that you can use, which is much easier than using the native admin experience. There's a DLP customizer. There is an app that allows you to take ownership of apps in case someone leaves. So again, Canvas apps that are all pre-built for you to make use of. What else have we got? We have a developer compliance center so that developers who make new apps can be asked to fill in compliance details like business justification, criticality, and various other things. And then we have compliance request alerts. We can send emails to people saying, hey there, you've shared your app with a whole bunch of users. Can you please give us additional business justification and put it in, which is basically this Canvas app I was just mentioning. What other goodness have we got? Business process flows for auditing. Yep, all good stuff. This is a nice one, being able to archive and clean up unused apps based on certain criteria. It could be they haven't been touched in a year, something like that. So you can see that basically a lot of what you need, the core components, are in this Center of Excellence Starter Kit. But I'm going to emphasize it is Starter Kit. It is designed for you to extend yourself. And this is really, I guess, the starting point. All right, so let's get into it and deal with the number one question I get asked by all IT administrators about Power Apps. Okay, one of my favorite pages on my particular version of the Center of Excellence kit is this one. This is a app launch trend, and it shows me all of the Power Apps that have been launched over a defined time period. So for example, instead of looking at a week, let's look at the last 6 weeks, just to get a bit more of a wider perspective. You can see using this screen that there's a whole series of apps have been launched during that period by a certain bunch of people. And you can get a feel for the actual patterns of interactions with these apps. And what I mean by that is, for example, if I click on this app, you can now see the most popular app has quite a consistent pattern of usage. Almost every business day, people are using this app on a fairly constant basis. But if I look, for example, at the third most popular app, the story is quite different. This is an event-driven app, and this app is used intensely at particular times and then hardly used otherwise. And so if you actually just sort of look at those two together, and if, in fact, if we just go back to the whole view, you can actually see that event-driven app is responsible for a considerable spike in app usage on that particular day back in February. But more than being able to look at the different apps and see the patterns of them at different timescales is being able to come across and look at the usage patterns of particular users. So for example, I'm actually the #1 user at the moment for that reporting period. And if we click on me, you can see that I was actually not much of a user in early Feb, but I really started to push things hard later in the month. If we contrast that with one of the different users, you can see that this person had much more consistent use or spread use of Power Apps. But you can, interestingly, they overwhelmingly used one particular app. So I can guarantee you that this is the maker of this particular app, and they were the user or consumer of these other apps. So it's nice to get that kind of feel at different time periods, the different fidelity of apps. And that's how I get a feel for what's happening, what's trending, and what's in use right now within the tenant. So the other common scenario is determining what apps to archive, because after all, users can just create these things in the default environment. There's nothing stopping users, and I don't recommend you do, but there's nothing stopping users going and making certain apps. So this screen is actually one that conceives this idea of an archive score, the first column in this particular table here. And you can see here that we have a whole bunch of apps with an archive score of 5 and then some with an archive score of 4. So what is this archive score? Well, if I hover over one of these apps and we let a little pop-up come up, what we're actually seeing here is I had to think about the sort of factors that would go into determining whether an app should be archived or even deleted. And I kind of came up with 5 variables that really influence this. #1 was, how old is the app? I mean, at the end of the day, if it's over 2 years or 3 years old and it's not getting a lot of usage, then we can sort of factor that in. #2, has the app been modified from the day it was created? So my rationale there was to say, well, if it hasn't been modified since the day it was created, then clearly the user hasn't valued it enough to continue with it, or they got it right the first time and haven't touched it since, which I find fairly unlikely. Some other factors there, non-production words like test, demo, copy of, and things like that suggest this is not an app that should be considered for production. And the one there, likely template. That simply says, look, if the app has similar names or the same name as a bunch of others, chances are it's probably a template, because someone can just go to the app maker experience, click to choose an app, grab that app, and they often don't rename it. And so when you have a look at the apps in this list, you can see that it does a pretty good job of actually getting apps that have that kind of naming convention that suggests, yeah, this thing can probably go. And then what we can do is this, to actually make that final decision, we don't even have to leave the management tool, because we can drill down and go to app detail for a given app. And we come to another Power BI screen. And this one has a particularly interesting feature. This one has an embedded Power App in it. And this Power App allows me to take actions without even leaving this whole experience. So rather than having identified an app, having to go off into the maker view or the admin screens, how about simply being able to go, I think I'm going to grant access to this app. And having granted access to this app, I look at it, it's really old, it hasn't been modified, it's got duplicate names, it's clearly from a template. I'm just going to delete this app. And away it goes. So without even leaving the app maker experience, we basically have a way of managing apps from a compliance point of view. The same applies to Flow, by the way. So if I go to Flows, you can have a look in exactly the same fashion. The only difference with Flows is we added an additional controlling factor. So if I, for example, grab this flow, you can see that its archive score is 4, principally because it's old, it's not been modified since it was made, and we don't even know who the user is now because they've subsequently left. But do you see there's one there called complex underneath? And I'll demonstrate that by going to the next flow down, which actually, if you look to the left, has 171 unique actions in it. And so my rationale is if someone has taken the time to build a flow with 171 actions in it compared to a flow with 3 actions in it, I would consider that's probably more archive worthy than delete worthy. And so what I've done is anything that has more than, I think, 10 actions in it, I actually subtract from the archive score on the grounds of complexity. So you can see there where we have a score of 2 for unknown, 1 modified, 1 age, and then 1 for non-prod works, which brings it up to 5. We subtract 1 because of the complex factor, which brings the archive score up to 4. So the intent here is to come up with the final set of business rules that determine when we might automatically archive something, say something that has a score of 6 or 7, versus what we would potentially archive in conjunction with the user. So the cybersecurity folks, typically it's not so much about the life cycle, that's a platform health point of view, but security folks are much more interested in what is being done with particularly flows, not so much apps, but flows. So that's what this one is. The Flow Compliance tab actually allows us to go and have a look at all of the actions that have been used in all of the flows, and then even drill it down further. So for example, if I come in and I say, let's go and have a look at all flows that use SharePoint in some way, that's actually not going to narrow things down very much because there's a whole lot of flows that use SharePoint. However, if I go down here and, for example, go, I want to see all flows that use a delete file action. Now we are starting to narrow things down, and we've got a series of flows here that use that action. And look at that, there's a whole bunch of them that are stopped. And in fact, you can see the archive score here suggests that these ones can go. So once again, from here, I can easily drill down into flow detail, use the integrated Power App to make a decision as to whether I want to actually delete this one. In this case, I'm not going to delete it because I look at it and I think, well, someone's this doesn't look like a template. I wouldn't mind having a bit of a look at this one before I delete it. So I might instead grant access to it, but rather than delete from here, I'll actually then go into the actual maker experience, have a look at it from this point of view, just to give myself that additional assurance that this is something that I can reasonably archive or delete. You can see in this case that basically this flow is off. It has not run in absolutely ages. The original person who created it, their account has, or their connector has expired, which means it wouldn't run anyway. And so the upshot of that is I can probably come back here and just choose to delete it. And the other one that cybersecurity particularly like, going back to flow compliance, and really what drove the creation of this, if I bring this back, is actually this one. A lot of cybersecurity people are very interested in the HTTP actions because these are the actions that actually have flows talk to other web services. And so this is where there's a potential information leakage concern. And so what I've got here is all of the flows that use HTTP actions. And not only that, I've even got the HTTP endpoint that those flows were actually connecting to. And so cybersecurity can look at that and do an assessment to make sure that all of those web service endpoints are legitimate, supported, and the ones that they expect to see. Finally, the other thing we can do is get some insight into the skills of our app makers and who might be our potential power users of the future. There's a couple of ways you can do this. One is to look at all of the connectors that users are using and look at the breadth of them. So this screen here looks at Power App connectors, App Maker Insights, and you can see here that there's a lot of users that are using the SharePoint connector. It's by far the most popular connector. The Office 365 users is also a popular connector, and then they start to drop off, with the exception in this case of a whole bunch of one person in particular using a lot of OneDrive and Excel connectors. And I look at that and I think that that might be an opportunity for training for that user because it may be that they can achieve what they need with SharePoint, and going down the OneDrive Excel at that scale probably isn't ideal. If we look across to here, similarly, we can also look at the aggregate amount of usage of connectors for a person. So for example, if I have a look at this user here, this user is actually used 7 different connectors, which is great. It gives me an indication that they're actually doing really well and getting to know the platform. If I go and have a look at this user, similar thing. But if I have a look at this user who uses a lot of them, it turns out they only have used 2 connectors. And so that's the idea of being able to identify which users are perhaps your power users, because my rationale is if they have used a broader set of connectors and actions, chances are they have a more advanced know-how and could be really helpful in building up a community of practitioners in your organization. All right, demo has been done. I am sure that there are basically 2 camps watching this video. The first is you've already installed the Center of Excellence Toolkit and you've seen all of the stuff I just demonstrated and went, what? That's not in the Center of Excellence Toolkit. Rest assured, it will be. You have been looking at enhancements that I made for my circumstances, and I have given it back to Manuela and the crew to incorporate into the base offering for everybody else. So, like I said at the start of the video, this is a starter kit. The intent is for you to use it and adapt it to your own ends. But there will be some of you that have never seen any of that before and thinking to yourselves, that's really cool. I want to get in on that. So let's go through the process of installing this thing using a demo tenant. Okay, you are looking at a clean demo environment that I have just provisioned, an Office 365 tenant, good old Contoso. So the first thing we need to do to deploy the COE toolkit is either create an environment to store it in, or in my case, I'm just going to use the existing environment for simplicity. In both cases, one goes to the COG and goes to the admin center to load up the Power Platform admin center. And from here, we can go to the environments link in navigation to see what's already there. In our case, I'm going to click on the default environment and click create a database. The reason we have to create a database, this is a common data service database, and this is where all the data that the analytics and those lovely dashboards that you were looking at earlier are stored. So having created that database, if I just back out now, you can actually see that the environment here, if I click it again, comes up and it has an instance version. This is now a common data service enabled environment. Right, now that we've got the prerequisites done, let's go off to GitHub and go and get the COE itself. Now, at the time of recording this video, there's kind of an annoying issue that I can't do much about. Where you will download it is to just come here and look for core components, compliance components, and nurture components. Unfortunately for me, I have to use the temp fix version because of an issue related to solutions at this time. Nevertheless, the principle's the same. We're going to start with the core component version, and I am going to download this. Having downloaded this, I can now return back to Power Apps. And if I come across to this magical place called Solutions, I can now click Import and I can choose the package that I just downloaded. And once chosen, I can click Next and the solution will import. Now, when you're doing this yourself, you will notice it's slower than me. Through the magic of videos and keeping to time, I'm cutting out all of the loading bits where green dots appear across the progress bar. Okay, so once the solution has processed and done its work, it will produce you a lovely report of all of the cool things it did. It installed all sorts of stuff, and we can click Close. What you will now see in your list of solutions is Center of Excellence Core Components. And if you click this, this now will actually show you all of the various bits and pieces that got deployed for you. A solution is basically a package file for flows, Canvas apps, entities, and various other bits. And you can see here, there's flows. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different flows to do with collecting the data. These are the ones that do all the magic. But not only that, there are various other bits and pieces here, things called entities, option sets, web resources, a couple of Canvas apps, and so on and so forth. But the point is you've now deployed the core aspects of the solution. Now it's time to configure it. Just to let you know, there are several different ways of installing the COE toolkit, and I have used one particular way called the managed solution approach. Not really going to speak on this any further, except to say, check the documentation. You don't have to do it the way I am doing it. There are various different pros and cons with different approaches. But if you have followed this video and you've deployed the solution, your next fun task is having to go and configure each one of these flows with connection details. So here's what I mean. If I click this one, the sync template flow, which is the one that goes and looks for all of the different environments that you have in your tenant, and I edit this flow, pretty much everywhere you see this little angry yellow exclamation mark symbol, you have to click in here and basically create or associate an existing connection to that action. And if you think you're done just with this stuff too, I'm afraid no. Actually, there's a whole bunch of them around the place, and it's quite a cumbersome task and probably going to take you about 5 minutes. So what I'll do here is, rather than bore you with going through all of this, I'm going to quickly do all of these and you can do it yourselves, and then we can come back. All right, I just finished this one, and just to be really clear, every one of these has to be done. So don't just stop at that one, keep going until you've done all of them. All right, I have just edited my last one. Lots of stuff has been done, so we are almost there. The final step that we have to do is, up here you see this thing called environment variable. This is the important one. Environment including geographic location for Power Automate. Let me talk about what that actually is. So basically, in a nutshell, this is what we need. And in fact, if I come back into here, Power Automate environment variable, that is basically what it's looking for. That's like the base URL. What that has done is, just quickly for you geeks in the audience, in the entity section, there is a common data service entity called environment variables. And if we go down and find it, environment variable value. And if we have a quick look in the data here, you can see that's what we just put in, and that will correspond to another entity called environment variable definition. Environment variable definition. We look at the data there, that's the name of the variables. Why am I telling you this? Well, here's the basic gist. If I go back into the solutions and I go to the core components solution, and for example, we had a look at the flow, the template that goes and looks at different flows, it on startup goes and gets that value so that you don't have to specify it in each and every flow. Okay, so let's start this thing. I'm going to go back to the original sync template flow. This is one that runs on a schedule, and I am going to basically run it straight up. And I'm going to say run flow, and off it goes. This would normally be the sort of thing you would run once per day, or if you were a large enterprise, you might increase the frequency. So that'll have a little think, and it'll run, and it probably won't take that long to run. You can see a previous run there that took about 17 seconds. And it's basically going through and looking at all of the environments and writing any information about those environments into a CDS entity called, funnily enough, environments. And we can go and have a quick look at that. And it's right there. There's environment. Now, we only have one environment right now, which is the default environment. And you can see right now, 0 apps, 0 flows. But you will find soon enough that will change. Why? Well, if we go back to our solution, there are a whole bunch of other flows that are now triggered. For example, let's go and have a look at this flow here, the one that looks at Canvas apps. And look, it succeeded. So let's go and actually have a look in the entity called Power Apps Apps. There it is there. Do we have some data in here now? And look at this, we do. So already there are 2 apps there. If you're wondering where did these apps come from, don't forget that the solution file that has all of the COE stuff did have 2 different Canvas apps, and there they are right there. So by the same token, these flows should also come up. Let's go confirm that, because this one here that enumerates flows would have populated it. Go find the flow entity, click data, and look at that, there they all are. So we have now achieved the outcome of collecting rich diagnostic data about apps, flows, connectors, and other goodies in our tenant. Right, now that we've confirmed we are collecting data the way we want to, we can turn our attention back to GitHub. And we are now going to grab the Power BI dashboard that comes configured with this thing. You'll find this either in the zip file somewhere, I'm not sure exactly where, but if you go to individual components, you will find dashboard power platform admin.pbix. So let's download this thing and have a look at it. Now, An important note, this assumes that you have Power BI Desktop installed on your PC, which I do. So let's open it. Okay, so it has loaded. Now, right now, this is actually sample data supplied by Microsoft. We have one last step to hook it up to our Common Data Service entity. So to do that, we're going to go to the Edit Queries button. And then we're presented with, please specify how to connect, please put some credentials in. If you click this, the first issue is this is not your CDS entity, and we need to actually change that. To do this, we come down to this org URL parameter here, and if we double click, we can then change this to our environment. Where do you find our environment? Well, if you go back to the Power Platform Admin Center, click on the environment option, click on your environment, the URL is presented right here. So if I click this, I can grab it just from the browser here, return to Power BI, paste it in here, and then come back and edit my credentials. Now at this point, the dashboard has actually been connected to your tenant instead of the one supplied by Microsoft. We click Close and Apply. And then you will see the data will be refreshed, and instead of seeing the Microsoft data, you will see your own. And in this case, you can see we have one environment, we have 4 apps, 7 flows in total. Okay, did you like what you saw? If so, here are the places to go. First up, you've got the GitHub site where you can download the COE. There is also an excellent YouTube video that talks about Microsoft's broader vision for setting up a center of excellence. And of course, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel where I will continue to post on this topic.
Okay, folks, we've come to the end of our session. I hope you found this useful, and I hope it's given you enough to go off and actually think about how you might deploy a tool like COE and govern the Power Platform for yourselves. If you need another session, you know who to call. My couch is always available, so we'll see you next time.
All right, that's a wrap on my day at the office. I am going to go ahead and head home to unwind. But for you guys, you got to go and join Sultan Al-Sharfi. He's going to show you ALM for low-code solutions. You know, you've seen a lot of great tech today, but some of you want to know how to manage this stuff. So this is the session for you. You guys go ahead and join Sultan. I'm going to go ahead and head home. We'll meet up in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Sultan Al-Sharfi. I work as an application development manager for Microsoft. I'm here today to speak to you about ALM for low-code solutions, application lifecycle management for low-code solutions, on our case Power Platform solutions, whether it's Power Apps or Power Automate solutions. So ALM is a very big topic to cover, but what I'll focus on today is the tooling part, which is just the tools that are available for us to create an ALM story around our low-code solutions. Basically, tools that allows you to have your environments as become disposable. You can create them, delete them automatically. You can submit your solutions to source control. You can do testing on your solutions, etc. So the scenario I am aiming to cover today will start by exporting and checking in a solution to source control. Then we will build the solution, and finally we will release the solution to production environment. I won't spend too much time here on slides. Let's jump right into the demo. So in this demo, I'd like to show you the different tools that are available to allow for a full ALM story for the Power Apps solutions. So I went ahead and created 3 different environments on 3 different tenants, Office 365 tenants. You could have the 3 environments in the same tenant, on 2 tenants, in different tenants. That's fine. You can have more environments, whatever is needed for your ALM story here. There is no right and wrong in terms of the number of environments or tenants, but at least have 2, you know. That's a given, I guess. Again, I've created 3 different environments. One is called local dev, other is local build, and the production one is called low-code production prod. What I want to show you today, how I can use Azure DevOps to move the Power App solution across the different environments. So we start creating the solution, the Power Platform solution on Dev, and then we move it across to build, and then finally to the production environment. And to do that, I'll be creating 3 different pipelines on Azure DevOps. So what I have done already is that I have created a solution. I've called it Power Platform Conf 2. I've added a Canvas app to it. Nothing fancy here, it's just an app with a label inside it. You can of course add flows to the solution, add environment variables, which are very handy for ALM to have a complete ALM story. I mean, you can those variables will be moved across with the solution throughout the different environments, and then you can set the values for these variables without having to edit the solution itself. So they come in very handy. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to show you how to use them in this demo here, but I mean the documentation is out there for you. So again, we have a solution here called Power Platform Conf 2. The first thing I want to do here is to navigate to my Azure DevOps organization. So I have an organization called Power Platform ALM. I have previously created different projects, which includes the different pipelines. I'm going to demo the creation of them here today. However, the creation of the pipelines does take time, and the time is variable depending on how quickly the agent picks up the tasks, and sometimes the execution of the task itself can be variable. So to compensate to that variability, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start and create the pipeline. Start by creating the pipelines. I try to do that as fast as I can and as clear as I can. However, at some point, and depending on how much time we have left, I will switch to a project where I have the pipelines already created successfully to demo the remaining pipelines, just to make sure you can see everything. However, I'll start now by creating the first pipeline, the first project. So I'm going to create a project here. I'm going to call it ALM. I'll create it as private. Click create here, and voila, we have a project called ALM created in our Azure DevOps organization. So one of the main things I want to achieve in this project is creating a pipeline to, again, export the Power App solution from the dev environment, unpacking it, submitting it or committing it to source control. And to be able to do that, we have to have a repo. So I'm going to go ahead and initialize the repo for this project. And then, yeah, we have a repo initialized. A step that I have done previously, which is I have added an extension by going to the organization page and then to organization settings and then to extensions. So I have added the Power Apps Build Tools extension, which is available in the marketplace. So in case you don't have it, you have to browse the marketplace, search for it, and install it. It's very easy, straightforward. Just notice that these tools are still in preview, but I mean, they work well for me. But again, they're still in preview. I am navigating back now to our project here called ALM. And I'm going to pipelines, and I'm going to create our first pipeline. So I'm going to select Classic Editor here, and again, nothing to change on this page. I'll select Empty Job as a template. And now we have to provide a name for this pipeline, and let's just have, let's say, a meaningful name for this pipeline. So I'm going to call it export and check-in from dev. So I'm just copying this value from a OneNote page I have open on my other screen. And first I'm just going to save it very quickly. I will save periodically to make sure that we don't lose any changes. I'm going to go ahead and add the first task. This task, you have to add it to any Power Apps pipeline that you create in Azure DevOps. So it's called the Power Apps Tool Installer, and this task just preps the agent with the different PowerShell modules, setting configurations, etc. that is needed to run the different Power Apps tasks. So again, you have to start with the Power Apps Tools installer. The second task that I'm going to add is the export solution task. So for this task to be able to run, it needs 3 different variables. The one is the environment URL, and we are going here to supply it with the URL of our dev environment, the solution name that we are trying to export here, and then the target for the output file. So in our case here, we need to have defined a service connection. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So I click on manage, and I'll just pick the details for our dev environment. So basically this is the so for the service connection, it needs to be of type generic, and then I've just copied over the URL, and now have to provide username and type in the password for this. Let's give it a name, serve-con-dev, save. So now I'll be able to use this service connection. Oops, it's showing some errors here, unsure why. Okay, it's fine now, I guess. Okay, let me just double check the URL for the service connection. Yeah, it's correct. So the way you obtain the URL is that you have to go to your admin.powerplatform.com, click on the name of the environment, and then get the URL from here. Just get to this link and click copy link, and you have the URL there for you. For solution name, I'm going to go ahead and use a variable to define the solution name, and again for the solution output file, I'm going to utilize the same variable. So for pipelines, you can create variables so you can supply them, so we don't like hard code the solution name here. So I'm going to go ahead and save now, and before I forget, I'm going to head to variables here, add, and oops, let's type the name, solution name, and let's get our solution name here. In this case, it's Power Platform Conf 2. So let's provide that here. Let's go back to tasks. Okay, so we have the installer step, we have the export solution step. Now we need to add the unpack solution step. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the plus sign here, same as before, type unpack, and you can see that it's showing now the Power Apps unpack solution step. Now we have to provide a number of values for it. First is the solution input file, which I will provide, which is basically the same as the output file path for the export solution task, and then the target folder to unpack the solution. Yeah, I have copied the value here. Basically it's just using the solution name as for the path here. Again, I'm going to go ahead and click save. Finally, I want to add a step to commit to repo, and to be able to do that, I'm going to add a command line step. Oops, typo here. Oh. Command. Okay, command line add. That's just the ability to execute commands on the agent. I'll leave these alone, or we could just go like hello Power Platform Conference 2020. Okay. And let's fix this. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the commands needed to perform a commit to the repo. Just deleting the extra spaces here. You know, copy and paste can sometimes create issues. So I'm just going to go ahead quickly and save this. Click save. Now, one more thing I need to do before running this is make sure that you check this checkbox called allow scripts to access the OAuth token. So that's for the agent to be able to use the OAuth token when running. I'll click save and queue, and let's see this pipeline running. Okay, so as you can see here on this page is showing the agent job that we have just created for the pipeline, and it's showing that the status is currently queued. So you can click on it, and by the time you click on it, it changed to running. So you can click on it and see it executing step by step. It's starting by adding the by executing the Power Apps Tools Installer task, which is again just adding the different partial modules needed on the build agent. Now it did the export solution step, the unpack solution step. Oh, so we have an error here at the command line step. Okay, I know this error. We just need to make sure that the build agent have enough permissions to commit to the repo. So I'm just going for this user ALM build service provided with enough permissions to commit to the repo. This is more than enough actually. I'll go back to pipelines and try and run this pipeline again, and hopefully this time it should be successful. Okay, again the job is queued and pipeline is running. So again, what this pipeline do, it will export the solution from the dev environment and unpack it. Of course, export it as unmanaged solution, unpack it, submit it to our repo, and save the unpacked, the unmanaged solution. So yeah, export, create, execute successfully, unpack, execute successfully, command line, execute successfully. So now the solution files should theoretically, or actually should be in our repo. So let's just take a quick look here. And as you can see, yeah, we have our solution in the repo unpacked and all is good. Now let's go ahead and create the second pipeline, which is a pipeline to build a managed solution. So, you know, the unmanaged solution we have checked into source control, like an unmanaged solution, you would want to have an unmanaged solution in dev environment. But if you're trying to deploy to production, which is what we are going to do in the release pipeline, you would want to have a managed solution ready. So to do that, in this pipeline, we will utilize a just-in-time build environment, whereby we will import this managed solution and then export it as managed. So let's do that. I'm going to go ahead and click on new pipeline here. Again, use classic editor. Continue, empty job. I'm going to name this build managed solution pipeline, and then I'm going to add the first task without even thinking. I know I need to add the Power Apps tool installer as the first task, and that's always okay. The second task you want to add here is the pack solution task. So let's do that. Pack. Yep. And for the pack solution task, we want to configure the path to solution to pack, and also provide value to solution output file. I'm just pasting here to make sure I don't do any typos. Nothing important here, is just packing the unmanaged solution. I'm going to save here again. And now I'm going to add another step to import this solution to build environment. And in order to do that, I'm going to add an import step. Power Apps import solution. Add. And for the environment URL here, again, we have to create a service connection, but this time to our build environment. So I'm going to go ahead and do that very quickly. So new service connection, generic, next. In terms of URL, I think I have it here. Yes, I do. URL, username, password, sircon, oops, build env. So here, click save. Okay, we have a service connection now ready to use for this step. So if it doesn't show here, just click here, it will refresh the list for you. So we have a service connection to build environment. Now I'm just going to pick up values for input file. And I guess that should be it for the input step. Save. One thing we missed to do is to add the solution name variable, and again we have to give the same solution name we have here. Let's copy that here. Yeah, that is good. Let's save it. So a couple of more steps we have to add here is to export the solution as managed, and then the publish pipeline artifact step. I'm not going to create these right now, but I will show you because we don't have enough time, but I'm going to go ahead and show you pipelines that I have created previously which are completed. So I'm going to navigate to Azure DevOps here, organization, and then click on Power Platform Online Conference Project, and then pipelines. And as you can see here, I've created previously the export and check-in from dev pipeline, which I showed you how to do that. And then the pipeline I'm trying to create now is the build managed solution pipeline. And again, as you can see here, we have the different steps: tools, installer, pack, import, export, publish artifact. And once this artifact is published, we can make it available to a release pipeline. Very quickly, I'm going to show you here the elements of this release pipeline, just picking up the published artifact from the build pipeline and then deploying it in using a deploy stage. And the deploy stage just have two tasks here. One is the tools installer and the other is the import solution, and the import solution here is pointing to your prod environment. Very quickly, I want to show you another flow that I have created previously. So as you can see, we have created 3 different pipelines that moves the solution from dev build to prod. Now probably you want that to happen automatically, and so you don't want to go to DevOps and then initiate that step to happen. So what I did here is that I created a flow whereby whenever a Power Apps app is published in dev environment, then this will cause the export and check-in from dev pipeline to run automatically. So basically what I did is that I got the app information and I've created a SharePoint list whereby I'm storing the latest app version, and then I'm comparing if the current version equal the latest version we have in SharePoint. If not, then I'm going ahead and executing the build pipeline and then updating the item in SharePoint. And yeah, so that's I guess that's everything for today. Thank you so much for listening in, and please don't hesitate to post questions. I'll try and answer them as soon as I can. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks for joining us on the Power Platform online conference today. You've learned a lot, and guess what? Mr. Dang's got homework for you. So here's what you need to do. If you didn't get enough learning, please go to aka.ms/powerup to do some more learning. And for everybody, I want you to go follow all of the community members who made this possible, right? They're learning too, and they're sharing it. And you know what? You're next. So go learn some more, share it out, and use hashtag PPOC2020 and hashtag show and tell. Show us what you've got. We want to learn from you.
All right, so how was that? Did you learn a ton of things today? Hopefully you did. We want to thank all of the presenters for spending their time and effort and energy giving back to this amazing community, because it takes a lot of work to put together content like this. We thank you for joining us today, but we're not done yet. Because it's me, I'm now going to volunteer you to do 3 activities. 1, think about the one thing today that you thought was fascinating, that you've never seen before, and you can't wait to go and try it. Go do that thing, right? The presenters literally showed you the steps on how to do it. So go try it. 2, Find someone in your life who does not know about this brand new thing and teach them how to do it. Because the best way for you to learn more is to teach someone else. So what we'd love for you to do is go out there, share what you've learned, share what you've built, and use the hashtags PPOC2020 and also hashtag show and tell. It's like kindergarten but better because everyone in the world loves to learn from people like them. Thank you so much. Till next time, less code, more power.
Thank you so much for spending the last 9 hours with us learning about the Power Platform. We're incredibly grateful to have such a rich and compelling community that wants to volunteer time to create sessions as well as to spend the time listening to them. If we were to have one thing that we'd go ask you to do to take away from it is go try out other parts of the Power Platform that you haven't tried before. If you use Power BI, give Power Apps a shot. If you use Power Apps, go use Power BI. We really are thinking about these products as one great family and collection of capabilities, and we want to really grow that community together. So thanks again for taking the time, and we look forward to seeing you next year for the 3rd Power Platform Online Conference.
All right, and that is a wrap. That is our show. 9 straight hours, 18 of the best speakers in our community, and a few surprise appearances from a few Microsofties. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Donna. Thanks, Charles, for making time to come and make appearances. Totally appreciate that. But an even bigger shout out to all of you. Thank you for hanging with us through this show. Thank you for submitting 164 sessions. Thank you for having record registration numbers and coming and turning out to this event again and again, year after year with us. I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a blast to be your host. And just like every year, I'd love to end with a cheers. And so, cheers to you guys. Have a good night.